Chapter 133. Every choice had a corresponding price. For example, when he said, "You must listen to me," to the two representatives of King Nuvan, then turned around and left in a dashing manner, the distressed Thales sank into a depressing dilemma. Clearly, whether it was for the continuation of the Walton family, for the simple benefits of Dragoncloud City, to get rid of a threat before his death, or even for the so-called revenge that was filled with personal emotions, Nuvan VII was determined to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard. To achieve this goal, everything else, including his own life, seemed insignificant in the process, and could even be sacrificed at any time. Thales was almost 100% sure that he was bait in Nuvan's original plan. There were no other possibilities. But the prince gritted his teeth. Even if he used Constellation to intimidate others and seized the initiative in his own hands, how could he find Nuvan and his common enemy without endangering himself? The person who could order around the so-called traitors of the Tower of Eradication? I don't know how Nuvan would react to my performance, but if I can't help him find the enemy. Thales remembered King Nuvan's expression. He sighed. "Ah, welcome to Northland. I need help, be it from Putre's advisor, Waya's sword, Ralph's psionic ability, or Aida's strength. I have to hurry and meet up with them." Thales looked up and was suddenly stunned. He realized that he had unknowingly walked a long distance while he was deep in thought. But he did not find Merc, who had been leading the way for him. In short, Thales looked awkwardly at the unfamiliar corridor and stairs, the rugged decorations on the walls, and the stone windows on both sides. "I'm lost." Thales immediately turned his head. However, after imagining the scene of him saying to Nicholas and Shiles, whom he had just met, "I'm sorry, can you tell me how to go back?" and the two men's expressions, he resolutely removed the option of going back the way we came. The problem is, Thales turned his head awkwardly. The layout of Heroic Spirit Palace was too consistent. Every time he turned a corner, he felt like he had returned to the same place. "I can only walk forward and ask for directions when I meet a guard or servant." Thales sighed and strode forward, until he passed through a tall arched door in a daze. It was a huge room. It was not like the other places in Heroic Spirit Palace, which were lit with stoves and braziers. Instead, it had large windows that let in white light. Iron shelves hung from the ceiling, and there seemed to be some kind of sparkling and translucent silver-white gemstones on them. They reflected the light from outside the window and lit up the rows. Bookshelf? Thales was stunned. He looked at the 2 rows of large black bookshelves in front of him. Each row was 8 to 9 meters long, leaving only a gap in the middle that could fit 2 people. He frowned. He seemed to have stumbled into a library? No wonder there was no brazier. Thales looked around. Strangely, he did not see anyone. He took a step forward and poked his head between 2 rows of bookshelves, trying to see the other end of the room, but in vain. Firstly, the room seemed to be extremely large. Secondly, he noticed that the black bookshelves seemed to be arranged in an arc instead of a straight line. At least, he could not see the other end of the room. In his field of vision between the 2 rows of bookshelves, there were still countless bookshelves extending to the end of his sight. He sighed. If it's a library, there should be someone guarding it, right? Thales cautiously opened his mouth and shouted, "Is there anyone here? How do I get to the Hall of Heroes?" There was no response. Thales shook his head. These bookshelves blocked the transmission of sound to a great extent. He had no choice but to walk between 2 rows of bookshelves and walk past rows of black wooden bookshelves. There were about 10 layers of these bookshelves, and each layer was separated by thick black wooden boards. From the soles of his feet to the ceiling, they were at least 7 to 8 meters tall. There were, of course, books on the bookshelves, thin sidebound books, heavy classics with hardcover covers, and even scrolls placed vertically. Many of the books were heavy and unadorned. Some were even ancient books made of parchment. They had a long history, but were well preserved. The ancient empire's language was engraved on the side of each bookshelf, clearly marking the categories of each row. Poetry, literature, history, politics, music scores, personal monographs, and even the king's decrees. Many of them were old books that could not be found in Mindy's hall. "My God!" Thales leaned against a row of bookshelves and stood on tiptoe to look at a thick book with a brown cover. He was in a daze. Collection of Imperial Edicts of the Empire, Year 1, Year 200. This is Year 600 of the Calendar of Eradication, Year 1500 of the Empire Calendar. A book from nearly 2,000 years ago? No, it's a copy. Thales immediately realized how old it was from its age. But a thought flashed through Thales' mind. If it's a book from before the Battle of Eradication, then, be it the history of wizards, magic towers, or magic, it will definitely leave behind some clues. At least it will be mentioned briefly. For example, the book he found in Mindy's Hall, War of Eradication, The World's Fall, did it not mention the Alchemy Tower? Thales' eyes brightened. He had never believed that the prohibition of magic by humans could be so thorough that it was invulnerable. Otherwise, how could there be an existence like Ramon? He continued to walk forward. From time to time, he pulled out a few books that he could still hold, flipped open the first few pages, and glanced at them. There were many similar books. From the common language to the language of the ancient empire, there were even books written in rare languages that he had never seen before. Fortunately, the special training Gilbert gave him was effective. With Thales' level of proficiency in the common language, it should not be a problem for him to understand the cover and the general contents. As for the language of the ancient empire, which he was not very familiar with, its grammar and spelling were much more complicated than the common language, but many of the roots and affixes were similar. Gilbert told him that after the collapse of the ancient empire, the language of the ancient empire used by the nobles and officials slowly became a ceremonial language for rhetoric and literature. The common language of the commoners was only gradually formed at this time. Thales held his breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. It was as if he had returned to the past in his memories. Over there, he was also walking between rows of bookshelves. Edict of Bright God. This was a history book that recorded the deeds of the once Orthodox Church of the Empire, the Church of Bright God. War of Thorns. Looking at the title page, it seemed to be a rather large expedition during the era of the ancient empire. Its target was the Land of Thorns in the southwest of the Western Peninsula. Chronicles of Conquest by Great Emperor Camelot. Chronicles of the Ancient Empire's First Emperor and the History of the Establishment of the Empire. Kings XXX Politics XXX. I can't understand the words in the language of the ancient empire alone. My God, this is probably related to the age of kings before the era of the ancient empire. Origins of the ancient orcs. This is easy to understand, even though the entire book is written in the language of the ancient empire. The Disaster of Theron Carlin. There was another row of titles on the cover. It was written in a language that was neither the common language nor the language of the ancient empire. I don't know what book it is. Records of the Temple, the complete collection of knights. It seems to be about the history of the glorious era of knights, from the age of kings all the way to the age of the empire. The Tale of the Great Dragon. I don't know if it's a literary work or a serious record. XXX. The Iron Blood King and Medi. Another title that I don't understand. The List of the 10 Knights of the Past Dynasties of the Empire. From this bookshelf onward, the number of books written in the common language increased. Dragon Kiss Academy Year 612 Commemorative Volume. Full of things that I don't understand. Men and women. Ah, this actually has illustrations. I better put it back. Chronicles of the Dragon Spear. What the hell? Thales became more and more excited. He even forgot his original goal, whether it was to find a way out or traces of magic. It was as if he had returned to the previous life in his fragmented memories and found a large number of high-quality documents in a database. This was probably the library in Heroic Spirit Palace, or the library of the Walton family. When he was in Constellation, he never had the time to come into contact with enough and broad knowledge. Moreover, the more precious books in Constellation were almost all collected in the Royal Jadestar Grand Library. Thales turned around a row of bookshelves. It seemed that a row of bookshelves had been removed. In its place was a row of long metal cabinets. The top of the cabinets was covered by transparent glass and crystal drops that could transmit light. He could see the items stored inside. This is, with the light reflected from the unknown gemstones above his head, Thales looked at an ancient scroll document in the glass cabinet in surprise. He looked at the dragon head coat of arms on both sides of the top of the document and the 9-pointed star coat of arms. Jade star? Thales' gaze shone with curiosity and excitement. This ancient document was written entirely in the language of the ancient empire. The writer was obviously very skilled in calligraphy. The classic cursive words he wrote were beautiful and pleasing to look at. However, it was different from the classic aristocratic language of the ancient empire that Thales learned from Gilbert in Mindy's Hall. It was different from the ancient, awkward-sounding, complicated words and peculiar style of writing. The language of the ancient empire on the document was simple and straightforward. It was easy to understand, and it was mixed with many grammatical expressions and words that only appeared in today's common language. Even with Thales cramming for a month in the language of the ancient empire, he could still somewhat understand it. Obviously, this was a document left behind after the collapse of the ancient empire. The lingua franca gradually influenced, permeated, and even replaced the language of the ancient empire. Thales pressed his face against the glass cabinet. He could barely make out the contents of the yellowed scroll. At first, he was not used to it, but as he read on, it became easier and easier. In the year 1530 after the empire was founded. In the year 11 after the year of Errol. In the name of the great holy Sunday. Under the witness of Sunset Temple. In the long house of the suzerain of Cold Castle, this agreement was made by the glorious king of Extet, Rikaru Extet. The glorious king of Constellation, Tormund Jadestar. The oath was made together and kept. King Rikaru's oath. In the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I and all Northlanders who are loyal and follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will not interfere with King Tormund and his followers' battles in the ancient chauvinistic lands and the Great Desert. I will not hold King Tormund and his followers accountable for their previous actions. I will acknowledge King Tormund and his followers' rightful rule and rights in the lands they have already obtained in the ancient chauvinistic lands, the lands of South Coast and Greenheart Hills. I will acknowledge the corresponding actions they took to obtain living conditions, defend the people, and protect their territories in the south, west, and other places, including but not limited to military actions. I will make Cold Castle the place of separation from King Tormund and his followers' territories. The south will belong to them, and the north will belong to us. I will show King Tormund and his followers tolerance and sincerity instead of hatred and suspicion. I will ensure that King Tormund and his followers will find the greatest degree of justice and equality in the land where the Northlanders live. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is made, until the end of my and King Tormund's lives. Separation. King Tormund's oath. In the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I and all the loyal people of the empire who follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will give up my claim and pursuit of the lands around the northern plains and the pine forest. I will treat the remaining nobles in the empire's former chauvinistic lands leniently and retain their rights. I will not pursue the Alcius family who sought refuge in the empire's former Northland province. King Rikaru and his followers will have the corresponding rule and rights over the lands they have already obtained in the Empire's former Northland province and Empire's former West Billow province. On this basis, we will respect their rights to further acquire territory, people, and property in the former Empire's territories that do not go against our will and interests. Cold Castle in the Empire's former Northland province will serve as the boundary between the two sides. We will acknowledge that King Rikaru and his followers will have the corresponding right to dispose of the former empire's lands, people, and property in the north. We will treat every Northlander and Redalians in our territories with kindness. We will treat them as citizens of the empire. We will respect and acknowledge the existence and authority of King Rikaru and his followers in their territories, and they will be equal to the nobles of the former empire. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is fulfilled, until the end of my and King Rikaru's lives. Separation, here, as witnessed by those present. Head Ritual Master Kongda, Vice Ritual Master Rogs. Queen Chlorisis Nerman Dalla Dosar, Soul Tower Advisor Brantebark. Suzerain Lessa Trentida, Suzerain Scott Stustel. Count Leinster Covendier, Count Cooper Cullen. Writer, Viscount Halva Caribbean. Holy Day, Year 11 of the Calendar of Eradication, January 29th, noon. The appendices related to this treaty are as follows. Oh my God. Thales was engrossed in it, but he was extremely shocked. This is King of Renaissance Tormund Jadestar and King of Dragon Riders Raikaru Extet. The treaty signed more than 600 years ago? Thales chewed on the main body of the treaty and began to confirm it in his heart. This is a truce treaty between Constellation and Extet, and an alliance treaty of non-interference. At this moment, his footsteps moved between the second and third glass cabinets. The light dimmed. From the corner of his eye, he saw the empty space between the two glass cabinets. There seemed to be something black moving there. Thales turned his head. In his line of sight, on the ground 1 step away from him, a person suddenly appeared. A person! Ah! Thales was so shocked that he fell backwards against the glass cabinet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a pale face. He took a few steps back and finally managed to grab the leg of the glass cabinet to regain his balance. The figure that suddenly appeared and was lying on the ground seemed to be shocked as well. The other party sucked in a breath and took a step back. Thales patted his wildly beating heart. When he saw that there was indeed a living person in front of him, he panted and relaxed. That? Thales asked while panting. The other party finally raised her head. Thales was stunned. That person was very thin, very short, very mini? To be precise, it was a girl with platinum curly hair, dressed in a long gray dress, and a frightened expression on her face. A little girl. She looked to be only 8 or 9 years old. Thales looked to his left and right, puzzlement rising in his heart. There's no one around. But why is there a little girl here? And why is it a little girl again? Thales first thought of the little girl he met by accident next to a coffin, and then he thought of Nicholas' supernatural legend of heroic spirit palace. He felt a little creeped out. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a closer look. The other party's gray dress was covered in dust. She was lying on a thick book that was at least a meter wide. Her elbows were propped against the pages on both sides, and her face was almost pressed against the book. She's actually reading a book? The little girl raised her head. Her small face was covered in dust and dirt. Her platinum hair was stuck to her forehead, and there was a hint of confusion on her frightened face. In the next second, she looked in Thales' direction with a dazed expression. Her eyes narrowed into thin lines. Her expression was full of suspicion and wariness. Like an amphibian, she looked in Thales' direction. She turned her neck. But her eyes were lifeless, and her pupils were numb, but they were not focused on Thales. Under such bright light, she actually didn't see Thales? Didn't see him. The other party sniffed the air fiercely. It seemed like she was sniffing something. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Strange fragments of memories surged into his mind. I haven't finished running my model. What did you drag me here to watch today? Ah, don't worry, you won't be afraid of this. It's a story about a few people doing scientific exploration underground. Scientific exploration? What's the name? The opening title is The _Descent. Descent? Oh, it's really an adventure film, but why are there a few girls? An adventure as a psychological treatment? That's right, why would I harm you? You'll know when you keep watching. Why did you turn off the lights at this time? Don't tell me you want me to see your fluorescent watch. Damn it. What the hell is this? Let me go. I don't want to see it. Thales gulped again. As if he wanted to see this place more clearly, he saw a strange girl with squinting eyes. Slit-eyed people are all monsters. This was a memory that he did not know when it entered his mind. He saw this little girl with squinting eyes, slowly stretching her neck, slowly extending her hand, slowly moving her feet, slowly. It crawled towards Thale's direction. 1 step, 2 steps. The strange little girl stopped crawling. Facing his direction, she turned her neck again and scrutinized him for a full 3 seconds. Thale's heart skipped a beat. In an ancient room full of dust. In the antique exhibition hall. A little girl who could not see. Squinting her eyes on all fours. Crawling over like an amphibian. Thales felt his skin crawl. He could not help but mutter in his heart. No way? What a 100-year-old girl who crawled out of a coffin. Once is enough. He suddenly remembered that he was in Dragon Cloud City, next to the ancient Raikaru Treaty Cabinet, which was empty and uninhabited. As he thought of this, his legs went limp, and he bumped into the glass cabinet. The little girl with squinting eyes immediately noticed it. Her head shook violently. Her expression was ferocious. Thale's heart sank. In the next second, she keenly opened her mouth in Thale's direction. But the terrifying scene he expected did not appear. A clear child's voice was heard. Ah! Thales was stunned. The little girl's face was full of shock, and she kept shaking her head. She's alive? As long as she's alive. Thales exhaled and patted his chest. But why can't a living person see me? Soon he knew why. The little girl with squinting eyes reached out and groped around the open book under her for a while. Then, the little girl brushed away the hair on her forehead, making her already dirty face even darker. She then squinted and grabbed a pair of round glasses with black frames. She wore it on her face. The little girl who wore the glasses raised her head. This time, her eyes finally opened. It was a pair of emerald green eyes. Thales opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Hence, in Heroic Spirit Palace, between the gaps of the thick bookshelves, next to the glass cabinet that preserved the treaty between the 2 legendary kings, a little girl with platinum hair and a dirty face, wearing round, thick black glasses, lay on the ground in a daze. She stared blankly at Thales, who sat on the ground with his back against the glass cabinet. Chapter 134. Cohen and Miranda stepped on the slushy ground. In winter, the streets of Dragon Cloud City were messy and random compared to the meticulous and orderly streets of Eternal Star City. Sometimes they were straight, and the width of the roads varied. The houses on both sides of the streets were stacked on top of each other irregularly. Sharp icicles formed under the eaves, and the signs were piled with snow that fell from time to time. But Cohen felt that although the former was orderly, it always gave people a sense of coldness and seriousness, while the latter seemed to be random and messy, but there was a kind of harmonious order in it. This feeling was especially obvious when he saw the Northlanders walking through the streets and alleys skillfully, working and living in the twisting and turning areas. The Armor District was one of them. Loud voices with Northland accents could be heard from afar in the cold weather, accompanied by hearty laughter and curses from time to time. The Northland men, wrapped in thick winter clothes and carrying loads of goods, hurried back and forth. The women carried or hugged baskets and stopped from time to talk to the people on both sides of the street. They were as fierce and shrewd as the men when they bargained. The children on the street ran happily in groups. This seemingly chaotic yet unique Northland characteristic made Cohen feel as if he had returned to the Great Desert, to the Western front lines, to Bladefang's Dune Camp. That chaotic land where soldiers, terrorists, criminals, scum, thugs, desperados, mercenaries, and adventurers gathered. It was just as chaotic and messy, but it did not have the darkness, violence, and brutality of the latter. Instead, it was bright, secure, and peaceful amidst the chaos. Miranda Arund, the Northlander, could only frown slightly. As someone who was used to the sternness of the Tower of Eradication and the tidiness of Constellation, the lifestyle of her fellow Northlanders made her feel particularly uncomfortable. A group of Dragon Cloud City soldiers walked toward them on the street. The leader of the group greeted the civilians around him from time to time. "It's the disciplinary officer," Cohen said in a low voice. "There aren't many outsiders in the Armor District. We're already very conspicuous. Let's find a place to hide." Miranda nodded slightly and turned on her heel. She and Cohen naturally and skillfully turned into an alley between two houses. They cut into the narrow area and continued to search for their target. His short career as a police officer had given the workaholic Cohen rich experience in patrolling and searching the city. He skillfully moved along the outer walls of the houses, occasionally looking for possible hiding spots. Miranda looked at the empty alley in front of her and listened to the still, noisy street. She frowned and asked, "Where's the place that Gu mentioned?" "It should be nearby," Cohen muttered as he searched. "What we need to do is to confirm which of these houses has." Right at this moment, both of them were stunned. Then they all turned their heads. In the alley they were in, a person with light footsteps appeared. He slowly walked toward the two of them. Cohen looked puzzled, and Miranda's pupils shrank. It was a young Northland man with a gloomy face and slightly dark skin. He was dressed in a dirty and tattered robe. He was just an ordinary poor man in Dragon Cloud City. The young man seemed to have encountered some kind of setback and sadness. He lowered his head and walked towards them, as if he didn't see them. In the alley, Cohen and Miranda looked at each other and moved aside to make way for the young poor man in tattered clothes. The latter passed between them. The moment he passed the two of them, "Hey, you!" Under Cohen's questioning gaze, Miranda suddenly turned around and called out to the man. The young poor man was stunned and turned around in confusion. "Are you going to assassinate someone in secret?" Miranda said slowly with narrowed eyes. "What? Assassinate what?" The young man looked even more puzzled. Cohen furrowed his brows. Miranda would never do something without a reason. Miranda's eyes flashed. She gestured with her chin and raised her eyebrows. "If it's not to assassinate someone in secret, then why are you so careful to hide the sword at your waist under your clothes? And you're still pretending to be walking normally?" The young man's expression froze. Cohen's breath instantly stopped. He looked at the man's waist, but he couldn't find any protrusion that proved that this person had a weapon under his robe. "I don't understand. What does my sword have to do with you?" The young man complained with a confused and dissatisfied expression. But he was quickly interrupted by Miranda. "Stop pretending." Miranda slowly placed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, and her expression became serious. "For the past 3 years, I've had to deal with dozens of spies, scouts, spies, and smugglers who cross the border every day." The young man's originally unfocused gaze began to focus. Cohen tacitly moved his feet and blocked the other side of the young man. In this narrow alleyway, he had nowhere to run and was blocked from the front and back. "Do you know what these people have in common with you?" The Arund family's daughter shook her head mockingly. "That is, they all think they're good at hiding things." The young man slowly straightened his body, his expression becoming colder and colder. Miranda sighed. "And I thought that as long as their eyes were calm and their expressions were calm, no one would be able to discover their intentions." Cohen chuckled. "My God, Miranda's observational skills. She's definitely more suitable for the police than I am. With a little more effort, it's not like I can't join the kingdom's secret intelligence department." When he thought of the secret intelligence department and Raphael, who was in the secret intelligence department, Cohen's heart sank again. "Don't be impulsive, sir." Cohen, who was in a bad mood, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said in a low voice, "We just want to confirm something. This alley is not suitable for drawing a sword." "What a pity." The young man also sighed regretfully. "If only I had another second to walk to the most appropriate position." In the next moment, the battle began. The young man's right elbow shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. With a whistling sound, it instantly attacked Cohen's head. Cohen's pupils twitched. Instead of retreating, he calmly moved forward. Raising his left hand, he used the side of his arm to parry his opponent's elbow. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, it was the dull sound of elbows colliding. Both of them trembled at the same time as they felt the bones in their hands shake violently. The blonde police officer's expression did not change. He extended his right hand, ready to catch the back of his opponent's elbow. But in the next second, the young man swung his right hand and pressed it against the side of Cohen's left arm. With a forceful push, He borrowed the momentum from Cohen's forward charge to turn around and rush out. The elbow just now was a feint. Cohen's gaze sharpened. His opponent's target is Miranda. The young man's figure shot toward Miranda. At the same time, he kicked out with his right leg and attacked the black-haired swordswoman. With a cold expression, Miranda turned her body in an instant. Her back was pressed against the wall. She avoided her opponent's fierce attack. But her left leg was already suspended in midair. She lifted it up. In the next moment, Miranda seemed to move casually with the tip of her foot. His kick landed perfectly on the side of the enemy's right leg, which was whizzing towards him. The young man's expression was astonished. He instantly lost his balance. He quickly pressed his left hand against the wall to stabilize his body. But the sound of wind came from the back of his head. Cohen's heavy fist was already against his back. The young man's muscles trembled. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Cohen's heavy fist and the young man's right palm collided in midair. But Cohen was the one who took the initiative. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. The young man who hastily received the punch trembled and took a step back. On the other side, Miranda's hand was already aimed at his neck. In the nick of time, the young man quickly turned around. Under the robe around his waist, there was a sword hilt with a brass ball on it. A surge of energy exploded in the young man's body. In an instant, he exploded with astonishing strength in his joints and dodged Miranda's swift and fierce hand knife. In the next moment, a short and nimble sword was unsheathed as the young man turned around. In the narrow alley, he slashed vertically at Cohen from top to bottom. Cohen's sword was too long, could not be used in the alley. Left with no choice, the police could only use the half-unsheathed sword to block his opponent's vertical slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's expression changed. A familiar violent fluctuation came from his opponent's sword. Cohen instinctively activated the power of eradication. The glory of the stars immediately rose from the police's body and repelled the violent power. At the same time, the strength of Cohen's arm muscles increased rapidly. His long sword trembled violently and shook off his opponent's sword. The enemy seemed to be surprised by Cohen's calmness and decisiveness in the face of his power. However, he did not hesitate when he missed his attack. Miranda's footsteps were already behind him. In the next second, the enemy leaped up. His legs kicked off the walls on both sides, flipped over Cohen's head, landed on the ground, and dashed away. He wanted to escape. Cohen gritted his teeth and turned around. With a swing of his right arm, he shook off the stinging pain and numbness caused by the infiltration of the power. The police immediately took off and chased after his opponent. "Is that him?" Miranda also started running and followed closely behind Cohen. The young man who was running made a sharp turn and entered another alley that was even deeper. "I swear on my life." Cohen followed the figure in front of him. As he turned the corner too quickly, he crashed into a wall. However, the police, who had a strong physique, did not care. Without hesitation, he got up and followed. As he ran, he yelled anxiously, "It's that power of eradication. Don't forget your mission." Miranda, who was behind him, had a cold expression. She nimbly leaped with her right hand and grabbed onto a window at the corner. Her body swung like a swing through the sharp turn. She landed, rolled, got up, and ran out. Her movements were smooth as she reminded her companions. "Investigate, not fight. The disciplinary officer is still patrolling." In the narrow alley, a wall of earth that was as tall as two people appeared in front of the young man who was running. However, he seemed to have anticipated the terrain. When he was still a distance away, he quickly leaped up, first stepping on the left wall, then the right wall. As he kicked back and forth, the young man flipped over the wall like a spider. Although Cohen was tall, his speed was comparable to that of an elite scout. As he followed behind the young man, he leaped up with all his might and grabbed onto the wall with his upper arm. Cohen, whose face was flushed red, exerted strength in his upper arm muscles. Like a terrifying black-headed ape, he pulled himself over the wall and landed on the ground before giving chase again. "Be careful. It's a trap." Miranda, who was following closely behind, turned to the right side of the narrow alley. A rhythmic force rose from her body. He's waiting for us there on purpose. Unlike the young man who borrowed strength from the left and right sides, the lithe Miranda took 6 steps on one side of the wall. Her body tilted, but her speed did not decrease. Instead, she climbed higher and higher until she flipped over the wall as if she was walking on flat ground. Even if it's a trap, we have to chase after it. Cohen, who was chasing at high speed, furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. He was a man of few words. As long as we can stop him in advance. Hit the back of his head. Safe, low profile, and efficient. The young man crouched down and dashed up 3 steps. After passing by 2 stunned Northlanders, he quickly turned into an empty alley. Cohen hurried over and climbed 3 steps in 1 step. While apologizing, he rudely pushed aside 2 Northland residents and squeezed into the alley. Damn it, how can this brat run so well? I'll follow him. Cohen felt his strength draining away and shouted, "You go intercept him." Miranda, who had a tacit understanding with Cohen, did not reply, nor did she follow him into the alley. After she stepped on 3 steps, the power of eradication known as Pegasus music erupted from her body again, and she leaped up from the ground. It's time to take a shortcut. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 Northlanders, Miranda leaped into the air and agilely grabbed onto a protruding clothesline pole. She swung forward agilely, reached out her hand, and grabbed the edge of a window that was 3 stories high. With the help of her legs, she quickly flipped onto the roof. Then, without stopping, she dashed towards the 2 people who were chasing each other in the alley, taking a shortcut on the roof. The young man quickly dashed out of the alley and entered an empty space between 3 houses. Cohen gritted his teeth and sprinted after him. At this moment, Miranda's figure leaped into the air. Miranda gripped the hilt of her sword with a determined expression. She knew that she would land on the empty space, 2 meters in front of the young man. A perfect intercept. But an accident happened. At the moment when she leaped off the roof, Miranda's entire body exploded with a chill. An extremely ominous premonition of danger instantly enveloped her heart. Without thinking, Miranda unsheathed her sword in an instant. She turned around and thrust her hand fiercely downwards. The blade of the sword pierced the roof platform that she had just leaped off from, forcefully stopping Miranda's momentum. In the next second, the figures of the young man and Cohen both disappeared into another alley. Miranda hung on the hilt of her sword with one hand. Her lower body swung with inertia. When her foot swung to the highest point, a piercingly cold sword light slashed out from the side. It barely grazed past Miranda's boots. Miranda broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she managed to stop her momentum in time. Otherwise, she watched the piercingly cold sword light land on the empty space with its master after it missed its target. The master of the sword light, a middle-aged man with short hair, slowly stood up on the empty space. Miranda pressed one hand on the roof, pulled out her sword, and landed on the ground. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with a grave expression. An elite above superclass. She judged the strength of the enemy in front of her. Disaster sword. Miranda stood up. She adjusted her breathing and said calmly, "We finally meet." The middle-aged man did not answer. He only stared at Miranda as if he was looking at a dead person. "Is this a trap that you specially set up?" Miranda carefully observed her opponent, trying to find any useful information and intelligence. "But why are there only 2 of you? Are you that confident?" The middle-aged man shook his head slowly. "Disaster sword? Although it's not the first time I've heard of it to be called that, is really ironic." He turned to the side and flashed the strange sword in his hand. It was supposed to be an ordinary longsword, but the spine of the sword was hollowed out, and a hollow groove appeared out of nowhere. The groove extended from the middle of the sword to the tip of the sword, taking up about 1/3 of the length of the sword. Miranda narrowed her eyes. It was common to have a groove on a sword. The groove on a sword was not for the purpose of bleeding, but to reduce the weight. Hence, the groove would start from the base of the sword and end at the center of the sword. However, there were two things different about the middle-aged man's sword. First, his sword had a hollow groove. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce the weight of the sword, but it would also cause the quality of the sword to decrease. Second, the groove started from the tip of the sword and ended at the center of the sword. This meant that it was very likely that the groove was forged for the function of bleeding. To achieve these two things, the swordsmiths had to have extremely high forging skills. Miranda was certain that she could only find such excellent swordsmiths in the Tower of Eradication, elves and dwarves. "You're very good." The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "You actually managed to find your way here from Constellation. It seems that the Tower of Eradication has also improved. They know that we're Constellations?" Miranda was acutely aware that something was wrong. How did we get exposed? Is it really like what Caslin said? In the eyes of experts, there's no way for us to hide our origins? So, why did you become the lackeys of a certain Archduke of Extet? Miranda was not in a hurry to draw her sword. Instead, she tried to continue gathering information. This was what the Fortress Flower had told her, the most important principle as a commander. Know yourself and know your enemy. You actually assassinated the Prince of Constellation for them? What benefits does this bring to you? Miranda continued to probe. Other than entering the Tower of Eradication, what is your goal? The throne of Extet? The throne of Constellation? Or a war between the two of them? Our goal? The middle-aged man's expression was still indifferent and calm. The throne war? There was disdain and coldness in his words. Such short-sighted goals are not qualified to enter our sights. Even entering the Tower of Eradication is just a small effort that we took advantage of the situation. Miranda frowned fiercely. If it's not for the throne and not for war, then why did they hide in Black Sand region and use the mystic guns to assassinate the Prince of Constellation? It can't be for justice. It seems that you've been entrenched here for a long time. Miranda's heart sank. She decided to change her approach. You've even infiltrated Dragoncloud City's arms black market and Black Sand region's mystic gun unit. Since you've already been exposed, why didn't you use a few units to deal with us? Mystic guns. The middle-aged man raised his sword gently and paid no attention to Miranda's words. As a swordsman, you'd better focus on your own sword, no matter how powerful those weapons are. Miranda let out a long breath. Damn it. Watertight. Draw your sword. We come from the same source, but we're destined to be enemies, the middle-aged man said flatly. Before the disciplinary officer and the soldiers arrive, we have 5 minutes to settle the battle. It seems like I won't be able to get anything out of him. Miranda took a deep breath, turned her wrist, crouched down, and seriously made a starting gesture. Unless, capture him alive, or kill him. The two of them approached each other slowly. Miranda let go of her senses, and the Pegasus music rose slowly, to feel the rhythm of the other party's battle. Miranda told herself this time, just like in countless previous battles. However, in the next second, the sword flashed. Miranda's pupils instantly dilated. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk there was no rhythm for her to feel at all, because, under Miranda's shocked gaze, the middle-aged man's sword instantly crossed the distance of 5 steps. Before she could react, pierced her left chest. Cohen, who was in hot pursuit, turned a corner, only to find that the young man had stopped in the alley in front of him. He was no longer running. The police officer stomped on the ground and stopped abruptly after taking 3 steps. Cohen held the hilt of his sword and adjusted his breathing. It seems that the swordsmen of the Tower of Eradication aren't that great after all. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Miranda did not follow. Cohen's heart skipped a beat. Was she intercepted? Cohen took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. They've been separated into 2 battlefields. So, Cohen looked at the calm young man with a solemn gaze. You knew we were coming? A genuine super-class fighter. And so young. Of course. The young man chuckled and shook his head in satisfaction. Otherwise, do you think you could find us on your own? We wanted to be found by you, that's all. Cohen furrowed his brow. He touched the hilt of his sword at his waist. Goo, did that Far Easterner betray us? *T. This damn alley is too narrow. I'm at a disadvantage when I draw my sword. Not really. We paid him enough money. The young man slowly pulled out the half-sword that was nimble in the alley. We agreed that if anyone comes to inquire about our existence. The young man shrugged and revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Oh? Cohen's gaze did not leave the young man's shoulders and legs. His tone was calm and his words were calm. We also paid him. Is that so? That must be the tip you gave. The young man grinned and took a step forward. He raised the half-sword horizontally. Not enough. Cohen sneered and got into a stance as well. The terrain is too narrow. Horizontal slashes and diagonal slashes will be at a disadvantage. Looks like I'll have to relive the swordsmanship taught by one of the scions, Collator, a long time ago. I hope I haven't forgotten everything. So, we're the first contact between the scions inside and outside the tower in the past 40 years. The young man snorted and drew closer to him. The Tower of Eradication and the Disaster Sword? Of course not. Cohen carefully recalled the previous battle and remembered the red and black swordsman in Red Street Market. He calmly replied, 1 or 2 months ago, I met one of your companions in Constellation. He and I are the ones who received this honor. The young man's gaze turned serious. His smile disappeared and he stopped moving. So, you're the one who killed Groudon, he said flatly. Not all of it. Cohen carefully moved his feet. I only took half of the credit. Maybe less than half. Their gazes collided in the air. Did you know? The young man took a step to the left and said meaningfully, the Tower of Eradication is the legitimate successor of the Temple of Knights. In the Battle of Eradication, other than a few heroes, they were the most dazzling and noble existence. They fought for the survival of mankind. After the war, in order to prevent the mystics from making a comeback, they worked even harder to maintain the inheritance and development of the power of eradication for hundreds of years. You want to tell me about the history of the Tower of Eradication? Cohen sneered. Just because of you traitors of the Tower of Eradication? Traitors? The young man shook his head and sneered. Do you know how we defeated the mystics back then? His gaze on Cohen became sharper and sharper. Those legendary existences that can't die, grow old, weaken, or perish, they are immortal, but they have their biggest weakness. With this weakness, the mystics can't even withstand a light blow. Cohen gradually found the best place to attack. And the warriors with the legendary anti-mystic equipment opened a path with the power of eradication that could resist mystic energy. They carried the will to die. Cohen's expression was calm and unwavering. The commoners may not know, but we in the Tower of Eradication know very well. The legendary anti-mystic equipment? The power of eradication that can resist mystic energy? Haha. The young man laughed. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. No, you don't know. You live in the shameless lies of the Tower of Eradication. Ordinary power of eradication cannot resist mystic energy, the young man said solemnly. And the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Before it was invented, what did you think we relied on to resist and survive in the face of such an immortal existence? Humph. Cohen's gaze became sharper. He did not care about the young man's words at all. Instead, he actively locked onto his enemy's every flaw. The last disaster sword I met didn't talk as much as you. The next moment, the young man moved his feet and thrust the half-sword in his hand forward. The violent power of eradication erupted from the young man's body. The half-sword in his hand flashed. I can't even feel where the blade is pointing. Cohen gritted his teeth. Does the other party's power of eradication change the path of the sword, obscure my senses, or speed up the sword? *T. *Ding. At the last moment, Cohen relied on his instincts and intuition, which he had trained on the battlefield, to block the sword. the half-sword in his hand pressed against Cohen's saber, only 2 inches away from his throat. But what was even more terrifying was his opponent's power of eradication. Compared to the swordsman in Red Street Market, this young man's power of eradication was as brutal as ever, but there was an unbearable piercing pain. It attacked Cohen's sword and arm. Chapter 135. Who are you? Thales sat on the ground in a daze and stared at the girl with a dirty cat face. I just want to find someone to ask for directions out of the Hall of Heroes. I am. Thales paused for a second and decided to stuff his identity information back down his throat. He forced a smile. I just arrived at Heroic Spirit Palace today. Oh. The girl on the ground shrank back a little and said timidly. She adjusted her dusty round black glasses to make them straighter. I thought no one would come here. The thick, black glasses were obviously a little too big. They barely covered the girl's ears. Coupled with her dirty little face, she looked especially comical. Then, may I ask who you are? Thales stood up, patted the dust off his body, and flashed a friendly smile. I am helping someone work here. The little girl stuttered with doubt and hesitation. She glanced at Thales cautiously, as if she was a little afraid. She looked like a little squirrel that had encountered a falcon and was hiding in a tree hole, shivering. She said in a weak voice, I heard from the people in the kitchen that a lot of people will come to Heroic Spirit Palace recently. Thales frowned. Helping someone work? I heard from the kitchen. Could it be? A thought popped up in his mind. According to the routine described by a girl with terminal Chinibu syndrome, if a Shota or Loli popped out of nowhere in an unfamiliar palace and walked freely in the unguarded area, then no matter how sloppily he or she dressed or how strange his or her behavior was, Thales cast a glance at the platinum-haired girl's attire with deep suspicion. There could only be one identity. Are you the daughter of a noble family? Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the petite girl who struggled to get up from the ground. The little girl froze for a moment. As expected, Thales nodded secretly. A routine is a routine. However, in the next moment, the girl lowered her head timidly and shook her head forcefully. Huh? Thales patted the dust off his arms and frowned. The prince wandered around Heroic Spirit Palace, got lost, met the princess of another country, and then did something vulgar, and then engaged in all sorts of flirting. Shouldn't the routine be like this? No, this girl. Thales glanced at the book on the ground, then at the girl's glasses. She can read, and she even knows the language of the ancient empire. If he wasn't a noble, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn all of this. Also will not have the opportunity to high myopia. And, in Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales immediately smiled. Your surname is Walton? Is she King Nuven's granddaughter or grandniece? But to his surprise, the little girl waved her hands and shook her head desperately as if she had been frightened. No, I'm just a servant. I was ordered to look for something here. Thales frowned again. No? As the little girl shook her head, her large black glasses slid down the bridge of her nose, falling to the ground. The platinum-haired girl was clearly shocked. She squinted her eyes and tried to grab her glasses in midair, fluttering about in a flurry. Perhaps it was due to her poor eyesight or something else, but in her panic, her hand, which she had stretched out recklessly, sent her glasses flying. The wind blew. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously reached out and caught the strange object that flew into his arms. The girl's glasses. Oh! Thales curled his lips. Looks like my reflexes have improved. Glasses! The little girl crouched down, narrowed her eyes, and searched the ground in panic. My glasses! Don't be nervous, they're here with me. Thales comforted her while he curiously raised the round black-rimmed glasses in his hand. The frames of the glasses seemed to be made of metal. No wonder they were so heavy. Unfortunately, a lot of them had been damaged. The lenses were not thin, and they were covered in dust. There were even cracks. He wondered if this world had accurate optometry technology and glasses manufacturing technology. Moreover, the black-rimmed glasses were not as round as they looked from afar. Instead, they were slightly rectangular, like the glasses worn by some important person. Prophet Thales chased away some boring memories. "Excuse me." The little girl seemed to be very pessimistic about her eyesight after losing her glasses. She crouched on the ground, her eyes lifeless, and nervously groped in Thales' direction. "Don't move." Thales slowly walked in front of the girl. He looked at the pitiful little fellow who was squinting her eyes and trying her best to see clearly. He sighed. He crouched down in front of the girl. In her panic, the girl's hand touched Thales' knee. She was so frightened that she quickly withdrew her hand. "Don't be afraid." Thales tried to make his voice sound friendly and gentle. "It's okay." Thales extended his hand and brushed aside the little girl's platinum shoulder-length hair, revealing her equally dirty left ear. His hand trembled slightly from the touch of the other party. The little girl crouched on the ground, and her breathing became heavier. The boy opened the glasses and carefully put the frame on the girl's ear. Then he pressed the frame on the bridge of her little nose. Thales let go of his hand and smiled as he saw the little girl's eyes slowly widen behind the glasses. She opened her mouth wide and stared at the unfamiliar boy in front of her in a daze. Through the dirty lenses, Thales noticed that the little girl's green eyes were crystal clear when he looked at them from a close distance. "Be careful," Thales said with a smile. "You'd better get a new pair of glasses. These are too big." The little girl suddenly reacted. She quickly got up from the ground and raised her hands to adjust the glasses on her nose. Then, she raised her head and stared at Thales in a daze. But she was finally no longer trembling in fear. The animal-like hostility she felt just now had lessened by a lot. "So, you're really just a servant?" Thales raised his eyebrows and shrugged helplessly. He decided not to ask further. The little girl shut her mouth and nodded gently. Thales looked at the helpless little girl in front of him and sighed. Then, "Can you please tell me the way to the Hall of Heroes?" The little girl raised her hand timidly. "Go out, go straight, turn right, turn left, go downstairs, turn right." Her incoherent narration made Thales feel as if his head was about to explode. "Stop." Thales helplessly stopped her and sighed. "Forget it, I'd better find it myself." The little girl lowered her head, feeling wronged. "I'm sorry." "No, it's not your fault. I have no sense of direction." "Wait." Thales was about to turn and leave when his gaze shifted to the little girl's lower body. "You're reading." Thales' expression became solemn. "What book is it?" But he had already seen the page that the little girl had turned. The prince's heart sank. "Ah, this?" The little girl pulled the large book out from under her body in a flurry. With a tense face, she lifted the cover with great difficulty and faced it towards Thales. Thales quickly extended his hand to help her. "Dawn of Heroes." At that moment, the little girl's eyes behind her glasses suddenly became lively. Her words became confident and fluent. It tells the story of a few different human leaders during the Battle of Eradication. It was written by an elf named Cahill Yellowhammer. Thales watched the girl's change from timidity to fanaticism in slight astonishment. This girl... Wait, I should bring my thoughts back to the main topic. The Battle of Eradication, huh? Thales took a deep breath. Many books talk about this. The so-called unknown monster led the traitors of the world to start a war, and we fought back with all our might. Thales' gaze became sharp. What's so different about this book? It's just like the Battle of Eradication. It talks about the strength of the enemy, the hardships and sacrifices of the battle, and our baffling victory in the end. You've read The Battle of Eradication. I heard that it's already out of print. It was written by someone from the Empire. Only Constellation in the South still has it. The little girl's eyes brightened. Her lips curled up, and a dimple appeared on the left side of her face. And this book talks about many, many special things. Thales revealed a look of interest. The little girl's eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement. For example, it talks about the beginning of the war. From the east to the west, there were endless internal conflicts and frame-ups between the countries. Even the Church of Holy Sun could not suppress it, and the god of Holy Sun had to personally show his divinity to stop these internal conflicts. It also talks about how the king of Renaissance, Prince Tormund, gave an extremely controversial order during the war. He gave up on hatred and old grudges, and used his reputation to recruit all races, including orcs, barren bone people, merfolk, and even long-lived races. He united all forces to fight against the enemy. This order caused him to be dissatisfied with many people, and he was stripped of his military power. For example, Hanbal's Maple Leaf General was actually better at escaping than fighting. The ones who fought against the army of disaster head-on were actually Prince Shangxian and Chenjian. The Maple Leaf General led his remaining troops in the east and hid for a whole 6 years. Through sneak attacks and schemes, the troops actually became stronger and stronger as they fought. For example, Chenjian, the king of peaks, who was later rumored to be a god, was just a captive before the war. He was imprisoned in the capital of Triumph and was about to be executed soon. On the eve of the war, a suspicious person broke into the prison cell and released Chen Jian and his companions. It was said that during the most precarious time, someone opened the gates of hell and signed a contract with the 7 terrifying sovereigns. They successfully brought the demons into our alliance to fight against the calamities. Thales was bombarded by information one after another until he could barely handle it. But he still maintained his objective and calmly asked, "Then, did it mention how those powerful monsters and calamities came about?" It was said that they were the enemies of God. I don't know the details either. The little girl patted the cover of the book, her face glowing. The book said that there was nothing that could fight against those monsters. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. Then how did we win? But the little girl did not seem to listen to him. She continued to narrate happily. The book said that during the early stages of the war, we were completely powerless against those monsters. It did not seem to mention how powerful those monsters were. We could only use blood and sacrifice to slow down the enemy's pace, until some terrifying weapon was invented. Thales sighed. And the little girl pointed at one of the pages of the book, her eyes sparkling, until a defector appeared among the enemies. Thales' heart instantly froze. With the same great power. Chapter 136. Defection, Wait with Great Power. Thales looked at the unkempt little girl in front of him, but his mind had already drifted back to the past. Defection from the calamity's side? The word spoken by the air mystic Asda Sakern, while standing on the ruins of the chess room during that thrilling night in Red Street Market, rang in his ears again. Is this also written in this book? Thales took a deep breath. Does it specifically mention who the traitors are? No, it's not in this book. The little girl shook her head. She raised her dirty little face and blinked her green eyes under her thick glasses. But another political book, The Founding of a Nation, The Stars and the Dragon, mentioned this, but it didn't go into detail, nor did it state who defected. Thales furrowed his brows. It was mentioned in Chapter 6, the influence of external forces in the 2 kingdoms. The little girl seemed to be a little afraid that Thales would not believe her. She quickly put down the thick book in her hands with great difficulty, extended her tender finger, and pointed behind Thales in a well-practiced manner. That book is in the 6th row after entering the door, on the 5th layer of the bookshelf on the left, between the collection of Ruto Gang art and the Book of Decision. The Will of the King of Wrath. Wow! Such a precise location. Thales retracted his gaze from the layers of bookshelves. He rolled his eyes and was a little surprised. Are you familiar with the books here? This girl, what kind of person is she to have the opportunity to learn, read, and be so familiar with the books in Heroic Spirit Palace? Is she really just a servant? The little girl seemed to be startled. She lowered her head and was a little nervous. I read a lot of books. You have a good memory. Thales looked around the huge library and said suspiciously, Are you the librarian here? The little girl was stunned, then shook her head timidly but firmly. All right. Thales shrugged helplessly. So this is the Walton family's library? Yes, you can say that. The little girl's eyes lit up again, and the dimple on the left side of her face appeared again. Legend has it that Her Majesty Chlorosis loves to read. So, after the war, King Raikaru gathered all the books that could be found in the entire region, the country, and even the entire continent for her. It is recorded in the collection of the Archduke's tokens of Dragon Cloud City, Raikaru Ecclesiastes. He remembered the majestic statue of the warrior on the stone bridge at the top of Heroic Spirit Palace that led to the Cliff of the Sky. Hence, many of the books were collected after the Battle of Eradication, before the various countries began to eliminate traces of magic on a large scale. No wonder there were so many books in the language of the ancient empire. There might even be books in other languages or even languages of the non-human world. So, even though there had been a large-scale purge, there were still more clues about calamities and magic in these books than in other places. I wonder how Constellation's famous Jadestar Grand Library compares to this place? The little girl seemed especially happy when she talked about these things. She also forgot her nervousness and fear. She continued to chatter on. Until Archduke Shalon was in power, Dragon Cloud City stopped collecting books and filling up the library because no one had seen Her Majesty for many years. This place was originally a corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, so it became more and more desolate. Wait a minute, Chlorosis? Thales finally reacted. He looked surprised. You mean, Raikaru's Queen of the Sky? The female great dragon who married a human? Hearing Thales' way of addressing her, the little girl seemed to become nervous again. Do not be disrespectful to Her Majesty the First Queen. She shook her head, and her glasses looked like they were about to fall off again. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly raised her small hands to protect her cheeks and held the frame of her glasses tightly. Use the honorific Your Majesty, and call her by her first name. Thales was stunned. Don't worry. That queen can't hear you anyway. Thales looked at the funny girl who was protecting her small face with amusement. He said indifferently, It's not too late to talk about it when I see her with my own eyes. No, if it's your first time seeing Her Majesty, it will be a different set of etiquette. The little girl shook her head and pouted. Great dragons are noble and sacred. They naturally hate rudeness and disrespect. If mortals are lucky enough to meet her, they must kneel down on one knee, bow their head, and respectfully report their full name. They can only get up after the other party agrees. Or else, Thales was amused. Or else the great dragon will hate you. The little girl with platinum hair and glasses stared straight at Thales. There was a serious expression on her small face that resembled a tabby cat. Thales burst out laughing. Under the little girl's angry and aggrieved gaze, Thales tried his best to restrain his smile. All right. If I really meet her, I will definitely follow your instructions. But Chlorosis, Queen, hasn't no one seen her for more than 600 years? How do you know if the legend of the great dragon is true? The little girl showed a displeased expression but did not say anything. Thales narrowed his eyes. If Raikaru and his queen really fought that earth-shattering battle of eradication, there should at least be some evidence. For example, what kind of enemies did she defeat? Enemies, such as Esta? It's not like that. Her Majesty the Queen is real. The little girl who was covering her face seemed a little angry. The evidence is behind you in that glass cabinet. Thales turned his head and looked at the glass cabinet he had just seen, the agreement between Tormund and Raikaru. This is year 11 of the calendar of eradication. Raikaru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement on dealing with border issues. The little girl propped up her glasses and moved closer. It was signed by the two kings in the suzerain's longhouse in Cold Castle. It is the earliest agreement between Extet and Constellation in history. The two kings agreed not to interfere with each other and expand their territories separately. Year 11 of the calendar of eradication, Raikaru and Tormund. Thales finally gave up on repeating the awkward-sounding title. He frowned. Such a long name? The appendix to the treaty is even longer. The little girl pouted and pointed at the long glass cabinet. The paper is 3 feet long. Her Majesty Chloris's signature is right before the two kings. Thales walked past the appendices to the first formal agreement in the history of the two countries, which were contained in 3 glass cabinets. From the land at the border, the people, the time to hunt, the religion they worshipped, and the relationship between the suzerains, the agreement had regulations and explanations. Just as Thales' eyes were about to blur, he finally came to the last glass cabinet and found a few names with different handwriting. It was obvious that they were personally signed. Witness: Chloris Nirmandala Dosal from the other side of the sea. Look. The little girl pressed her face against the glass cabinet. This is the first queen's signature. It was a thick and powerful signature. The connection between each letter was natural and smooth. But the signature of another witness next to it attracted all of Thales' attention. Witness: Branquils Tabark from the Soul Tower. It was the same skillful and elegant cursive signature. However, Soul Tower. Thales remembered Ramon's words and engraved the name in his heart. Also, Tabark, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation. He ruled Blade Edge Hill in the southwest of the kingdom for generations. He had a blood moon as his family emblem, Tabark. The cold and arrogant figure in the Hall of Stars appeared before Thales' eyes. That valiant and heroic young duchess, Lyanna Tabark. Then his gaze shifted downward again. It was the signature of the two kings. Signatories: the common elected king of Exdet, the king supported by the Northlanders, the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Rikaru Brewster Exdet. Signatories: the supreme king of Constellation, the legitimate descendant of the Empire's imperial family, the suzerain of Eternal Star City. Tormund Camelot Carlos Jadestar. Both signatures had one thing in common. Ugly. Ugly. Not just any kind of ugly. Rikaru's signature was like that of a child who had just learned how to use a pen. Stroke by stroke, he slowly scratched out from the paper. It was childish and stiff, as if he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he wrote too fast. Tormund's signature was a series of rapid handwriting. It was so sloppy that the spelling was almost indistinguishable. It was like a person who was self-aware of his own handwriting and used rapid handwriting to cover it up. Thales looked at his ancestor's sloppy signature, which was like an octopus tentacle. He suddenly felt that the handwriting he learned in a month was at least legible. King Rikaru's background is mysterious, but many people think that he is a commoner, so he did not have the opportunity to receive education. His handwriting. The little girl noticed Thales' gaze and said sheepishly, "And King Tormund is just an illegitimate child of the imperial family. It is said that he was ostracized when he was young, probably." Thales could not help but laugh. It seemed that the founding monarchs of the two kingdoms were boorish people who could not even write their own names properly. Compared to the neat and beautiful signatures of the witnesses on the first row, Thales could even imagine the hesitation and embarrassment of the two kings when they signed their names, as well as the affection and appreciation they felt for each other after they saw each other's signatures. But at this moment, Thales was slightly stunned. Tormund Camelot Carlos Jadestar. Tormund's full name. Even though Tormund's handwriting was sloppy, Thales could still make out the initial letters of each name. T. Tormund C. Camelot K. Carlos S. Jadestar. Thales shuddered violently. The little girl noticed Thales's abnormality. She reached out to wipe off the stain on the glass that was smeared by her own face. Then she raised her head curiously. "What's wrong?" At this moment, another voice came from afar. "Little rascal! Little rascal!" Hearing this voice, the bespectacled little girl's face trembled. Like a mouse that had encountered a cat, she could not stop herself from trembling. Thales raised his head in surprise. It was an extremely impatient, childish voice that came from behind the bookshelf. "Why are you dawdling? Are you done?" As the voice got closer, its owner appeared in front of Thales and the little girl. It was another teenage girl. She looked to be a head taller than the sloppy, bespectacled little girl. This new girl had brown hair and blue eyes. Her face was exquisite, and she wore a gorgeous handmade dress. The sleeves and collar were exquisitely decorated. She even had a beautiful hair accessory in her hair. If it was not for the angry expression on her face, She would have looked like a perfect doll from his previous life. The new girl saw Thales, but she only glanced at his clothes, which were covered in dust due to the fall. She then turned around arrogantly and looked at the trembling, thin, bespectacled girl. Little rascal! The bespectacled little girl's face was full of panic. Miss, the homework that the teacher gave me for etiquette is due tomorrow. Why aren't you done yet? If I find out that you're secretly reading... The new girl's dissatisfied voice paused. Her eyes drifted to the stack of books behind the two of them. She first showed an expression that said, "I knew it." Then, she frowned and glared at the bespectacled girl, whom she called Little Rascal. Little Rascal trembled and cast a pleading look at Thales, who did not know what was going on. Okay. The new girl tugged at her neat dress and walked forward with a furious expression. "You're really reading, you little rascal." The next second, under Thales' surprised gaze, the new girl raised her hand high. She hit the bespectacled girl named Little Rascal on the head. "Ah!" Little Rascal cried out in pain. Her lips trembled. She closed her eyes and crouched down with her hands on her head in fear. "You should be good and finish my homework for tomorrow." Thales stared in shock at the new girl's disgusted expression. She took a step forward and raised her hand again. Instead of ignoring Master's homework, slacking off and reading, this time, she hit Little Rascal's face. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the little girl's black glasses fell to the ground. "I didn't, Miss Alex." Little Rascal seemed to be used to this kind of treatment. She did not resist at all, but sniffled and cried. "I didn't have homework for etiquette class. To find the topic, you have to look up the founding of Constellation and Extet." "You're still talking back." The new pretty girl pouted angrily. "You're just my maid. How dare you?" But Thales grabbed her hand tightly when she raised it again. "Wait!" Thales looked displeased. "You're a noble? It's not appropriate to beat and scold a servant." The brown-haired, blue-eyed girl glanced at Thales in displeasure. "And who are you?" The black-haired boy let go of the girl's hand and looked angry. "Thales Jadestar." Poor Little Rascal crouched on the ground in fear. She squinted her eyes and trembled as she reached for her glasses. "Oh, the prince who came to beg for mercy from Grandpa." The new girl was stunned. She then looked at the boy who was a head shorter than her and smiled in disdain. "I'm giving my maid the punishment she deserves. You better stay away." "Damn it." Thales frowned and looked at the unruly young lady in front of him. "I thought I could escape from this brat after escaping from the abandoned house." At that moment, "Lady Alex." Thales and the new girl froze. The administrator of Heroic Spirit Palace, Lord Merk, who brought Thales into the Hall of Heroes, appeared before them. With a cold expression, he stopped the children from getting into a fight. "Your Highness." Lord Merk bowed to Thales and said slowly, "You've gone too far." Merk's presence seemed to have caused the girl some misgivings. She pouted and turned her head to the other side. "Your Grace." Thales nodded. He turned his head and looked worriedly at the scruffy little rascal who had just touched her glasses. "This place," Merk frowned. He looked at the brown-haired girl with concern. "This is Alex." Merk sighed and extended his hand to the little girl in the exquisite dress. "Lady Alex Walton is King Nuven's granddaughter." "Lady Alex, this is King Kessel's son from Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar." Following Merk's introduction and Merk's urging gaze, the little girl first raised her head arrogantly, then snorted through her nose. Then, she reluctantly pulled up her skirt and bowed to Thales. Thales nodded and frowned. "Alex Walton? Sounds like a boy's name. And King Nuven's granddaughter? I've never heard of Prince Mariah having a daughter. Didn't King Nuven say that Prince Mariah is unmarried?" Then, Merk turned to Alex and tried to persuade his master's granddaughter. "My lady, what you're doing isn't appropriate, especially in front of Prince Thales of Constellation." "Merk, Nuven the Seventh's granddaughter." Alex pouted in dissatisfaction. "She's my maid. My family pays for her food and lodging. And this prince is going to... Lady Alex. Merc showed a rare stern look. His words were laced with anger. This is not your bedroom. This is King Rikaru's library. Alex was startled. She flinched as if afraid of Merc. Humph. Alex tugged at her hair ornament, her eyes blazing. She pulled Little Rascal, who was still squatting on the floor. Come with me, Little Rascal. Little Rascal slid a step due to the tug. She clutched her glasses tightly, her eyes red. Let's go back to the bedroom and settle this, Alex said fiercely. She glanced at Thales and Merc, then turned to leave. Little Rascal looked uneasy. She lowered her head and followed, trembling. She turned to look at Thales, her eyes filled with fear. Thales clenched his fists. Merc heaved a sigh as he watched the two girls walk away from him. He picked up the books that Little Rascal did not have time to tidy up and stuffed them into the bookshelf. Lady Alex is Prince Mariah's elder brother, the daughter of Prince Soria, the late king's eldest son. Since she lost her parents and King Nuven dotes on her too much, so... Merc shook his head. Thales flashed an ugly smile. I see. The late King Nuven's eldest son? So, with Prince Mariah's assassination, the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City, the Walton family of Cloud Dragon Spear, does not have a direct male heir. How did he pass away? Thales stared at the emblem of a dragon head in the glass cabinet. He said quietly, That, Prince Soria? Merc lowered his head and frowned. More than 10 years ago, during a hunting accident. In Thales' eyes, Merc's gaze was gloomy, his tone dispirited. I was still in the White Blade Guards then. I was supposed to be responsible for his safety, but I failed to protect him. Merc shook his head numbly. Thales shifted his gaze. Please follow me back to your bedroom. Merc seemed reluctant to talk more. He quickly adjusted his expression, turned around and added sternly, I believe your attendants are waiting anxiously, and you still have to attend the banquet tonight. Thales was shocked. He looked up. Right, I have to find Putray. Tell him exactly what happened here, and ask for his wisdom and help. Especially, also, His Majesty asked me to bring you a message in reply to what you said through Nicholas, Merc said flatly. Thales' gaze froze. King Nuven? Lord Merc narrowed his eyes. His Majesty agreed to put aside his original plan for the time being. Please do as you wish, as long as His Majesty wishes. Chapter 137. The sun was setting, and the sky in Dragon Cloud City had begun to darken. But in this narrow alleyway, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, and the continuous flashes of sparks illuminated the two people in the middle of a fierce battle. Clang! Cohen gritted his teeth, lowered his body, and raised his saber. Relying on his instincts, he once again narrowly blocked his opponent's slash. No, he couldn't sense the direction of his opponent's attack. If this went on, he was going to lose. Cohen took a deep breath and took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between him and the enemy. At this point, the police and the enemy's swords had already clashed 6 times. Cohen focused all his attention on his opponent's hand and sword, thinking about the effect of his opponent's power of eradication in concealing the direction of his attack. But that was not what worried him the most. The police officer's right hand could not stop trembling. The glory of the stars shone with a silver light on his skin, trying his best to neutralize the ruthless power of eradication that invaded his arm during the fierce battle. That was terrible. It was the same as the previous encounter. The power of eradication would automatically transmit itself through the force on the sword. Without warning, it invaded, infiltrated, and destroyed all human tissues that could host the power of eradication. Cohen tightened the muscles in his right arm, his face as cold as ice. It's a good sword, but it's a pity it's not suitable for this kind of terrain. The young man looked at Cohen's silver sword with a black hilt and smiled happily in the narrow alley. Does it have a name? The young man was very confident. The narrow alley restricted Cohen's saber, and his hand-and-a-half sword was nimble and unhindered. Coupled with his terrifying power of eradication, the young man gritted his teeth. In this battle, be it the environment, strategy, strength, or technique, he had the upper hand. And these are the people the Tower of Eradication sent to hunt us down? The young man looked at Cohen and smiled while shaking his head in his heart. Cohen Caribbean, Cohen replied coldly. Just like Groudon in Red Street Market, the young man's power of eradication was also filled with a suffocating violence. Apart from that, when they exchanged blows, the police officer felt as if he was being pricked by needles. This severely affected Cohen's movements. So, ruthlessness and madness are common characteristics, while the sense of pain and the ability to conceal one's direction are personal attributes of the power of eradication. If that's the case, Cohen sighed and clenched his fist. Oh, I'm not asking for your name. The young man narrowed his eyes and pointed his sword between Cohen's eyes. I'm asking for the name of your sword, my trophy. Under the gaze of the young man, Cohen heaved a sigh of relief. He lifted the blade with his left hand and said helplessly, "You were asking about this sword? Oh, this is a family heirloom. As for the name," Cohen's expression turned solemn. "It will tell you." The next moment, the silver sword was already in front of the young man's eyes. This was the first time Cohen took the initiative to attack after 2 rounds of defense. A dangerous thrust. The young man cast his doubts out of his mind and swung his arm confidently. The power of eradication, which had almost become one with him, surged up violently, as if he was being stabbed by needles. Amidst the wonderful feeling of exhilaration and pain, he raised his sword towards Cohen. A smile appeared on his face. The young man knew that the power of eradication he possessed was far more powerful than the so-called conservative swordsman of eradication. Regardless of whether it was a trainee who had walked through the Tower of Eradication or a powerful swordsman who had been immersed in this path for many years. Its destructive and amplifying power. The young man felt the pain from the power coursing through his body was almost unimaginable, especially when it surged into his opponent's body like a violent beast. The victor would be decided at that moment. But the young man's expression suddenly froze. He realized that his opponent this time was different. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's longsword touched the young man's sword. He did not have the slightest intention of parrying, blocking, fighting, or locking his blade. Instead, he did not use any strength and parted with the first touch. The young man frowned and Cohen's next attack was launched. Another thrust. The young man dodged the rapier that was aimed at his abdomen and watched in disbelief as Cohen once again deftly parried his sword without any intention of fighting. This guy. The young man gritted his teeth in shock. What's going on? Damn it. Come on. The suppressed young man roared, and the violent power of eradication in his body erupted to its highest level. Cohen immediately felt a faint prickling pain on his skin. Are you afraid of fighting me? But the young man did not panic, nor did he get excited. He just continued to calmly execute one attack after another. Thrust. Do you still think that you can rely on your unexpected power of eradication to interfere with your opponent? Cohen said coldly as he thrust again. The young man was shocked and angry as he spun his sword, trying to use the sword lock from the sword of eradication to trap Cohen's saber. But the police's sword only touched it for a moment before it was withdrawn. He did not give his opponent any chance to fight. Not even a second. Relying on the power of eradication. Is this your strategy? Cohen calmly interfered with his opponent and quickly advanced. I've said it before, you are not the first disaster sword I've met. When I was recuperating from my injuries, I made thousands of predictions, thought about, and rehearsed how to deal with the violent power of eradication. The destructive effect of the power of eradication also needs time, and it is transmitted through contact, right? Cohen said coldly. For example, when you fight with your sword. The young man looked at Cohen in shock. In the next second, Cohen's expression changed as he retracted his sword. He quickly turned around. Compared to Groudon, compared to your senior who ran on the battlefield and experienced life and death. Cohen roared angrily and unleashed another sudden stab. You're still far from that. The young man could not dodge. He could only take a step back and block the attack with his sword. Asterisk hiss. The soft and short sound of metal scraping against each other rose and died down in an instant. The young man blocked Cohen's sword and watched in a disheveled manner as it pierced past his left ear, bringing with it a sharp sound of wind. Then, he watched helplessly as his enemy's sword once again avoided the clash of swords and attacks, and soared away like a proud falcon. He waited for the next thrust. As for using the terrain to suppress my overly long sword, Cohen's voice sounded especially detestable in the young man's ears. What a childish tactic. One thrust and it'll be over. Simple, direct, and effective. The narrow alley might have restricted Cohen's sword and swordsmanship, but it also prevented the young man from displaying his agility. Faced with a straight thrust that could usually be easily dodged, the young man could only raise his sword again and again to block and defend. It was not that the young man had never thought of giving up on defense and going on the offensive, forcing Cohen to fight with him. The problem was that his hand-and-a-half sword was shorter than Cohen's sword. If he forced himself on Cohen, it was very likely that he would be pierced through the heart by Cohen's sword before he could execute his killing move. The hand-and-a-half sword, which was more suitable for swinging in the narrow alley, instantly became the young man's shortcoming. Damn it! The young man looked at his opponent's rapier with indignation. I actually became the passive and disadvantaged party? Cohen, who had gained the upper hand, calmly turned his body to the side. With his right foot in front of him, he quickly followed up with a twist of his wrist. His sword did not stop. It was another sudden thrust. The young man retreated pathetically as he continuously parried. How lucky! Cohen chuckled in his heart. In this narrow alley when I can't slash or slash. Master Curatle, thank goodness you didn't forget your swordsmanship. One of the 8 great inheritors of the Tower of Eradication, Stink Curatle of the Olumbia Kingdom in Thornland, specialized in the thrusting sword technique. The thrusting sword technique originated from the era of the Final Empire. It was an elegant duel between southern knights wielding light swords. The key to this fencing technique was to test the opponent's movements and deliver a fatal blow. It was once widely spread in the south, even if it was once ridiculed by many generals and knights as the maiden's sword. But now, Cohen had given up on using normal swordsmanship in the narrow alley and switched to the thrusting sword technique, turning the disadvantage of his sword's length into an advantage. It also prevented his opponent from using their power of eradication to gain the upper hand. In the next thrust, the young man struggled to move. He finally relied on a protruding window to avoid Cohen's attack. Every type of power of eradication is different. Cohen sheathed his sword again and calmly walked past the window, which had obviously been lengthened by its owner. He stared at his enemy with a determined gaze. Even the same power of eradication differs from person to person. Different people will have different subtle changes. The young man looked at the narrow alley on his left and right, then at the exit in the distance. He was extremely anxious. I don't know what effect your power of eradication has to be able to conceal the direction of your sword in a fierce fight. The police officer snorted. But you must have heard of my power of eradication. Cohen grinned and gave what he thought was his most handsome smile. The glory of the stars. The young man's expression changed. The glory of the stars. The 4 primitive transcendents. No, the power of eradication. In the next moment, Cohen roared and charged forward. A faint starry blue light shone on the skin of his arm. The police officer's sword continued to thrust forward without stopping. The young man gritted his teeth and twisted his wrist as much as he could, trying to use a fan-shaped sword style to block the endless thrusts. Damn it! He must be one of the 8 seeds in the Tower of Eradication. The young man who bore the hope of the Tower of Eradication's future. Ding! 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 The fleeting sound was like the sound of rain falling on the ground, lingering in the ears. My glory of the stars can balance the rhythm of every movement and every breath in my body. Amidst the endless thrusts, Cohen pressed forward. Even though he was clearly in the midst of a high-speed attack, his words were surprisingly coherent, as if he did not need to take a breath. Like the bright stars in the night sky, shining one after another, rising and falling one after another. Ding! 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 The light of the sword danced. The thrusts and retractions were casual and coherent. The young man frowned. He could only retreat as the sword in his hand trembled. It seems to be irregular and indistinct. Cohen pressed forward. To the young man's ears, his words were as fatal as the ferryman's bell in Hell's River. In reality, it is continuous and never stops. Cohen's expression did not change. He parried the young man's sword, and under the latter's shocked gaze, he thrust the most threatening sword without stopping. Rip. As the young man roared, his left shoulder was finally wounded. Affected, his movements became unstable, and he was instantly stabbed in the right side of his ribs, then his left leg, right elbow, and the side of his neck. Under Cohen's relentless attacks, the young man staggered 6 steps back in pain. He tried his best to widen the distance between them. With wounds all over his body, the young man panted heavily. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Cohen, who was walking towards him step by step. This is my power of eradication, compared to your despicable, violent, and meaningless power that only knows how to destroy. The glory of the stars is like another sword of mine. It's fused with the deepest part of my body, allowing my movements to be seamless and without pause. Cohen sighed. From there, I can release the most dazzling and unparalleled attacks. The young man used his sword to support himself on the ground and watched in despair as Cohen approached. You ended the swordsmanship of a seed, Cohen said flatly. It's time to pay the price. Expressionlessly, he raised his sword at his enemy. Cohen flashed a friendly smile and said slowly, Or, do you want to tell me why you assassinated the Prince of Constellation? And which archdukes or the nobles under them do you serve? But the young man, who was covered in blood, laughed out loud. What a joke! We never serve anyone. The young man laughed hoarsely. Blood flowed from his left shoulder, which was the deepest wound, and dyed the snow red. Even if it's just a temporary collaboration, we only listen to our own will. Cohen furrowed his brows. Collaboration? Why do they want to collaborate with an archduke? For power? Wealth? Status? Survival? Common goals? Or something else? As for you, do you think you've won just like that? You old men from the academy. Before Cohen's eyes, the young man trembled as he flashed a ferocious smile. In this short amount of time, my teacher would have already taken your companion. You're here to hold me back. I know this very well. Cohen cut him off with a calm expression. A superclass rookie. The young man's expression froze. So that your companion, that old man who seems more powerful, can quickly finish off the weaker enemy and rush over to support you, right? The police officer was like a battle-hardened warrior. He sighed helplessly. But what exactly gave you the illusion that that girl is weaker? That girl. Under the young man's surprised gaze, Cohen chuckled and shook his head. She's our batch's final assessment in the Tower of Eradication. Among the 8 seeds. Chief. When Thales finally met Putray and the others in the room specially prepared for him in Heroic Spirit Palace, the second Prince of Constellation and his followers all heaved a huge sigh of relief. You mean, in their territory, you refused to cooperate with King Nuven without hesitation, and were prepared to use your own method to help him find the murderer? Putray frowned as he stood by the window and stared at the snowy scenery outside. His thoughts raced. Should I say that I'm extremely daring? Or that I don't know what's good for me? When there were no outsiders around, Putray's attitude towards him had always been impolite. He did not even bother to address him as Your Highness. However, this overstepping of his authority seemed to have improved a lot after Broken Dragon Fortress. At least, the sarcasm when he used the title of Little Prince was reduced. More or less, Thales lay on the chair in an inelegant manner. He looked exhausted. What happened just now tells me that the gloomy old man with the crown won't have any good plans. For example, pushing me to the 5 archdukes and seeing if anyone wants to kill me in private. Thales leaned against the chair in an inelegant manner. In any case, I've already deeply understood the brutality and directness of the Northlanders. Thales sighed, observing the Archduke's attitudes and reactions towards killing me to find the murderer. Only he could come up with this. So, now that you're the one doing this task, what are you going to do? Putre turned around steadily and walked past Ralph. The latter was adjusting the splint on his arm due to his broken bone and reinstalling a spare hidden blade on the mechanism of his wrist. Among the 5 archdukes who have a long history of inheritance, are cunning, and are more powerful than the 6 great clans of Constellation. All of them are expected to choose a king, Putre muttered. Find the conspirator who murdered Mariah and attempted to assassinate you. Good question. Thales flashed a friendly and sincere smile. Chapter 138. That's why I need your help, my loyal subordinates, Thales said with a smile. Putre sighed helplessly. You are truly a prince who empathizes with his subordinates. Thales hid his guilty conscience with a bright expression. He grinned and said, Thank you, Lord Putre Nemain. His attendant, Wuxia, furrowed his brows and pressed on the wound on his left rib, which was severely injured by the vampire earlier. He said, According to what you said, if these 5 archdukes acted in unison when they faced King Nuven in the meeting hall, and there were no flaws, how are we going to determine who the murderer is? If the murder of Prince Mariah was to weaken the royal family, which is the Walton family. Putre's gaze was unfocused, but Thales knew that it was an expression that showed he was thinking. Then, the murder of you through Lampard's hands was also to weaken the Lampard family, who was a popular candidate for the king election, and also for war? Thales' train of thought paused. No wonder. King Nuven wanted to use his own life and death to test the 5 archdukes' attitudes toward the war between the 2 kingdoms. When faced with the option of war, their reactions are still different. Thales pondered for a second and recalled the scene just now. He said quietly, If it's 5 people, what did you see? Putre's gaze focused and he asked calmly. First, there was a bearded man. His emblem was a circle with a triangle inside. That guy's speech was very unpleasant. Thales searched through his memory attentively. He did not hide his hostility toward me at all. Every word he said was aimed at humiliating me. The bearded suzerain who made him kneel and beg for mercy. Thales was the first to place him on his suspect list. Archduke Rabian Alcius of Prestige Orchid region. Among the 3 southern archdukes, he has the best relationship with King Nuven. Putre replied quickly. The Alcius family is not one of Raikaru's 9 knight families. In fact, only 6 of the 9 great clans are still archdukes. It was only 200 years ago, with the support of the Walton family, that they became the rulers of Prestige Orchid region, which borders our Overwatch city. He does indeed have a reason to humiliate you, Putre continued. The land in Constellation's central territory is the former chauvinistic province of the Empire. That was the territory that the Alcius family was ordered to rule since the ancient empire, until the army of the King of Renaissance chased them out of their hometown. From this perspective, the Alcius family and the Jadestar family are mortal enemies. That's strange. Wuxia shook his head. Is there really someone who is hostile to you because of the family feud from more than 600 years ago? Maybe he deliberately put on an act because of his family's reputation, but it's hard to say. After all, there are still people who still hold a grudge against the ancient empire from 1,000 years ago. Thales shrugged helplessly and ignored Putre's cold expression. How patriotic. Wuxia nodded as if he was deep in thought. The second person is a middle-aged man with a bowl cut. His clothes are embroidered with glowing blades. He speaks in an eccentric manner and is trying his best to provoke King Nuven's disgust towards me. Thales rubbed his chin and pondered. From mockery to laughter, he speaks in a strange tone. But I always feel that his sarcasm is too forceful and not up to standard. The Archduke with the bowl cut. Thales thought to himself. The Archduke who dares to tell everyone clearly that he will not send troops without benefits. When Thales thought of this, he snickered. He is not as natural and perfect as Duke Cyril Faken has, nor is he as direct and incisive as you, which makes people feel helpless. Putre did not know if he was indifferent or if he pretended not to hear the prince belittling him. He nodded and replied, "That is Porphyus Trent Ida of Reformation Tower. He is also one of the 3 archdukes in the south. It is said that he is cautious and wise, but he is often ridiculed for being selfish and conservative. In that case, he seems to want you to die in King Nuven's hands?" Wuxia raised his head. Could it be him? Reformation Tower is on the northeast side of Constellation. Its territory is adjacent to our lonely old tower. Putre exhaled. Compared to a local conflict, a full-scale war between the 2 countries can actually bring him limited benefits. Of course, the damage may also be limited. The third person is an old, bald man. He's very old. Thales took a deep breath. This person gives me a very complicated feeling. He's not less talkative than the first 2, but he rarely shows any definite emotions. Most of the time, he's just going along with and encouraging others. The bald Rogers Letko, the Archduke of Defense City, symbolized by chains. Putre tapped his pipe and his gaze flickered. He's one of the 2 northern archdukes of Ekstedt. He doesn't participate much in Ekstedt's central affairs, but he's actually invited here this time. This is really suspicious. It sounds like he is a neutral party who has nothing to do with himself. Wuxia wiped his sword. If I were the mastermind behind all of this, I would probably be very willing to appear neutral. Thales spread his hands and declined to comment. Putre did not reply. The 4th Archduke has long hair, and there is an ancient book painted on his clothes. The 2nd prince reached out to grab the armrest and pulled himself up from the chair. He gives me a feeling similar to the Duke of the Northern Territory. He is bold, magnanimous, and seems to value, at least on the surface, his own honor. The long-haired man who is unwilling to tarnish his family's honor seems to have no reason. But did the Duke of the Northern Territory not betray King Kessel, betray his own Northern Territory, and betray Constellation? Kulgan Rockney. His territory is adjacent to Camus Union's city of faraway prayers. It is in the west of Ekstedt, near the northern end of the Great Desert. The thin vice diplomat of Constellation stopped in his tracks. He sometimes cooperates with Constellation's western desert hill. The orcs and barren bone people in the desert are a common threat to us. If the 2 countries go to war or weaken Constellation, it will only increase the pressure on us. Don't forget, Duke Arund of the Northern Territory and Lampard of Black Sand region have also cooperated before. Their target is Prince Mariah. Thales stared at him with a sharp gaze. Even if the 2 countries go to war, it will also damage the former's Northern Territory. And the last and youngest one, Concret Pofret. He looks a little childish. He jumped off Ekstedt's hardwood chair. He speaks very gently, but also a little hesitant. He seems to respect King Nuven a lot, and he considers things from the perspective of Ekstedt's overall interests. He even spoke up for me. The 30-year-old young man who was choked by King Nuven's tough words. Childish? Coming from your mouth. Putre chuckled and shook his head. That is Concret Pofret of the Bloody Steed, the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. His territory is close to Dragon Cloud City. The Pofret family is a newly promoted Archduke family. They have ruled Beacon Illumination City for less than 100 years, but they are one of the most trusted aides of the Walton family. Young people are often hot-blooded and impulsive, and they are naturally resistant to conspiracies. That's not necessarily the case. There is a young duke in our country. Thales recalled the Duke of Iris Flowers and the accidents along the way. He sighed. I believe you have also experienced it. His scheming is not inferior to any old man's. Based on what you said, all the archdukes are suspects. Wuxia frowned. You still can't determine who it is? Both Thales and Putre fell silent. Prestige Orchid region and Reformation Tower, like Black Sand region, are adjacent to Constellation. The relationship between the 2 countries has the greatest impact on them, Putre said in a low voice. The city of faraway prayers is in the west, Defense City is in the north, and Beacon Illumination City is close to Dragon Cloud City in the center. In short, if we just analyze the pros and cons to see who will benefit in the end, this is the order of suspicion for the archdukes. Thales scratched his hair and said dejectedly, "Hey, but suspicion is suspicion. There is no way to prove it. We urgently need a police officer who can solve cases." In Dragon Cloud City's armor district, Police Officer Cohen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent, sneezed. An inch of his hair was cut off by his opponent. Waya flipped the sword over his knee and asked worriedly, "If we fail to help King Nuven find the murderer who murdered his son, will the consequences be severe?" The Born King's awe-inspiring expression and Nicholas' cold expression appeared in Thales' mind. He rolled his eyes. "It's best if you don't think about that possibility. A father who is determined to avenge his son. It's not just his son," Putre added. "Mariah is also the heir of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City. This hatred is far beyond our imagination. Besides, King Nuven must be doing his best to eliminate dangerous opponents for the family. After all, based on his age, the Walton family will not be able to hold the crown for long. Moreover, the Walton family may be inherited by a branch family that he has no way of knowing or even," Putre said flatly. "Under the new king's orders, Dragon Cloud City, which has lost its direct heir, will be given to another family. It is also possible that the Walton family will decline from then on." Thales sighed. "Of course, I even used this to threaten Nicholas." Thales, who was extremely annoyed, sat on the floor and leaned his head against the edge of the chair. He rubbed his face helplessly. Speaking of this, Thales opened his eyes and recalled his encounter in the library. The figures of the unkempt, bespectacled little girl and the unruly girl appeared before his eyes. "I met King Nuven's granddaughter in Heroic Spirit Palace. Have you heard of her before?" "Alex Walton?" Putre frowned as he listened to Thales' narration. "I have indeed heard of it. Prince Soria, who died early 12 years ago, was King Nuven's eldest son. He left behind a daughter, but perhaps because of what happened to her father, King Nuven has always been very protective of his granddaughter. If you didn't mention it, I'm afraid many people wouldn't even know her name. She can't inherit the Walton family?" Thales exhaled and thought of the gorgeously dressed little princess. "Just because she's a woman?" Putre shook his head. "In that damn Northlanders' ideology, women are just accessories and property. They only have value when they become mothers and give birth to children." The three of them turned their heads in unison and saw Ida sitting on the bed that should have belonged to Thales without a care in the world. She wiped her exquisite machete, and there was a rare chill in her tone. It has never changed since a few hundred years ago. In the fight over the Walton family, she is not important. Putre shook his head. "Let's think about how to deal with the problem at hand." Thales closed his eyes and pouted. "Fortunately, we are not in a hurry." At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ralph frowned and opened the door. The recruit Thales saved, Willow Ken, stood at the door. He scratched his head and smiled. That Marquis of Camus Union sent someone to pass a message." Willow seemed to be very happy to have the opportunity to meet the prince. He chuckled and said, "According to his subordinates, it seems to be quite important." Thales frowned. He said that 2 archdukes will be leaving Dragon Cloud City tomorrow morning. They will be leaving Dragon Cloud City due to business. Willow finished the message with a smile, but in the next second, he was shocked to find that almost everyone in the room, including Thales, had a drastic change in expression. "Ming. God. Morning." Thales' face was ashen, as if he had received the worst news. "Can't be, right? The archdukes came over to take a look at me, and then immediately left?" After the baffled Willow left, Ralph, who was also frowning, gently closed the door. "Tomorrow morning?" Waya's expression was gloomy. Thales' breathing quickened and his eyes were lifeless. "This means—" "Yes." Putre gripped his pipe worriedly. "The time left for us." He did not speak again, but everyone silently said the next sentence in their hearts. "There's only one night left. Wayakaso sheathed his sword with a pale face. If we fail to help King Nuven find his son's murderer, will the consequences be severe? Putre shook his head and sighed. Waya did not ask any more. The welcome banquet tonight is our last chance. Thales gritted his teeth. Think of a way to find that guy among the 5. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? I'm afraid we won't get any results with King Nuven's probing and observation. Putre gripped the pipe in his hand tighter. Your experience this morning proved this point. Then, Thales muttered. At this moment. Then let's find them. Ida jumped off the bed fiercely. Everyone looked at the elf protector. Let Nuven split some men to cooperate with us. We'll cover our faces at night and secretly kidnap those archdukes. Ida raised her blade fiercely and waved it twice, reflecting rays of cold light. We'll interrogate them one by one. Let's see how long those so-called archdukes can last under the blade and sword. Looking at Aida's expression, everyone was stunned for a moment. 2 seconds later, as if they did not hear what she said, everyone turned around as usual. Think about it from another angle. Thales rubbed his hands together and frowned at Putre. The person we're looking for worked with Lampard to kill King Nuven's son. Hey, why are you pretending not to see me? Ida gritted her teeth, obviously dissatisfied with the situation where no one paid attention to her. At least give me some reaction. However, he reached out to Lampard's army and tried to frame Black Sand region for your death. Putre answered instinctively. Are there any clues? Waya asked curiously. The elf protector behind them waved his machete in the air in vain to protest. This is all King Nuven, and we know. Thales shook his head. It seems useless. No, maybe we shouldn't dwell in King Nuven's thoughts. Putre put down the unlit pipe in his hand. His eyes shone with confidence. Ida lowered her head dejectedly and sighed. She threw herself back onto the bed that originally belonged to Thales. Thales was suddenly stunned. He looked at Putre and frowned. You mean, do you remember when we were besieged by Lampard's army at Broken Dragon Fortress? Putre said flatly. Of course, it left a deep impression. Countless splashes of blood and cold light flashed before Thales' eyes, as well as Araka Murch's roar. He sighed. It was a complete mess. Ida played with her machete on the bed in boredom. Then you should remember what Baron Murch said to you before he charged? Putre revealed a mysterious smile. King Nuven is not our only choice. Thales jolted. Before he charged, the figure of Araka swinging his greatsword appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, he nodded. Since we can't retreat, Thales took a deep breath and said with determination, why don't we charge forward with all our might? Thales looked at his vice diplomat with a burning gaze. Does he know? The corners of Putre's mouth curled up. He nodded affirmatively. He knows. Waya and Ralph looked at the duo's riddle in confusion. So, Waya gulped with difficulty. What should we do? Thales and Putre looked at each other, and both of them laughed. Ida is right. Thales looked at the elf on the bed and nodded under Putre's gaze. Ida raised her head abruptly when her name was mentioned. She was obviously at a loss. What? Amidst Waya's surprise and Putre's laughter, Thales took a deep breath. We go look for them. Aida's mouth opened wider than it had ever been. Putre's expression became solemn. He put away his pipe. I will prepare immediately and contact the others. We may need the help of some spies. Also, Waya, Ralph, come with me. Thales nodded and sat back on the chair. He quickly thought about the feasibility of the plan. That? He raised his head and looked behind him. Aida's voice rang weakly. Chapter 139. It's so cold. Where's Mother? Aunt Fina? They'll come back, right? She thought about it in a daze. She could not help but shiver in the snow. The cold wind blew past her exposed face and neck, bringing with it a pain that felt like knives were cutting into her. She could not even feel her limbs. What about my younger brother and sister? What about Uncle Enzel? She missed Talia's hot pies a little. Even though she hated the garlic on them every time, she walked past a person lying in the snow. That person was sleeping soundly. His body was curled up and he did not move, but he had the happiest smile on his face. He did not even know that his eyebrows and hair were covered in ice crystals. This is a smiling person, she told herself. Yesterday, when she tried to help them sweep the ice crystals off their faces, Uncle Enzel laughed and told her that they were smiling people. They loved to smile to sleep in the wild during winter and would only wake up in spring. Good girls should not disturb them, and it was best not to go near them. She obeyed and continued walking forward. Her dress was slightly torn. She was very depressed. This was the dress that Lycia's aunt gave her before she left for the capital. She walked past the second smiling person. This smiling person seemed to be an older sister who was the same age as the maid Talia, but she wore very little. She leaned against a rock with a grin on her face and held a baby in her arms. However, the baby did not smile. He only shut his small eyes and mouth tightly and did not move. This made her very unhappy. Why is he not smiling? Everyone in the Northern Territory should be smiling, shouldn't they? This was what Uncle Noliner had told her. When they left the stable in Cold Castle with the other two uncles, Noliner laughed as he did in the past and pulled himself into his arms. Then, as she protested in dissatisfaction, he poked her face repeatedly with his stubble. All right, Noliner. Her thoughts were in a mess. She thought of her youngest uncle and could not help but curl her lips. If you appear now, I will be merciful and forgive you for your beard. She continued walking and met a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth person on the snow. There were so many of them that she could not even count. Smiling people. At this moment, a person who was not a smiling person finally appeared before her. She raised her head with lifeless eyes and looked at the unfamiliar boy in front of her. The ragged boy was lying next to the other laughing man, rummaging for something. The boy noticed her approach and raised his head like a wild beast. His eyes were a deep red and frightening. Scram! The boy subconsciously protected the thing in his arms tightly and glared at her fiercely. His voice was vigilant and fierce. I found this place first. Food, clothes, everything is mine. Get lost. Get lost. Go search the other bodies. She breathed in weakly, feeling pain in her face from the wind. How fierce. She pouted. But she was a little hungry. His vision blurred. The coldness poured into her lungs through her mouth, nose, and trachea, causing her heart to spasm again. She walked towards the boy. Little bitch, if you dare to take another step forward, I'll bite you to pieces. The boy, who was also shivering in the cold, opened his mouth fiercely and bared his teeth. She ignored him, but her consciousness was becoming more and more numb. Her vision became dimmer and dimmer, but she still dragged her feet forward on the snowy ground step by step, relying on her vision instead of the sense of touch under her feet to confirm the existence of the ground. She could barely feel her limbs, which had been numb for a long time. The boy crawled down and growled like a beast, as if preparing to attack. She looked at the fierce-looking boy and took a deep breath. Her lungs trembled again because of the cold air. She continued to walk forward. The wariness on the boy's face turned into hatred and murderous intent. His right hand emerged from behind him, holding a long, rusty awl. Mother said, to strangers. The boy howled angrily and threw the weak girl to the ground. To strangers. She tugged at her frozen face. The boy stared at her face and raised the awl in his hand ferociously. She looked at the boy's dark red eyes and pulled an ugly arc from the corner of her mouth. I should smile. The people of the Northern Territory should smile, shouldn't they? In the next moment, Miranda Arund, the first seed of the swordsman of eradication, opened her eyes abruptly in an alley in Dragon Cloud City. A sword with an empty groove had already pierced through half of her breastplate, stabbing into her left chest. The blade sank an inch into her flesh. It stopped in front of her beating heart, but it did not move forward even an inch. The middle-aged disaster swordsman frowned. He looked at Miranda's blade. It was stuck in the empty groove from the tip of the sword to the middle of the sword, blocking his strange sword. Prevented it from piercing the swordswoman's heart. Just now, at the critical moment, Miranda decisively thrust the blade into the empty groove of the enemy's sword. It was like a carpenter inserting a wedge into the empty groove of a piece of wood while he was working. Miranda's black-gloved hands gripped the hilt of her cross-shaped sword tightly. Cold sweat seeped out of her head due to pain and trembling. She was in a stalemate with the enemy. Such a fast sword, and that feeling of being unable to dodge, is it his power of eradication? Not bad. The middle-aged man exhaled softly and showed a look of approval. Your reaction, observation, and temperament are all rare and outstanding. It's rare that you're still so young. My student is very smart, but he lacks training and experience. He'll need at least 5 years to catch up to your level. But from the beginning, you were already on the verge of death. The middle-aged man's tone was cold. He suddenly exerted force on the sword that pierced into Miranda's chest and thrust it forward. As he exerted force, the two swords that were stuck together underwent a subtle change in shape. They let out a groan in the air, which was the unique sound of metal under stress. Pain shot up from her heart. Miranda's face contorted slightly. If the tip of the sword went in an inch more, it would reach the blood groove. The swordswoman gritted her teeth and held her breath. She tried hard to get rid of the double effects of the physical pain and the psychological worry. She listened to the enemy's rhythm and felt the rhythm of the enemy's movements. She forced herself to enter the zone. She was suppressed by the enemy's sword in the first strike. She had to find a chance to turn defeat into victory. Miranda resisted the enemy's sword with all her might. She widened her eyes and observed the motionless enemy under the setting sun. The middle-aged man sighed. I originally didn't want to use this move, but based on the current situation, it seems that pure swordsmanship and sword speed won't be able to take you down immediately. There are only 4 minutes left before the patrol team arrives. The next moment, the middle-aged enemy's face revealed a pained and unbearable expression. A ferocious power of eradication seeped out of his arm muscles and invaded the two swords that were stuck together. Miranda's expression changed. This is the violent and crazy power of eradication that Cohen mentioned? The middle-aged man's arm trembled, as if he had released a ferocious beast that was about to devour a human. Explosive power rose from his sword. The two swords simultaneously let out a groan as they trembled faster, like two patients who could not bear the burden. Miranda felt the blade that was pierced into her body start to tremble, and it went further towards her heart. *T. The next moment, *rip, blood splattered everywhere. Miranda's left hand covered her chest in pain. But it was not over yet. *clang. The two swords clashed against each other, bursting into sparks and separating from each other in the air. The middle-aged man's sword light disappeared in the air. Then, like stars in the night sky, it suddenly appeared. It went for the injured Miranda. The swordswoman raised her trembling sword and subconsciously swung it into the air. *clang. Less than a second after they separated. The two swords collided in the air again. Miranda's sword blocked the enemy's attack twice. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Miranda leaned against the wall behind her, her face pale, and stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. "May you die in peace, swordswoman." The middle-aged man sighed and shook the blood off his sword. But the middle-aged man's expression suddenly froze. He noticed the blood on his sword. It was just a small amount of blood. How could it be? Her heart should have been pierced through by now. But was it a right-handed person? Or was it equipped with a protection that could resist the power of eradication? The refined crystal drop board of the dwarves? The elven royalty's exquisite silver chain mail? Silicone? The middle-aged man raised his head in disbelief and looked at Miranda, who leaned against the wall weakly. That strange power of eradication didn't work, did it? The swordswoman took a deep breath and moved her left hand away from her chest. A rather long wound extended from Miranda's chest to her shoulder, but it only tore through her light armor and caused a little blood. The middle-aged man looked surprised. According to the original plan, his beast-like power of eradication would invade the enemy's body unstoppably, destroy the tissues in the body, slow down the enemy's movements, and even devour and destroy her power of eradication like a natural enemy. Then, when the enemy could not move or was in great pain, he would use his power of eradication to activate the blade and pierce Miranda's heart. It might not go deep, but it would be enough to make her bleed. His next step would be to attack with the terrifying speed of his sword and mobilize the blood in the enemy's body. In less than a few tenths of a second, bright red arterial blood would erupt from the chest of the female swordsman of eradication until her life completely withered. But she actually blocked the sword that was destined to pierce her heart. The middle-aged man looked at the girl in front of him in confusion. From the beginning of my attack, your movements were very normal, and your sword was also very smooth. You blocked my stab without the slightest delay. In that case, a few seconds later, the middle-aged man looked at Miranda's hand as if he had figured something out. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Impossible, the middle-aged man frowned. You were not affected by the touch of greed at all. Miranda took a deep breath and rearranged her sword. Touch of greed? That's the name of your power of eradication? What a disgusting name, Miranda said coldly. My companion once told me about that feeling. A frenzied power of eradication whose goal is to invade, destroy, and destroy. She raised her sword and pointed it at her opponent. An ordinary swordsman of eradication would probably be helpless against that terrifying power of eradication. But once you encounter a power of eradication that loses its effect, what should you do? The middle-aged man did not speak. Instead, he answered with his lightning-fast sword. The sword with an empty groove whistled in the air and went for the swordswoman's throat. Miranda, who was already prepared, turned serious. Turning her wrist, the power of eradication surged and supported the strength in her hand as she faced the middle-aged man. Asterisk clang. Swoosh. Asterisk 2 sparks violently flew out. The two of them exchanged 2 sword strikes in an instant. The 2 figures alternated between flashes. After the last strike, they instantly widened the distance between them by 5 steps. Miranda widened her footsteps. Feeling the vibration of the cross-guard sword, she calmly thought about her enemy's characteristics. I attacked 8 times just now. You only blocked 2 strikes and even got hit once. The middle-aged man looked at Miranda's left leg, which was cut open, and said calmly, Your swordsmanship is sloppy and ordinary, and you can't keep up with the speed of my sword at all. Your body may seem agile, but it's actually just light. Your footsteps will occasionally miss when you dodge. What's even more strange is that during the exchange of blows, your sword actually trembled slightly, so much so that it affected your swordsmanship. This is a mistake that only beginners would make. Other than that stunning interception at the beginning, your sword is completely useless. The middle-aged man shook his head. With this kind of swordsmanship habit and strength, you should have died 10,000 times already. How did you survive until now? Miranda did not say anything. She only stared at the middle-aged man carefully. In the next moment, her enemy suddenly revealed a smile. But in the 8 sword strikes just now, you were either lucky enough to dodge or just barely dodge the 5 most fatal strikes. You also counterattacked at the most subtle moment. The middle-aged man looked at his cut left upper arm, frowned and sighed. And you succeeded. Miranda finally frowned. There's only one explanation. The middle-aged man moved his feet lightly. Miranda's sword also slowly moved along with his position. What you rely on in battle is not some exquisite sword style or agile footwork, but your observation and perception. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly. It is to identify the enemy's rhythm and the timing of the sword attack. No matter how crude the swordsmanship is or how simple the sword move is, as long as it appears in the right place at the right time, it can be turned into the most exquisite strike. Miranda breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. He found out. What you practice is the Pegasus music, one of the four great primitive powers of eradication that is famous for grasping the right timing and controlling the rhythm. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and said, "It's been a long time since I received the inheritance from the tower, and the reason why you're not afraid of the touch of greed." He raised his head, his gaze aggressive. "I can roughly guess." Miranda was slightly startled. The middle-aged man's gaze focused on Miranda's black-gloved hands. "It's your hands, isn't it?" Miranda revealed a look of disbelief. Forget about the Pegasus music, but even he discovered it? Miranda tightened her grip on her sword. "Your hands were the first to touch the touch of greed." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed his opponent. But there was no reaction. "Is it because of that pair of gloves?" Miranda was silent for a few seconds. The scene from many years ago appeared before her eyes. That kind of freezing coldness. "No, it's not the gloves." Miranda exhaled softly, then raised her head and generously admitted, "It's just my hands." The middle-aged man frowned. "A long time ago, my hands were severely frostbitten." A vast expanse of white snow appeared in front of Miranda's eyes. "When I recovered, I lost most of my sense of touch and pain," Miranda said flatly, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. "I couldn't master it, and I couldn't use the most exquisite and unfathomable sword skills either. In the beginning, I couldn't even lift a teacup. No matter how terrifying the pain brought by your power was, I couldn't feel it with my hands. And what can your invasive power of eradication do against my hands, which have been numb for many years?" Miranda slowly raised her sword. Her hands trembled visibly. "What can you do against my hands, which have been numb for years?" There was silence. Soon, the middle-aged man stared at Miranda's hands. His eyes were filled with shock. Those hands that held the sword, there's no pain and they can't be touched? The middle-aged man's gaze on Miranda was already filled with pity and admiration. "A pair of hands that can't feel can actually hold a sword?" he said slowly, but his voice was filled with admiration. This young girl, in order to let a pair of hands that can't feel hold the sword hilt, she had to swing it in the air tens of thousands of times. She must have gone through a lot of pain. "So, you were taught the Pegasus music. Of course, this is also the power of eradication that suits you best." The middle-aged man nodded. His gaze was filled with affirmation and excitement. To abandon the feeling in your hands, to ignore the specific sword moves, to follow the rhythm of the battle, and to entrust the sword to your own observation, cognition, and judgment. Your teacher must be a genius. Miranda did not speak. She only stared at her gloved hands in a daze. "Please forgive my previous disrespect." The middle-aged man put his sword behind his back and bowed respectfully to Miranda with the most standard ancient swordsman's salute. "You are an admirable swordsman. I am Salander Klein. As the sword of eradication that has been passed down outside the Tower of Eradication, it is my honor to spar with you." Miranda also put away her sword and returned the salute with an expressionless face. "Miranda Arund, Chief Seed of the 134th Batch of the Tower of Eradication, in view of what you did to my friend's right hand, please forgive me for not being able to say, 'It is my honor to spar with you.'" Klein smiled faintly. "Right hand, is it?" The two of them straightened their bodies and their swords reappeared by their sides. In the next moment, the two of them approached each other again. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk Klein's swift sword and Miranda's ingenious figure moved back and forth on this small piece of ground. In a dozen or so seconds, Miranda once again dodged the enemy's 4 fatal strikes and counterattacked at the most crucial moment. Blood flowed from Miranda's right waist, the side of her ear, and Klein's left forearm. What a deep impression. Klein widened the distance between the two of them and sighed. "Given time, you will definitely reach supreme class." Miranda nodded and accepted the other party's acknowledgement. "No matter how fast you are, you cannot omit the process of drawing your sword. With a process, there will be a rhythm of high and low, movement and stillness. There will be openings that can be grasped and exploited. While widening the distance between them, Miranda carefully observed the enemy and said faintly, "And I can see it too, your so-called touch of greed, that never-ending, continuous, violent characteristic." The middle-aged Klein was slightly stunned. Miranda's gaze was firm. "It's the glory of the stars, right?" Under Klein's surprised gaze, Miranda confidently said, "Sorry, I'm really too familiar with this power of eradication." The scene in the Tower of Eradication appeared before her eyes. Cohen's figure holding his swollen arm and crying bitterly appeared in her mind. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. "I really admire your observation skills, but not entirely." Klein shook his head and chuckled. "Touch of greed is not the glory of the stars." Under Miranda's strange gaze, Klein sheathed his sword at his waist. "If I must say, it can be considered an enhanced version of the glory of the stars." Doubts rose in Miranda's heart. The glory of the stars, enhanced version? Is he referring to that violent characteristic? Let's put it that way. The disaster sword's power of eradication is based on the original power of eradication. There's still 30 seconds. Klein sighed. "Forget it, there's not enough time." Miranda stared at him in surprise. "We'll meet again." Klein nodded faintly, chief with numb hands. Miranda gritted her teeth and caught up with him. "Wait." Klein turned around and punched the dirt wall beside him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amidst a cloud of dust. His figure disappeared from Miranda's sight. At this moment, the voice of a patrol came from outside the alley. "It's near here. We suspect that there's a chase for no reason and an illegal fight." What was that sound just now? Miranda, who could not stop coughing because of the dust, stared in the direction where Klein had left. She punched the wall indignantly, and as the voices of the people drew closer, she sheathed her sword and left. Asterisk ding. Asterisk just as Cohen's sword was about to pierce the young man's throat. A sword flew across the air and blocked the police officer's rapier. Cohen quickly turned around and faced the newcomer, whose back was facing the setting sun. But the newcomer's sword attracted all of Cohen's attention. It was a sword of medium length, but the blade was extremely thin. There was a black counterweight ball at the hilt of the sword. There was a round hole in the handguard of the sword, just enough for the user to put in his index finger. Cohen's pupils shrank. He recognized this sword. He was too familiar with this sword, and too familiar with the owner of this sword. "Why aren't you getting lost?" The newcomer had a clear voice and said faintly to the young man from Disaster Sword, "Go and find your teacher." The young man, who was covered in wounds, got up in a disheveled manner and limped into the alley. But Cohen ignored him. He stared at the newcomer in disbelief with his round eyes. From the moment he saw this person, he did not want to care about anything else. "Why are you here?" Cohen swallowed with difficulty and asked in the most incredulous tone. "And you, what are you doing?" Cohen struggled to raise his eyebrows as he looked at the newcomer before him. "What am I doing?" The newcomer snorted softly, moved his feet, and approached him. "Before you bunch of idiots mess everything up," the newcomer revealed a pair of dark red eyes in the dark and said faintly, "I'm here to stop you." Or, the newcomer walked out of the shadows of the alley. "Kill you?" Chapter 140. "Are you sure I don't need to wear this?" Madame Gines said that during the banquet. In the room, Thales frowned and held up a small embroidered vest as he asked Putre. "And this is also the luggage that the diplomat group risked their lives to carry along with the flag, isn't it?" "This is Extet, in Northland." Putre, who was dressed neatly, looked at him in disdain. "Even at banquets, they hate pretty boys and sissies the most. If you really want to put that thing on, I think you will be the strongest contender for the position of banquet clown." Thales stuck out his tongue and threw down the vest. "Ah, you know?" Sitting by the window, Ida snapped out of her daze and sighed with a regretful expression. A banquet without a clown is very boring. His nerves had been tense for almost a month, and Thales had no time to care about anything else. From the abandoned house to Red Street Market, from Mindy's Hall to Renaissance Palace, and then from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City. The new second prince did not even have time to warm his own bed before he was hurriedly chased into a noble's carriage, put on the prince's shackles, and faced a different kind of challenge he had never experienced before. So, when the servant and Merc came to remind them, Thales suddenly realized that he did not have any experience and knowledge of attending a noble's banquet. He had not lost his composure when he faced the Blade Soldiers, the Blood Clansmen, and the Mystics, but he suddenly became a little nervous. "Don't worry." Putray nonchalantly lit the Northland tobacco he asked for from the servant. Compared to the standards of Constellation and Enlenzo Dukedom, Extet's banquet is like a military picnic for soldiers. If you have experienced Hanbol and Main Nocturne style, my god, their banquet etiquette is practically a torture. Etiquette, decorations, fashion, and style. These are the things that differentiate people's identities, statuses, and social classes. The effort to categorize people into different categories has never stopped. Thales tried his best to calm the anxiety in his heart with small talk. He squatted down and adjusted his shoes in front of a simple and crude dressing mirror. He sighed and said, "After tonight, I must take a bath. Let's think about tonight's official business first." Putray seemed to be not used to the choking Northland tobacco. He coughed and said with difficulty, "Cough, cough, damn it, they sent us inferior goods." Putray's words seemed to have magic power. It made Thales immediately forget the awkwardness of the banquet and seriously think about the situation at hand. There was a knock on the door. Ralph stepped on the metal plate prosthesis that he was getting more and more familiar with as he walked in. It seemed to be his first time encountering such an occasion. His face, which was not covered by the silver mask, was a little pale. Wuxia, on the other hand, was calmer, as if he had seen such a scene before. Thales' attendant nodded solemnly. "Your Highness, everything is ready." Beside him, Ralph gestured with his hands. "They're here." Thales nodded. The second prince took a deep breath. Under Putray's confused expression, Wuxia, and furrowed brows, he gestured back. "Let's go." Before the sun completely set, Extet's welcome banquet had already begun. Led by the king's administrator, Merc, and a group of servants, Thales walked beside Putray. Ralph and Wuxia followed behind him. As for Ida, everyone agreed that she was not suitable to participate in such an operation. "Your Highness, I don't know how you understand Northland's banquets, but I have to remind you that Constellation's distinguished guests may not be used to our banquets," Lord Merc said expressionlessly. "And tonight is a little special." Thales responded with a friendly and understanding smile. The group of them stepped on the rough tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace and walked up the stone steps. The banquet hall is where King Raikaru hosted the 9 nights. It is said that the Northland Heroes' banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they ate almost all the spoils of war. Merc introduced the place they were about to go to respectfully. It was also here, amidst the cheers from both inside and outside the castle, that Raikaru Extet was elected king. Thales stepped on the last stone step and arrived at the corridor on the 6th floor of Heroic Spirit Palace. Lively and noisy voices could be heard. The floor on this floor was almost 7 to 8 meters high from the ceiling. There were many braziers here, and they were propped up on racks. They were evenly arranged throughout the entire corridor, burning fiercely. After the sun set, Heroic Spirit Palace was as bright as day. Unlike the corridors on other floors, which were filled with rooms, there was only a thick wooden double door in the middle of the corridor. Servants came and went with happy faces, carrying plates or wine barrels as they went in and out. Thales took a deep breath and exchanged glances with his subordinates. Under Merc's lead, he stepped into the banquet hall of Heroic Spirit Palace. Noisy discussions, the sound of wine glasses clinking, the sound of knives cutting flesh, and even the sound of a quarrel grew louder and began to assault and torment his ears. Thales raised his head and took a good look at the hall. It was a ring-shaped hall. The triangular flag with the symbol of the cloud dragon spear hung on the wall. There were burning braziers in every corner, and several bright, everlasting lamps hung from the ceiling. "Thank God," Thales thought that braziers were the only source of illumination in heroic Spirit Palace. Servants appeared from the side door and the barbecue grill from time to time, sending waves of food and wine to the hall. The banquet hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, and it was now. At least 100 to 200 people sat around a dozen parallel rectangular tables. These rectangular tables were perpendicular to the direction of the door, leaving a passage in the middle of the hall that was large enough for servants and guests to pass through. Thales frowned and looked around. Due to his height, he could not see the farther parts of the hall. It was Put-Ray who whispered into his ear. But the atmosphere in the hall was very lively. There were servants who were busy carrying plates, boorish nobles who argued loudly at the table until their faces were red, guests who had drunk until their ears were red, and lecherous nobles who used the excuse of being drunk to touch the buttocks of female servants who passed by from time to time, causing a commotion. The 5 archdukes each had different expressions on their faces. He was absent-mindedly twirling the wine glass in his hand, surrounded by family knights or subordinate suzerains who wore the triangular emblem of a circle. Archduke Trent Ida, who had a pot cut, was laughing with his vassals around him, as if he was in his element in socializing. The bald Archduke Lekko and Marquis Shiles of the Camus Union sat together, listening attentively to the latter's slow speech. The long-haired Archduke Rockne still looked solemn, as if he had a cold halo around him. The long table he sat at was the most deserted. No one dared to approach him to talk to him. Only the servants and subordinates behind him served him food or wine from time to time. The young Archduke Pofrit smiled and raised his wine glass. He spoke to the various nobles who sat around him, either their vassals or their attendants. The latter nodded frequently and downed the wine in their glasses in one gulp. What a scene! It was practically a replica of the scene in Mountain Pass Village where the Northland villagers and soldiers drank and drank together. If Thales had not raised his head to see Nuven VII, who was surrounded by the White Blade Guards and was drinking quietly among a few close vassals, sitting at a higher horizontal table at the end of the hall, he would have almost forgotten about the shadows of swords and knives hidden in the conspiracy tonight. He would also have almost forgotten that among the 5 archdukes, there was a bold conspirator who intended to murder the princes of 2 kingdoms. Thales turned his head and said helplessly, "I didn't know. The banquet has already started." "Most of the nobles have already taken their seats," Merk said calmly. "King Nuven is waiting for your arrival." Thales narrowed his eyes. He took great effort to glance at Nuven VII, who was standing in the distance. He noticed that the king still had a cold expression on his face. The king seemed to have noticed his gaze. His aged but sharp gaze swept towards Thales. "Then it's about to start," Put-Ray mumbled behind him, intentionally or otherwise. Thales sighed softly in his heart. A few seconds later, under Merk's signal, an attendant at the side announced his identity in a loud voice. "Distinguished guest from Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar." His voice traveled to every corner of the hall, and there were even echoes. The noisy banquet suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone at the dozens of long tables stopped what they were doing. Whether it was drinking, cutting meat, chatting, fighting, or even flirting with maids, countless gazes were cast in his direction. Even quite a number of servants, sentries, and even White Blade Guards looked in his direction. Thales recognized this feeling. The last time he felt it was in Eternal Star City, during the National Conference in the Hall of Stars. Should I laugh at this time? Thales' expression did not change as he felt the various gazes, ranging from malice, murderous intent, to curiosity and friendliness. His lips moved slightly. Or should I put on a dead face, which is more in line with my identity as the prince of an enemy kingdom? Relax, relax. They started the banquet early, and they didn't even arrange the seating order. You don't have to make a fuss and be ready for battle. Put-Ray looked at the anxious prince and sighed. It doesn't matter what kind of expression you have. You are now just a flag called Constellation. The expressionless Merk nodded at Thales and politely extended his right hand, gesturing for him to walk forward. Should I just walk forward like this? Or should I wait for someone to greet me at the back? Thales ignored Merk. under the pressure of everyone's gazes. He frowned and asked Putray behind him in a low voice. If you were in Constellation, of course you would have to wait for the master to send someone to bring you to your seat. But this is Extet. Putray frowned as he glanced at the messy hall. Many guests seemed to have given up on the temptation of curiosity, and had even started to tear into the food that was served. Don't expect so much etiquette. Just walk to your seat without looking sideways. I guess it's the one beside King Nuven. Thales put on a smile that was neither servile nor overbearing, and amiable, as he imagined a prince should have, and walked forward. Unlike Constellation, which was particular about rules and etiquette, the banquet hall was not even carpeted. Stepping on the uneven floor tiles, he felt as if he had returned to the abandoned house. He walked past the long table. Whispers traveled into his ears. His good hearing showed its usefulness at this moment. That's the prince who is still wet behind the ears? I heard that he was lost for many years. 7 years old? Are you kidding me? The Constellations make him sound like a god. A genius. Humph. So, our army can't move because of this child. Black Sand region caused a ruckus at the border. The kingdom's wrath. Lampard sent the army to send him here. If we still have to fight this war, we will have to wait until spring. Thales walked forward without looking sideways, towards Nuven VII, who was also staring at him with an unreadable gaze. Finally, more and more nobles lost their curiosity and gave up on the idea of seeing the prince's face. They returned to the rhythm of the banquet. The nobles of Northland were very different from their counterparts in Constellation. The latter always behaved elegantly in the Hall of Stars. Even the nobles from the countryside who sat at the outermost part of the hall had to try their best to act like civilized people, whether it was their behavior or their attire. This also made the 3 Northern Territory families led by Arund, Fries, and Zamunto, as well as their subordinate nobles, stand out among the vassals of Constellation. However, the group of Northland nobles in front of him might be different in terms of status and personality. But without exception, they all behaved like rough men. From the way they sat to the way they ate, from their appearance to their attire, even when they drank, they would purposely make a few gulps and let a few drops fall from the edge of their mouths. Then, they would slam the bottom of their glasses on the table, loudly reprimanding their opponents, or being reprimanded by their opponents. Thales silently observed the behavior of this group of nobles as he moved between the long tables on both sides. He could not help but notice that other than the maids, there were almost no women in this banquet. Those who will appear here and at the back of the banquet hall are all low-ranking nobles, suzerains, meritorious knights, specially invited bureaucrats, and so on. Putray reminded him from behind. The well-dressed one in front of you on your left is just a servant who delivers the food. The one in the corner to your right who is roasting meat on the stove may look like a servant, but he is actually the gossamer officer in charge of meat cooking. Usually, only the suzerains who are more trusted by the suzerains can hold this position. Asking a close vassal to roast meat, gossamer officer? Why? Thales did not turn around. He asked in puzzlement, shouldn't it be something done by the kitchen? Or should I say, this is a kind of honor? Humph, my prince, Putray said indifferently without batting an eyelid. Do you know how many assassinations and poisonings in the history of the Empire originated from that corner where meat was silently roasted? Thales shut his mouth and did not speak. They walked past the middle of the long table. As expected, from this point onwards, the quality of the Northland nobles seemed to have risen along with their status. The number of people in the banquet hall pointing at each other and gossiping decreased. But in Northland, the number of silent exchanges of gazes and whispers with unknown meanings increased exponentially. The empty space in the middle of the hall, if it were in Constellation or in Lenzo, it would be a dance floor and performance stage. But in Northland, Putray walked past a few guests with unpleasant expressions. Ignoring the curses of a boorish noble beside him, he pointed at the circular empty space in the middle of the hall and twitched his cheeks. Based on my experience, when you are drunk, you should not be surprised even if you see 2 rough men fighting to the death on it. This was the first time Thales heard Putray use vulgar language. He furrowed his brows. Is it really okay to use this kind of language in front of the prince? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Many years ago, I once saw a noble princess of Extet standing on the street and cursing using words like F***ck. Putray shook his head. And even as a prince, I see that you are still quite used to these words. Ah, as your prince, I am just like the noble princes in many poems and legends. Thales looked at the few archdukes who were already seated in the distance. Without batting an eyelid, he glossed over Putray's words. I have experienced the sufferings of the people. I am virtuous and good. Putray snorted softly in a non-committal manner. They finally arrived at the end of the long table. Among the people closest to them, the one with the highest status was Archduke Alsius. Thales heard Archduke Alsius grumble to the suzerains beside him. He then turned around and shouted in King Nuven's direction. There is no music, no bards, no clowns, no burlesque, no beautiful women, no maids with big breasts, no roast pigs, no duels between good men, no merry people in tents all over the city. Thales heard Archduke Alsius grumbling to the suzerains beside him. What kind of F***king banquet is this? Out of Thales' expectations, many Northland nobles echoed in unison. They protested in King Nuven's direction like a tidal wave. It's like a market, Thales sighed. He suddenly remembered that he had given the national conference the same comment. He could not help but be stunned. However, King Nuven only stared coldly at the chaotic nobles below him. He did not react. A loud but enigmatic voice echoed from the other long table, replying to Alsius, "That's right. First of all, this is the eve of the day before the bitter cold winter. Aside from lunatics like Lampard, the entire Northland is scrimping and storing up food to get through the winter. Secondly, Archduke Trent Ida narrowed his eyes and stood up. He stared at the restless Prince Thales from afar. This banquet is to welcome the unpopular Prince of Constellation. The nobles around him stood up one after another and jeered at him. Thales and the people of Constellation frowned almost at the same time. Lastly, Rabian Alsius, when you live in other people's castles and palaces, eat his food, drink his water, maybe even F***ck him. Archduke Trent Ida cast a glance at a female servant who was dressed in a brothel and flashed an amused smile. Then it's best not to criticize your master's arrangements. Some Northland nobles let out unintelligible laughter. Alsius shook his head in disdain and sat back in his chair. Thales finally arrived in front of King Nuven and bowed slightly to him. King Nuven stared at him. His emerald eyes were filled with complicated emotions. This made Thales extremely uneasy. From the moment he stepped into Extet, Archduke Lampard, Viscount Kentvita, and even the 5 archdukes present, every suzerain he met was not a simple character. However, Thales, who had been through many trials and tribulations, could now calmly face their hostility, coercion, oppression, and even killing intent, because Thales knew exactly what they wanted. Only this old king in front of him, this king who stood at the peak of Extet's power, was something he could not figure out. The strange emotions hidden in the other party's eyes, his act of forcing him to cooperate with his revenge, and his words and actions in the meeting hall all made Thales feel a chill down his spine. Even though they had only exchanged a few words, unpredictable people were always scary. King Nuven slowly stood up and gestured to Nicholas, the leader of the White Blade Guards behind him. Nicholas nodded and walked to Thales. Please take a seat. Your seat is at the end of His Majesty's left-hand side. Thales turned his head and looked at the seat at the end of the row of horizontal tables that no one cared about. Although it was in the same row as the king, it was really far from King Nuven. It was almost in the corner. Behind him, Putray sighed. Thales shrugged and walked to his seat indifferently. Ralph and Waya followed closely behind him. However, before he could warm his seat, a familiar yet unfamiliar old voice rang in the hall. Everyone, raise your glasses. Thales turned his head in a daze. Beside him, Putray did not change his expression and passed him a cup of rye wine made of iron in a very experienced manner. A toast. the thin vice diplomat said flatly. Thales turned his head and watched as King Nuvan, who had just lost his son, left his seat. He raised his wine cup high and said loudly to everyone, "Let us welcome our guest, the second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar." The noise in the hall, which had risen again, fell silent again. The old king slowly walked out of his seat and walked to the front of the hall. Like an old lion taking dangerous steps, he walked out of his territory and stepped into the territory of another pride. The 5 archdukes stared at him without blinking and raised their glasses from afar. Their expressions were different. May the northern wind test his courage, and the ice and snow wash away his perseverance. King Nuvan looked around. His expression was firm and his words were cold. Because of a reason that you all know, I cannot welcome his arrival happily. But he is already here. All the nobles in the hall listened quietly to their king's speech. Many gazes were cast towards Thales' corner. Then do not let anyone doubt the passion of the Northlanders and the tenacity of the Extensions, even if they are mortal enemies. King Nuvan knocked on his wine cup. His wrinkled face revealed a dignified expression. His tone was still as forthright as when he was young. Even if we have to fight to the death tomorrow, we must first fulfill our tradition. Under everyone's gaze, King Nuvan shook his wine cup and roared, "For Extet!" At that moment, everyone in the hall raised their cups and roared in unison. For Extet! King Nuvan's gaze was sharp. He opened his mouth again and roared for the second time. For Northland! The guests responded to him with a solemn roar. For Northland! The surging roar filled the entire hall like thunder. It was deafening. In the next moment, King Nuvan moved swiftly and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Following his action, the nobles in the hall became solemn and opened their mouths to drink. For a moment, only the sound of gulping could be heard in the banquet hall. Thales frowned. He held the heavy iron wine cup with both hands and took a sip reluctantly under the watchful eyes of many behind him. After King Nuvan finished his wine, he turned around angrily and slammed the bottom of his wine cup on the long table. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The nobles in the hall also slammed their wine cups on the table in front of them in unison. Asterisk thud. 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 King Nuvan raised his head again. Under the various gazes in the hall, he roared, "Come on! Eat, drink, fight, *CK. Do whatever you want." In that second, Thales was completely stunned. What kind of toast is this? Nuvan the Seventh's face was filled with fanaticism. With a deep and old voice, he shouted at all the guests in the hall in the common language, which was filled with a Northland accent. "Until all of you are lying, rolling, limp, crawling, and being carried out of my palace. Bastards!" After a second, the guests in the hall responded with the same fanaticism. Their voices reverberated throughout the banquet hall like a tidal wave. Many Northlanders waved their fists and howled like wild beasts, expressing their support for the king's banquet. The guests resumed the banquet, where they drank and drank to their heart's content. The entire hall was instantly restored to chaos, noise, and liveliness. The noise was even louder than before. "A distinctive toast," Putre whispered in Thales' ear. "A Northland specialty. I don't need you to remind me of that." Thales rolled his eyes and revealed a helpless expression. "I can tell." At this moment, King Nuvan, who had returned to his seat, suddenly turned his head and gave Thales a profound look. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He read the message from the king's gaze. He also knew that the king did not want him to enjoy the banquet. But before he could turn around and discuss with his subordinates, an unexpected guest came to his seat and paid a visit to the second prince of Constellation. Thales was stunned. Standing in front of him was a kind old woman dressed in a red robe. "Good night, Your Highness." The woman narrowed her eyes. Her voice was very gentle, and her smile was filled with a reassuring warmth. "My name is Kalshan." For some reason, Thales flashed a friendly smile, but before he could answer, Putre, who was beside him, spoke first. "May I ask if there is anything special?" At that moment, Thales noticed that Putre's expression was extremely pale. His body had even stiffened as he stared fixedly at the old woman in front of him. Wuxia, the attendant behind him, also held his breath. Thales had a question. They seemed to know this old woman named Kalshan? Before Putre finished speaking, his face was pale, and he seemed to have difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, the Red Witch, the Red Witch?" Thales stared at the kind old woman in front of him, puzzled. "Witch? What the hell?" "Oh, it's just that I miss my family. I especially wanted to ask your Highness." The kind Kalshan narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly. She seemed a little embarrassed. "How is my son doing in Constellation?" "Son?" Thales was startled again. The second prince responded faintly with the perfect smile he learned from a certain young duke. "May I ask who your son is?" Kalshan, who was known as the Red Witch, smiled gently. "Ah, look at my memory, I forgot to mention it. My son, his name in Constellation is—" In the next second, under Thales' puzzled gaze, this kind Granny Kalshan seemed to be afraid of the cold. She kept rubbing her hands. She uttered a name that instantly changed his expression. "Yodel." Chapter 141. If Thales were to make a list of the people he trusted the most in the Constellation Palace, then Yodel, who never showed his true face, would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. From their escape from Red Street Market to their encounter in Vine Manor, to the assassination attempt in front of Renaissance Palace, the masked protector had risked his life to save Thales many times. The most recent time, he had almost lost his life for Thales. Not only that, the masked protector was the only person in Constellation who knew his identity as a calamity and still kept it a secret for him. Thales especially cherished this. But now, when he heard Yodel's name in the kingdom of the Great Dragon, Thales realized that he knew very little about this mysterious secret protector of the royal family. He knew nothing about him, whether it was his appearance, age, background, personality, or experience. He could not help but be ashamed to admit that Yodel was more like a familiar stranger to him. Yodel had sacrificed a lot for him, but Thales had never cared about his condition. "No, there is," Thales thought. "Gilbert told me that Yodel and the 5 war generals of Extet have a deep grudge. For example, he stabbed the Fire Knight of Blacksand region, Tolja, in the back. This was also the reason why he could not come to Extet. And now—" A roar of laughter came from the other side of the hall. It seemed like a dozen Northland nobles were playing some game. Thales then turned his attention back to the kind old woman in front of him. This old woman from Extet claimed that she was Yodel's. Thales sized up the old woman named Kalshan, trying hard to find similarities between the two of them other than the fact that they were mysterious. He hesitated and said, "Mother, please do not doubt me. At my age, I will not joke about my son." Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Thales nodded awkwardly and looked at Putre for help. "What's going on? Who is this old woman?" But Putre still stared at the old woman with a vigilant expression. He shook his head slightly when Thales glanced at him. "I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him a lot." Kalshan did not seem to care about the exchange between Thales and Putre. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia and love as she spoke. "That child has been a man of few words since he was young. He has a stubborn temper and is clumsy in expressing himself. It is really worrying when he is alone outside. During the days he served the royal family, he must have brought you a lot of trouble." Thales was stunned. A few words. He had a stubborn temper. Poor expression. The silent figure of the masked guard appeared in front of him. What followed was the words Yodel said when he confronted Thales in Mindy's hall and when he mysteriously appeared in the Hall of Stars. "You will be better than him. Please do not worry." Thales pursed his lips as he reminisced. "I believe that he is very well now." Another uproar came from the noisy hall. 2 guests actually started fighting on the table. Thales suddenly realized that he was subconsciously following Kalshan's words and continuing to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Kalshan warily. However, the other party still smiled in a friendly manner. I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. Please forgive his shortcomings. After all, as a mother, I still understand my child. Kalshan nodded in relief. Then, she sighed and said, Little Yoder has a rare kind heart. Thales flashed an ugly smile. The scene of Yodel swinging his sword in the dark and taking a person's life appeared before his eyes. Benevolent? He could not help but feel puzzled. Yodel's mother? Why is she in Extet? This old lady… Wait a minute. Old lady? A memory flashed across his mind like lightning. Ah! Thales looked at Kalshan. He shuddered and cried out in surprise. The old lady was still smiling at the second prince of Constellation. Her posture was elegant and her expression was kind. Thales remembered. On the day he left Eternal Star City and set off for Extet, the king and suzerains came to see him off. The last person who came forward to talk to him was a terrifying old man dressed in black and holding a walking stick. When you reach Extet, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman. You will know when you see her. Don't tell me you are. Thales widened his eyes. Kalshan was still smiling kindly. I'm sorry, but, Senior seemed to have mentioned something related to you. Thales realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, You know, Senior, the old lady. Kalshan's smile became even brighter. Let me guess. Is it a sinister old man who likes to hide in the dark and wears black all day long? I heard that he started using a walking stick in recent years. Thales frowned. Do you know Morat? His vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. A person who can be specially mentioned by the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Other than dangerous, he really can't think of any other adjective. Hearing the Black Prophet's name, Putre frowned and looked at his prince. I can imagine how you feel, Your Highness. Kalshan smiled. I think knowing him is not something to be happy about, is it? Thales had an answer. Maybe Morat is reminding and warning me. The second prince sighed. He said, If I meet an old woman in Extet who takes the initiative to come up to me, I'm sorry, these are Morat's exact words. It's okay. That old man looks polite, but he doesn't know what manners are. Kalshan shook her head nonchalantly, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Heartbreakers are best at provoking people's hearts. I won't fall for it. Heartbreaker? Thales opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then tried his best to close it. There's a lot of information contained in this sentence. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, In fact, the Black Prophet, Lord Morat Hansen asked me to bring you a message. He actually asked a prince to bring me a message. Kalshan raised her eyebrows. Under her narrowed eyelids, a pair of smiling eyes were revealed. I'm really looking forward to it, Your Highness. Thales only felt that the old woman's kind smile in front of him gave him a lot of pressure, compared to the overbearing, almost tangible pressure he felt when he faced the Black Prophet. This Granny Kalshan revealed information that made him frown with a gentle and friendly attitude. It really made him feel awkward and helpless, and he did not know how to defend himself. He said. Thales laughed dryly. Don't cross the line. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales suddenly realized that the old woman in front of him revealed a strange expression. Don't cross the line. Kalshan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sighed and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated and indecipherable. She murmured faintly, So what? Before the puzzled Thales could react, Kalshan put away her reminiscence and smiled again. You're in a difficult situation now, Your Highness. You're struggling to survive in the gap between Constellation and the Dragon, and you're also struggling to stay afloat in the maelstrom between the King and the Archduke. Kalshan sized up Thales with a gentle gaze. But please believe me, compared to Morat, these are not worth mentioning. The next moment, under Thales and Putre's puzzled expressions, the old woman nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Thank you for your time. Thales retracted his gaze from the old woman's slowly departing figure. He could not help but notice that all the nobles, servants, and guards on the old woman's path bowed respectfully to her and made way for her. Thales frowned. He could roughly guess the other party's identity. "Oh my God!" Wuxia exclaimed softly behind them. "I just saw the Red Witch?" Thales turned his head and looked at his attendant. "I'm sorry, I thought they all." Wuxia's face was full of surprise. They don't appear in front of people easily. Them? Thales exhaled and helplessly grabbed a piece of buttered bread. "So my guess was right? That Granny Kalshan. She is—" "That's right," Putre replied with a solemn expression, using the bardic poem he was good at. "The stars shine, and the dim places are pitch black. The great dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless." Thales and Wuxia looked at the barred vice diplomat together. "That lady is a terrifying figure who is as famous as the Black Prophet of the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Putre's eyes were filled with fierceness as he said softly, "She is the person with the highest authority in Extet's secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan." Thales, who had a huge headache, rolled his eyes. To be able to establish a foothold in Extet's palace as a woman and let people call her the evil witch legend, "Be careful, Your Highness. She's definitely not just here to watch the show. You may not believe me when I say this, but after I saw that lady—" Thales put the bread into his mouth dejectedly and looked at the two Northlanders who were fighting fiercely with their bare fists in the distance. He said listlessly, "I miss Murat so much now. Also, who is Yodel?" Putre looked at Thales doubtfully. "Does he serve the royal family?" "This, a royal secret." Thales picked up an iron fork and stabbed it into the onion in front of him. "The secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation is actually the son of Extet's head of intelligence." Ah, another bottomless pit of gossip. In this banquet specially organized for the Prince of Constellation's arrival and the gathering of the 5 archdukes, the Prince of Constellation, as the one being welcomed in name, was undoubtedly neglected. Fortunately, nothing troublesome happened. Some Northland nobles who were here to watch the show would occasionally come up to greet him, and Thales could also return their greetings appropriately under Putre's advice. It was not that there were no drunkards who came up to provoke him, but Lord Merk was always able to mobilize his men at the right time and pull away wave after wave of drunkards. Thales was able to enjoy his feast in peace, even though a 7 or 8-year-old child could not eat much. How much longer will it take? After a few hours, Thales looked at the bustle in the hall and asked Wuxia, who was beside him, "I feel like I'm almost becoming a Northlander. Just now, a few drunken feuding nobles caused a group fight that involved 3 battlefields. It made the noisy hall even more excited until the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards stepped forward to stop it, with their fists. It's been a long time. It's only 11 o'clock at night." Wuxia frowned and stared in disbelief into the distance. A guest with a swollen face was helped back to the dining table. He could not stop cursing as he gulped down another glass of wine, then threw the wine glass at another person's face. The prince's attendant shook his head and said, "I once heard from my Northlander friends that Extet's banquets often last until dawn. Especially since this is the king's banquet. It represents the face of Dragon Cloud City, and there are 5 archdukes gathered here." Thales shook his head with lifeless eyes. The originally casual order in the hall began to gradually collapse. There were even drunkards who staggered and swayed all over the place. Some nobles hugged their maids and walked out of the hall. Then, strange noises came from outside the hall. Even the vassals and attendants around the 5 archdukes began to leave their seats and participate in the drunken banquet. King Nuven and Nicholas had already left for a long time. Only Merk was still calmly monitoring the banquet. As for Putre, Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the skinny Constellatiate man who had his arm around the shoulders of countless Northlanders and laughed from time to time. He even dared to compete in drinking. How did this guy blend in so well? Thales pressed his face against the table and exhaled in pain. "Please tell me that the banquets in Constellation are not this crazy." "Probably not." Wuxia smiled awkwardly. "Of course not." Thales raised his head and saw Putre carrying a barrel of rye wine that was specially provided by Heroic Spirit Palace. He closed his eyes and swayed as he walked over. He clicked his tongue and said, "Constellation's banquets are more civilized and appropriate. The craziness is hidden underneath, such as the meeting room specially prepared by the host of the banquet, the bushes in the garden, and the quiet and uninhabited basement. As far as I know, your father, King Kessel, was an expert in this when he was young." Thales rolled his eyes at him, but Putre opened his eyes and his expression changed slightly. The vice diplomat of Constellation said flatly, "I received Shile's signal." Thales' spirits rose. The king has left the banquet. The people around the 5 archdukes are also swaying. Putre nodded solemnly. "I think it is time to go and have a chat with them." When the banquet was nearing midnight, the Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, walked out of the banquet hall accompanied by 2 attendants. He stood by a deserted window outside the banquet hall and gazed at the moon outside. He seemed to be waiting for someone, until 2 footsteps, one big and one small, came from behind him. Archduke Alcius turned around. He immediately frowned. "You are the one who asked me out to meet?" The Archduke pinched the note that had just been passed to his hand and looked at the person before him in disbelief. The Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar. Accompanied by Wuxia, Thales stared at the Archduke's full beard and flashed a bright smile. "Yes." Alcius looked at Thales before him, then at the note in his hand. The expression on his face gradually changed. Thales took a deep breath. "It's here. It's about to begin." He heard himself speak slowly, "Your Grace." At this moment, Archduke Alcius suddenly snorted coldly and interrupted him. Thales, who was halfway through his sentence, suddenly froze. "Boring." Alcius glanced at him disdainfully and shook his head. Then he turned around and left. Thales widened his eyes. "Am I that annoying? I spent a lot of effort to find this opportunity to meet in private, Your Grace." Thales followed behind him and frowned. "At least listen to what I have to say." There is nothing to say to a 7-year-old. Alcius had no intention of turning back. Thales gritted his teeth. "There's no other way." The next moment, the second Prince of Constellation shouted at the back of the Archduke of Prestige Orchid. "Rabian Alcius, do you know who is going to be the next king of Extet?" Archduke Alcius' footsteps came to a halt. He slowly turned his head and looked at Thales with a strange expression. Under Alcius' strange gaze, Thales panted excitedly. "Lampard." Alcius' expression changed slightly. Thales calmed his breathing slightly, raised his head, and looked at the bearded man with a determined gaze. Chapter 142. Dragon Cloud City, Armor District, an alley. "Don't you even want to explain?" Under the setting sun, Cohen's breathing quickened, and his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. In front of him, the white-robed Raphael smiled. "For the sake of the past, Cohen, leave Dragon Cloud City immediately. This is an advice from your former colleague." Cohen took a deep breath, suppressing the indignation and confusion in his heart. For a moment, he did not know what expression or words he should use to face his former colleague from the Tower of Eradication. "Miranda is here too. She's nearby. Did you know?" Cohen adjusted his breathing and tried his best to appear calm. "Forget it. The city gate is closed." Raphael ignored him. The white-robed young man looked at the sky and sighed. "Find a place to hide. No matter what happens tonight, don't come out. Leave Dragon Cloud City at dawn tomorrow. The earlier, the better." "She doesn't know yet." Cohen lowered his head, letting the shadow cover his face. "Miranda doesn't know about you. The tower sent us out to. No matter why you came, give up." Raphael sheathed his sword expressionlessly. "The next few days will not be your lucky days. In fact, you shouldn't even be here." "Damn it!" Raphael Lindbergh. Cohen could not take it anymore. He raised his head and roared indignantly. "Put away your pride as a smart person. Don't you understand? We are here for the disaster swords. Raphael's pupils shrank. I saw a disaster sword in Red Street Market and experienced his power of eradication. I also saw that power of eradication on you in the Hall of Stars. Cohen gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty, Do you know what orders the tower gave us regarding the disaster swords? Investigate them carefully and trace them back to their roots. If we can't capture them alive, kill them on sight. Do you still have nothing to explain? Raphael stared at him with a complicated expression for a full 3 seconds. Finally, the white-robed young man chuckled and looked at him with a playful expression. So, you suspect that I joined the disaster swords? Want to capture me? Or just kill me? The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Cohen raised his fist and waved it in the air. No. Cohen panted and lowered his gaze. I don't care about the disaster swords, and I don't care about the 100-year-old grudge. The police officer bent down slowly and picked up the scabbard on the ground. Then, he raised his head and sheathed his sword while stuttering. But I care about my friend. I want to know what happened to you. I want to help you. Raphael gazed at Cohen and chuckled. You haven't changed, Cohen. Tell me everything that happened in the past 3 years, whether it's your contact with the disaster swords, or how you entered the Black Prophet's secret intelligence department. Cohen let out a sigh of relief. He then took a step forward and said solemnly, No matter what, let's think of a way together. The people in the tower, whether it's Master Shao or Zadie, they don't know who you are. As for Miranda, if it's for her own good, I can help you hide it from her. Raphael breathed softly and clenched his fists. As for the disaster swords, they aren't just the Tower of Eradication's nemesis. Cohen stared at Raphael carefully. Their goal is not simple. From the assassination of the Extet diplomat group 2 months ago to the recent assassination of the second prince of Constellation in front of the fortress, they are all related to them. This sentence caused the expression of the young man in white to change. Raphael put away his usual smile and furrowed his brows. These things, I don't know if you know what kind of person you're dealing with. Cohen sighed and looked straight into Raphael's eyes. But I'm willing to believe you. I believe that you have a reason that can be understood. But before it's too late, this is the reason you came to Dragon Cloud City? The young man in white interrupted him and said in a low voice, The disaster swords plotted to assassinate 2 princes. It is said that they are working together with a certain Archduke of Extet. Cohen nodded and said solemnly, So this is no longer the Tower of Eradication and the disaster swords, but Constellation and Extet. It's war and peace. Why is it you? Raphael raised his head. His gaze was as calm as water. Why are the two of you investigating this matter? Because we have the experience of dealing with the disaster swords. Cohen punched himself in the chest. It's also because we've all rolled on the battlefield, because we're all seeds. Humph, seeds. Raphael snorted and shook his head. I am also a seed, Missadun is also a seed, Krosh is also a seed, and there's also Aklin from Alumbia, Solovsky, and Bykov from the Eastern Peninsula. Why not send us? Why did they have to send you 2 delicate and noble young masters and young ladies? Speaking of which, God, I thought the argument between the commoners and nobles was resolved after your fight with Missadun. Cohen sighed. Krosh's right hand was crippled while she was investigating the disaster swords. I think this is one of the reasons why the tower sent Miranda. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated Raphael's face. He did not speak, but his gaze was deep. Speaking of the tragedy of his former colleague, Cohen lowered his head. His tone was dejected. Yes, the girl who gritted her teeth and persevered even when she was punished to run with her sword between her teeth. The girl who dreamed of becoming a female knight one day, the next heart of the reign. She can no longer lift her sword. So, I don't want you to become like that. So, just like in the past, let me help you. Cohen took a deep breath. He suddenly took a step forward and placed his hands on Raphael's shoulders. If you are really doing something, even if it is something unforgivable, Then let me be your accomplice. No matter what, we will solve it together. You are not alone. Raphael was silent for 2 seconds. Then his expression changed. You have to leave immediately, immediately. Whether it is climbing over the city walls or digging tunnels, Raphael put on a smile again, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Something is wrong, and this is not something you can interfere with. He flung his shoulders, but found that he could not break free from the police officer's arms. You know me, Raphael. Cohen's gaze darkened. His tone was strained. If you don't agree, the police officer raised his gaze. His gaze was firm. Don't even think about leaving this place. Cohen was taller than Raphael, but the young man in white did not raise his head. He only shifted his gaze and met Cohen's gaze. This made his gaze even more sinister. For the last time, Cohen Caribbean, the future Count of Walla Hill. Contrary to his gaze and tone, Raphael's smile grew brighter. Times are different now. Mind your own business, especially the matters of the Secret Intelligence Department. He suddenly stretched out his hands and clashed with Cohen's arms, which were tightly locked around his shoulders. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound of a collision. Both men trembled at the same time, but the two of them did not separate. Cohen still held onto Raphael tightly. He did not let go. Really, Police Officer Caribbean? Raphael felt the other party's increasing strength. His tone was cold. Did you think that when I said get rid of you just now I was only joking? Cohen's expression darkened as well. It was like this in the Hall of Stars, and it's the same in Dragoncloud City. Cohen clenched his teeth and tightened his grip around Raphael's shoulders. You just appeared out of nowhere, put on a baffling expression, and asked me to mind my own business? Becoming a disaster sword and joining the Secret Intelligence Department. Did it really change you so much? The police officer's anger grew. You're not even willing to give an explanation to an old friend? The two men wrestled barehanded in the alley. As their strength increased, it became more and more terrifying. You said it yourself, we're old friends. Raphael maintained his smile, narrowed his eyes, and said briskly, we're walking on different paths. That's all. Looking at Raphael's expression, an indescribable pain rose in Cohen's heart. What made these brothers, who were once as close as brothers, become like this? Cohen's breathing grew heavier. If something unfortunate happened to you, I might not be able to understand how you feel, but as long as you're willing to tell me, we can still. Cohen Caribbean, the Count of Walla Hill in Constellation 10 or 20 years from now, Raphael shouted coldly. Do I look like I've been through something unfortunate? Nope. An unfamiliar yet familiar female voice traveled into their ears. The two men were stunned at the same time. Cohen turned his head. Raphael flashed his most perfect smile. The two of them stared at a pretty figure standing under the moon, which had risen at some point in time. The chief seed of the Tower of Eradication, Miranda Arund, slowly walked into the alley under the moonlight. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and stared coldly at the two men who were hugging each other. Is there anything you want to explain? Explain. Cohen's mind raced. He turned his head and looked at Raphael, who was very close to him. He suddenly realized, my posture with Raphael. The police officer abruptly let go of Raphael's shoulder and pushed him away. Miranda, listen to my explanation. Cohen smiled sheepishly and touched his head. Don't be angry, we're not. But Miranda interrupted him coldly. Shut up, Cohen. The swordswoman from the Arund family's expression was as cold as ice. I'm not asking you. Cohen's expression and words froze at the same time. Miranda's gaze was fixated on the man who had not appeared for 3 years. Under Miranda's gaze, Raphael lowered his head and laughed out loud. Long time no see, Mira. The young man in white shook his head slowly. Are you still so cold? So cold that it breaks my heart. At that moment, Cohen Caribbean, who was touching his head, suddenly felt a little redundant. Mira? Don't call me that anymore. Miranda walked slowly to Cohen's side. Her tone was flat, as if she was not facing her former lover. Raphael Lindbergh. Cohen sighed. I say. The police officer looked at the two of them awkwardly. We should find a place to sit down. There are some things that we need to discuss. Also, Miranda. Cohen tried his best to blink at Raphael, wanting him to understand his painstaking efforts. You still don't know. Raphael is now a high-ranking officer of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But he was interrupted again. This time it was Raphael. You're actually not angry. The young man in white did not even look at Cohen. Instead, he stared straight at Miranda's pretty face and smiled. That's really out of my expectations. You know, I thought you would be more agitated. Once again, Cohen felt that his existence was redundant. Then, I would throw myself into your arms, punch your chest, and cry weakly. Where have you been? Why didn't you come to me? Do you know how much I've missed you these past few years? Then, I would close my eyes and wait for you to kiss me. Miranda sneered. Don't read too many romance novels. It hurts your brain. Raphael clicked his tongue. I was the one who told you that, wasn't I? Cohen looked at the two of them helplessly. He looked awkward. Besides, I'm not one of those weak and incompetent women. Why should I be angry? Miranda lightly flicked the hilt of her sword. A man who clearly had the ability to come back, but left for 3 whole years. What right does he have to make me angry? She's angry. Behind Miranda, Cohen sent Raphael this message with his gaze. Raphael was still smiling. Miranda stared intently at Raphael's gaze, but she could not find even the slightest hint of familiarity in it. This made her heart clench. Finally, Raphael raised his eyebrows. All right, he said slowly. All of you stop all activities in Dragon Cloud City and keep a low profile, Raphael said flatly. Leave tomorrow morning. Agree to this condition, and I will explain it to you after everything is over. In the meantime, no matter what happens. Cohen frowned. This time, it was his turn to interrupt Raphael. Hey, Raphael. The police officer raised his right index finger and said bluntly, I swear, if you continue to use this attitude. Miranda cut him off again. There's no need for that. I won't listen to your explanation, and I won't believe it either. Miranda was expressionless and her tone was flat, but it sent a chill down Cohen's spine. For the 3rd time, he felt that he should not be standing there. Oh! Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth and said with great interest, Then what are you going to do? Miranda took a step forward and stared straight at the person she was once most familiar with. Raphael looked at her calmly. Miranda narrowed her eyes and used the faintest and most ethereal voice in her life to say faintly, I will first knock off your sword. Then I will beat you to the ground. Cohen frowned. What? The voice of Arun's daughter continued to travel slowly. I will break your legs. I will remove your joints. I will break the bridge of your nose. I will smash your front teeth. And I will stomp you into the mud. And when you are lying on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, I will then, bit by bit, reveal the truth of the matter. From your mouth. Miranda finished her last sentence flatly. There was a few seconds of silence. Hey? Raphael flashed a bitter smile at Cohen, then closed his eyes and sighed. It seems like she's really angry. Cohen only felt a headache coming on. Under the moonlight, the two of them began to move at the same time. Miranda slowly pulled out her sword. Raphael smiled indifferently and touched the hilt of his own sword as well. If it's a quarrel between a couple. Cohen stood behind Miranda and poked his head out. He said carefully and awkwardly, Can it be a little later? Chapter 143. Chapman Lampard? In the corridor outside Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet hall, Archduke Alcius mulled over the name with a subtle expression. Then, he turned to look at the tiny Thales with disgust on his face. The next common elected king of Extet? The Archduke sneered. I've heard of it, brat, the bearded Archduke said coldly. They say you're a precocious genius. Very well, you're indeed a little smarter than the average child. But that's what I hate the most. Thales was stunned. Looks like my initial impression of you is terrible. Trying to scare people with sensational gimmicks, is it? Dueling with the king, Lampard, what else? Alcius' gaze was cold and his tone fierce. A brat like you who's good at these things since you were young will definitely grow up to be a venomous snake full of conspiracies. Perhaps I should grab my sword and stab it into your chest today. Alcius spat harshly. We have enough trouble for Constellation. We don't need you to add fuel to the fire, brat from the Empire. Sage *T. Thale's heart clenched. He realized that the conversation was about to fall apart. Then why did you come to Dragon Cloud City? Thales quickly organized his words so that the conversation could continue and not be interrupted by the other party's disgust towards him. If you're really like what you said, that my arrival is trouble, then why did you come here to provoke this trouble? He looked calm on the outside, but he was actually nervous on the inside. He raised his head and stared at the ruler of Prestige Orchid before him. Will I succeed? Provoke trouble? You may be trouble, but you're far from being feared, brat. Alcius sneered. I'm here to see the game between Constellation and the dragon after 12 years. I want to see what we can gain from a prince, and whether our king is blind from old age. What's your conclusion? Thales said with a grin. Has your king disappointed you? Alcius put on an ugly smile, but under his beard, he looked a little ferocious. You should be thankful that he's still rational and hasn't been blinded by anger, so you're safe. The Archduke sized up the brat before him. That's why you have the chance to talk nonsense here. Safe. Thales shifted his gaze to Alcius' heavy saber. He laughed mockingly and said, I think that the sword on your waist might have a different opinion. It almost received the honor of being the prince's nemesis after all. Alcius' gaze fell on Thales. Archduke Alcius tilted his head and sneered. Stop pretending, kid. I know you're actually very clear about it. He turned his head around and a fierce look seeped out of his eyes. Forcing you to commit suicide is just a farce. Thales' heart clenched. Don't be fooled by His Majesty's expression today. He won't start a war easily. Alcius's gaze was sharp. You have your father's oath to protect you. The archdukes won't support him to start a full-scale war. As for his attitude towards you, it's most likely just an act for us to see. The Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid sneered, shook his head, and clicked his tongue. Testing loyalty? Old tricks. As for you and him, Alcius looked at Thales with a subtle expression. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. They're actually acting on the same stage. At this moment, Thales' expression finally changed. He knows? He saw through it? Thales was completely stunned. He insists on killing you, and then he wants to see our reaction, right? Archduke Alcius' face was full of disdain. At a time when his own family is about to be destroyed, he's actually scheming. From the moment he entered Dragon Cloud City, King Nuven's domineering aura, the Archduke's incessant chatter, Nicholas and Shile's synergy, and Putre's relaxed attitude of trying his best to make him feel at ease, had more or less bewitched the Prince of Constellation. And the memories of the transmigrator that kept increasing and surging in his mind made Thales feel elated. He always felt that even in this dangerous world where humans ate each other, he should still be the smarter type. It gave him the illusion that the 5 Archdukes of Extet were like flat paper dolls that could be folded and kneaded with the slightest bit of force. They were also like lab rats that would react appropriately with a little stimulation. However, it was only now, after the seemingly violent Archduke Alcius exposed his and King Nuven's self-righteous tricks without hiding anything, that Thales suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was actually a person. A real, living person. Even in the abandoned house, he could not clearly grasp the behavior and psychology of children who were only a few years old. Moreover, the person in front of him was a Northland noble with a long history, a noble status, and a great reputation. He was a powerful person who had ruled for many years, and he was the Archduke of Extet, whose power was comparable to that of a king. He had stood tall in the harsh and cruel cold of Northland for many years. How could such a person be lacking in skill and scheming? Thales lowered his head. Under Alcius' slightly mocking gaze, he clenched his teeth lightly. No, I haven't lost yet. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath and opened them. You know him very well? This time, the second prince of Constellation's voice seemed to lose its previous relaxed tone. Instead, there was a hint of solemnity and steadiness. King Nuven. Alcius looked at Thales, who quickly recovered from his shock. His eyes flashed. Yes, I know him. Ever since the first time my father brought me to Dragon Cloud City to meet him. But I also understand the feeling of sitting in this position, the feeling of controlling, maintaining, and protecting a family, a city, a territory, and a group of subjects, the Archduke said faintly. After the tragedy of the Walton family, for the continuation of the family and the future of Dragon Cloud City, Nuven had a lot of things to tidy up, make up for, and make arrangements. Starting a war would only benefit Black Sand region and people like Lampard. The territory, resources, and population neighboring Constellation would benefit his enemies. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. So, the person who also did not want to start a war and whose interests were aligned with his is actually you, the little brat of the Empire. Alcius snorted and shook his head. Why does he want to be your enemy? No matter what show you're putting on with him, it's nothing more than that. You're on the same side, the Walton family and the Jadestar family. The Archduke snorted through his nose. His expression was cold. Thales sighed softly. Yes, how could a person who became an Archduke more than 10 years ago and ruled until now be a fool? What Thales could think of, these Archdukes could naturally think of as well. At least, they had a subordinate who was as wise as Kent Vida was to the Archduke of Black Sand region. Where did he get his confidence from? Did he think that by relying on the memories of a so-called transmigrator, which were incomplete for more than 20 years, did not match the era, did not match the civilized society, and had a vastly different status and social class just like countless transmigrators before him? He relied on his superb interpersonal skills, outstanding memory, and ever-present aura and halo to make these elites from other worlds, who had survived the social competition, which was countless times more intense and cruel than in his previous life, obediently listen to his orders, and manipulate them as he pleased? He was even helpless against Quide Rhoda, who managed the child beggars in the abandoned houses, and his assistant, Nair Rick, right? Thales lowered his head dejectedly. A person's will and actions are always unpredictable and mysterious existences. Society was composed of millions of unfathomable human hearts. Society is definitely not a precise machine that can operate perfectly with a set of parameters. He had to be like the purest social science researcher, always maintaining the most humble, modest, and cautious attitude in the face of a world that was completely different from the past, instead of being complacently immersed in his lofty self-awareness of progress. After all, he did not have a system, a chip, or a technology tree that could be climbed step by step with the click of a button like Civilization 6. After all, he did not transmigrate into Shuang Wen's world. Thales stared at the ground, motionless. This is the end of your gimmick. Chapman Lampard becoming king? Alcius seemed to be very happy to see the confident 7-year-old brat at a loss for words. King Nuven is still rational. Chapman will never gain any benefits by starting a war, and he will never become king. Also, don't forget the grudge between them. Next time, find a better reason. Think of a reasonable stunt and sow discord. Alcius was ready to leave after he finished speaking. Thales slowly clenched his fists behind him. Maybe. I really am. He's not suitable to be a prince, or even a king. But, under Waya's astonished gaze, Thales chuckled softly. At least I want to be a survivor. Survive. The next moment, Thales raised his head abruptly and looked at Archduke Alcius, who had not gone far. You are wrong. Alcius stopped walking. It is precisely because King Nuven is still rational that... Thales' voice came from behind him. Chapman Lampard is destined to become the next king. And I myself am not as safe as you claim. That is why we are having this conversation. The same old stunt again? Alcius sighed. My disgust towards you will only. The second prince did not give him a chance to speak. The key is not my stunt, but whether this is related to your interests. Thales's eyes were firm and steady again. Is it related to the interests of Prestige Orchid region? Listen to me. Then make your own choice. Alcius frowned. What I'm going to say next is only to you. Thales looked behind Alcius. There were two muscular attendants with sharp eyes, and it was obvious that they had extraordinary skills. Archduke Alcius narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. Why? Are you afraid that a child will assassinate you? Thales sneered and said, or do you want to go back earlier and drink a few more glasses of wine with your 4 good colleagues? As he stared at the foreign prince in front of him, who appeared young but spoke maturely, Archduke Alcius felt a strange sense of absurdity. A few seconds later, the Archduke chuckled and ordered his attendants to walk away. Thales secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At his signal, Wuxia, the prince's attendant, nodded and left with a solemn expression. The brazier in the corridor burned fiercely. 2 figures, one big and one small, faced each other quietly in the dark. Tell me, according to your theory, how does Lampard become king? Alcius did not look at Thales. Nonchalantly, he extended his hands to the brazier and warmed his frozen hands. I was assassinated in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. With a cold expression, Thales went straight to the point. The murderer wanted to frame Lampard. Archduke Alcius pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. I've heard of it. Unfortunately, he did not succeed, Alcius said disdainfully. Whether it was to kill you or frame Lampard. Thales ignored Alcius' hostility and continued. This made Lampard realize that an enemy was secretly reaching out to him, and that his situation in the country was not good. Lampard is a powerful man. This is nothing to him. Archduke Alcius was expressionless. Because of this, Lampard proposed to form an alliance with me to fight against our enemies together. Thales still did not care about what the Archduke said. Like a robot from his previous life, he stated the truth without any emotion or color. He provided me with all the resources I needed in Dragoncloud City in exchange for the help of a future king of Constellation. At this moment, the corners of Alcius' lips curled up. He lost his composure and laughed. A promise from a 7-year-old brat who has yet to wear the crown. Lampard would be a fool to form an alliance with you. He only changed his stance at the last minute because he saw that attacking Constellation was hopeless. The Archduke moved his hand, which was warming the fire, to the back of his hand. And that won't make him king. Of course, Thales said coldly. That's all. Alcius snorted. How are you going to help him become king? Issue an announcement to support him? At this moment, Thales' expression changed. But this is not Lampard's plan. After a dozen or so seconds of indifference, he suddenly raised his voice. I am also not the one who can help him become king. Alcius shifted his gaze from the brazier to Thales. Of course he knows that I am not that valuable. Other than being branded with the symbol of Constellation, I am nothing. Thales sighed. But believe me, I met him once in his military camp. He is not a fool. I know him better than you do. Alcius clenched his fists above the brazier and said coldly, 12 years ago, when he mercilessly nailed his brother to the ground in the duel field, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Thales took a deep breath and nodded. He is only pretending to form an alliance with me. In fact, I guess he has other plans, and he is about to put them into action. Alcius locked his thoughts in a frown and carefully sized up Thales before him. Say it, brat. Alcius also sighed and said impatiently, very well. You have successfully attracted my attention. Thales was stunned. This line, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Forget it, it's not important. Thales took a deep breath. Nuven. He heard himself say slowly in his calmest and most careful tone. Chapman Lampard wants to work with King Nuven, with the Walton family, the Dragonspear family, and Dragoncloud City. A few seconds passed. Ha 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 ha. Alcius burst into impudent laughter. With a nonchalant expression, he turned his head away. Thales only stared at him quietly. Alcius put down his hands that were warming the fire and clasped them together. His gaze was cold. Is this your guess? I thought you were only good at using gimmicks. I didn't expect you to be good at creating gimmicks as well. I saw it with my own eyes. Lampard was trying to contact Dragon Cloud City. Thales replied coldly. Impossible. Alcius stopped smiling and said firmly. Lampard is suspected of murdering Prince Moriah. That is a blood feud. King Nuven will not work with him. Why should we avenge our bloodkin? Thales quickly caught up with him and retorted with a cold gaze. For justice to be upheld? No. It is to ensure that our family will no longer be harmed like this. It is to give our enemies the most severe warning. It is for the ultimate continuation and prosperity of our family. Alcius frowned. For this goal, everything can be abandoned. Thales nodded slowly, including vengeance and honor. King Nuven has not lost his rationality. You said it yourself. Looking at the Archduke's deeply doubtful expression, the second prince said flatly, the Walton family has lost its last direct heir, but it has not perished. King Nuven will not let it perish. It was Lampard who made the first move. He targeted Dragon Cloud City and even killed its only heir. Trust has disappeared. Alcius still shook his head. Even if he wanted to find an ally, it would not be King Nuven. Lampard would not go looking for trouble himself. You just said that you know Lampard better than I do. You know if he has the courage to take the risk to reconcile with his enemies for the sake of benefits. Thales calmly refuted the Archduke's words. Don't forget, a few years ago, Constellation's Duke of the Northern Territory, Valorund, wore a hood and formed an alliance with Lampard, and Arund and Lampard are mortal enemies. Archduke Alcius took a deep breath. Also, you saw that we were acting, didn't you? Thales saw the wavering in the Archduke's eyes and continued to throw out the bait he had prepared. Why do you think Lampard sent an army to escort me to Dragon Cloud City in such a dignified manner? Do you really think that King Nuven ordered his White Blade Guards to depart ahead of schedule and kidnap me to Dragon Cloud City out of anger and fury? Alcius was slightly startled. That was indeed an act. Thales' face tensed up and he spoke faster, making his voice sound more urgent and agitated. It was an act for all of you to see how His Majesty's anger was ignited, so that he could confuse all of you and conceal his deepest intentions. But it was not to stop the war between Constellation and the Dragon, nor to stop Black Sand region or the Southern Archdukes from benefiting from the war. It was for the alliance between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region. Archduke Alcius closed his mouth and exhaled deeply, as if he was thinking. During those few days, God knows what exactly Nicholas of Dragon Cloud City and Kent Vita of Black Sand region talked about in the tent. Thales sighed and said, we only saw them drawing their swords outside the tent, but I can roughly guess. Thales heard that his tone had become calm again. He also saw Alcius' gaze gradually become deeper. The Walton family is destined to decline. The second prince sighed faintly. After King Nuven's passing, the Walton family might even face a calamity after the next king selection. So, he must place his bet on a powerful archduke, a future king, even if this person is suspected of murdering his son. Alcius turned around and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Thales slowly shut his mouth. He was waiting for Alcius' response. This is the Archduke's own battle. Chapter 144. A few seconds later, Ha! You underestimate the character of Northlanders, citizen of the Empire. Archduke Alcius shook his head and sneered. You don't even know Nuven. When he was young. But Thales could hear the emotion in his words. It was no longer as certain as before. Instead, it was the kind of self-persuasion a wife would give when she first learned that her husband was having an affair. No, he's always been loyal. Are you that confident in your king's character? The second prince raised his head, his eyes burning. Stop trying to sow discord. You don't know Nuven. Alcius turned his head, his tone seemingly filled with resentment. Our relationship is closer than you think. I heard that he might have been a good king when he was young, forthright and just, even willing to sacrifice his life to protect a nameless pawn. Thales said softly, unconcerned. He is a Northlander, but before that, King Nuven was first and foremost a man. He will grow old. Archduke Alcius fixed his gaze on him. This was told to me by one of Nuven's most trusted men. I met him in his tavern, the prince said with a smile. The famous former commander of the White Blade Guards, Castellan Lampard. I believe you know him better than I do, and I believe he knows your king better than you do. Old people always want to make arrangements for their deaths. By the way, this is what the Duke of the Northern Territory of Constellation said. He was in charge of Constellation's part of the assassination of Prince Maria. Taken out of context, that's what it means. Thales sighed silently. Archduke Alcius did not speak. He was expressionless. And you saw his performance in the Hall of Heroes. Thales' gaze was gloomy. What do you expect a lonely old man who lost his only son and the last hope of his family to do? Silence. Then Alcius took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's just your conjecture. The bearded archduke's voice was low. Everything is based on the absurd assumption that Nuven is rational enough to endure the pain of losing his son. Thales pouted. Alcius' mind was still very clear, but Thales curled the corner of his lips in his heart. He heaved a sigh of relief. It's time. He wanted to add one last bargaining chip to the conversation. Thales sighed. If you want to wait until you have evidence, then wait until King Chapman arrives. Archduke Alcius' beard trembled slightly. Also, when we were in Constellation, the Extet special envoy to our country, Baron Lascelles. Thales lowered his gaze. We overheard some messages in the courier house. Alcius was puzzled. Lampard's pawn? It seems that Lampard was not the real mastermind behind King Nuven's son's murder. Thales nodded and flashed a mysterious smile. Someone else murdered Prince Maria. It was a silence that lasted much longer than any that had preceded it. Thales' gaze was fixed on Archduke Alcius, who was in front of him. She watched his expression change from confusion to shock, and from shock to deep thought. Could it be him? Finally, Archduke Alcius heaved a long sigh of relief. The news from Constellation is not. The news from Constellation is what we want you to know, Thales said flatly. Accusing Black Sand Region's Lampard as the mastermind behind Prince Maria's murder, thus making you turn against each other and kill each other. But we are not sure who the murderer is. Don't forget, the only clue that can solve the mystery of Prince Maria's death is the confrontation between the suzerains of Constellation in the palace. We can't even confirm whether Black Sand Region is the culprit. Archduke Alcius' pupils gradually contracted. Obviously, this information was somewhat beyond his expectations. This is the Black Prophet Marat, a means of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales shook his head helplessly. In other words, the so-called feud between Walton and Lampard, Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand Region that you have always believed in might not exist at all. This means that if Lampard can convince King Nuven that he did not participate in Prince Maria's death. Alcius stared at Thales in disbelief. Nuven Walton and Chapman Lampard. Thales shrugged and sighed. They don't have any feud over the death of their son. They can totally form an alliance. On the contrary, Nuven will not trust you because perhaps the real murderer. Thales recalled a little boy in a blue suit and glasses in an anime from his previous life. He pretended to touch the bridge of his nose, then narrowed his eyes and pointed at Alcius decisively. He's among you. The murderer also did something else. Before Thales finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and threw out another piece of information. And this was what King Nuven told me. Archduke Alcius' pupils slowly narrowed. He is also the one who framed Lampard under Broken Dragon Fortress and used the Mystic Gun unit to try and kill me. Archduke Alcius' breathing became heavier. Thales did not miss any of his expressions. A few seconds later, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid lowered his head and chuckled. Alcius' gaze was sharp. If all this is true, then they might have formed an alliance. But these are all empty words from you. There is no evidence. Marquis Shiles. Thales expected Alcius' reaction. He was not flustered. The city envoy from Camus Union talked to me quite well along the way. From his channels, I found out that on the night Nicholas arrived at Lampard's military camp to welcome me, he released 3 messenger ravens in the middle of the night. There is no harm in confirming with him. Breeding and selling messenger ravens is also one of the businesses that Good Flow City represents. They are only here to welcome an enemy country's envoy. Why did they contact Dragon Cloud's city 3 times in Black Sand Region's camp? Alcius's face was as cold as ice. Thales nodded at him. At least, one of them is trying to contact the other party. Archduke Alcius pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and did not speak. After a moment of silence, the Archduke said calmly, "If Nuven wants to find an ally who can successfully choose his king for the sake of the Walton family's future survival, then be it me or Rockney from the city of faraway prayers, we are both better choices than Black Sand Region. Besides, even if they secretly form an alliance, what can they do? Extet isn't Constellation. We choose our own king. Do you think Nuven can appoint Lampard as his successor before he dies?" Alcius retorted firmly. "Will it feel like an imperial appointment?" This sentence suddenly popped up in Thales' mind for no reason. This made him burst into laughter. "No." Thales cut him off firmly. "Chapman Lampard of Black Sand Region has the greatest advantage to become the next king." Alcius did not speak. He was waiting for the foreign prince's reply. "Your Grace, why do you think that after what happened to Prince Mariah and the Fortress Treaty, war hasn't broken out between our 2 countries?" Thales asked flatly. Alcius' gaze shifted slightly. "You." The Archduke's gaze as he looked at Thales slowly changed. "You were sent to Extet. Your father's oath to the throne used your safety to ensure that war would either not break out, or it would break out into an all-out war that could only be won with the entire strength of Extet. The price would be heavy, and no Archduke would be able to face it alone. And in order to contain Black Sand Region, King Nuven had to stand on the same side as the Jade Stars to prevent war." Alcius' expression became more and more unpleasant. Thales finally smiled. "Yes, these 2 factors are the main reasons to prevent war from breaking out on Extet's side. Once they all disappear. Once King Nuven is no longer afraid of the price of an all-out war, and no longer hesitates to mobilize all the archdukes in the country in the name of the common elected king, eliminating every archduke's worry of facing the enemy alone. Once King Nuven no longer has the need to contain Black Sand Region's expansion, and even needs to help them expand to ensure that they obtain a bargaining chip in the king selection. Lampard of Black Sand Region will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary of war. He is close to the northern territory of Constellation, and has Nuven's open and covert support." Alcius raised his head and stared at the ceiling. Thales could not see his expression clearly. "Now you know why King Nuven came to you to discuss the matter of soldiers, and to test your attitude towards killing me?" Thales lowered his eyebrows. The noise of the banquet continued to ring in his ears. Archduke Alcius lowered his head. The second prince chuckled softly. Thales quirked his eyebrows and spread his hands. "I wonder if you are ready to address King Chapman as a respectful title." "So," Rabian Alcius stared straight at Thales. But this time, the disgust and hatred in his eyes faded away, and he became exceptionally serious. "You came to me, even if their alliance is only based on your suspicions." Thales nodded painfully and sighed heavily. "Yes, perhaps Lampard is still trying to contact King Nuven." He exercised his neck and rubbed his hands in frustration. "Perhaps they have not come together yet. Even if they have really formed an alliance, you still have room for reconciliation. Nuven suspects that you are the murderers of Mariah, and Lampard may become king. These are your losses, Archduke Alcius. But these consequences will not appear so soon, so you do not have to worry. But I am different. Thales raised his head and looked at Alcius solemnly. Once things change as I imagine them to be, Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region will kidnap all of Exdet and start a war, the second prince said in a nonchalant but slightly anxious tone. Then I, who is still on a diplomatic mission in Exdet, will be the first to suffer. I will face the judgment of fate earlier than any of you. This is why I came to you. For my life. Thales stared at Archduke Alcius, whose face was stiff. He gritted his teeth and said, "And for your future." Both of them fell into silence again. The noise and the crackling of the braziers traveled into their ears. "Why did you come to me?" Alcius asked in a hoarse voice. "And not the others? Rachni, Pafrit, perhaps they are more reliable?" Thales stared at him and nodded slightly. "Only your and Trentida's territories are bordered by Constellation and close to Black Sand region. You cannot turn a blind eye to Black Sand region's rise and Constellation's affairs. As for Trent Ida, I don't believe in his treachery." The Prince of Constellation said softly, "Among all the archdukes, you, Rabian Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, are the most likely to stand with me." Alcius took a deep breath and looked out the window. The next moment, since we've said this much, Archduke Alcius turned to him abruptly. His gaze was sharp. "What else do you plan to do? Say it all at once." Thales snapped his fingers in his heart. He smiled on the surface. "We are still in King Nuven's palace. There are not many opportunities for us to meet and communicate. After you have confirmed the details I have told you, if you think that my words are reasonable and that there is a need to take some precautions," Thales said faintly, "I have bribed Marquis Shiles with a promise. He will provide me with information, and tonight's banquet will last until tomorrow morning or even noon." Archduke Alcius nodded. "At 4 o'clock in the morning, the gates of the palace and Dragon Cloud City will open. At that time, the first wave of guests will leave. The guards will be as tired as they are. You will avoid their eyes and ears and leave the banquet hall," Thales said cautiously. "Come to the meeting hall and find me. I will leave midway and find an excuse to rest there. Over there, we will finalize a plan that will not only save my life, but also make Nuven and Lampard's alliance go bankrupt." Alcius stared at him steadily. "I will consider it." The bearded Archduke's expression was complicated. "But, it's just a consideration." "Of course." Thales raised his eyebrows. "It's up to you whether you want to come or not." The Archduke fell silent. Just as Thales was feeling uneasy, Alcius suddenly chuckled. "Brat, perhaps you really are a rare intelligent person." The Archduke shook his head. "But I still don't like you." "It's okay." Thales reacted quickly and said with a smile, "After all, we, Jadestar and Alcius, are mortal enemies." Alcius glanced at him one last time. His gaze was complicated and subtle. The Archduke turned and left. Waya came in front of Thales. Thales watched Alcius' back disappear around the corner and exhaled abruptly. His entire body relaxed and his entire body went limp. Waya gently held him up. "Your Highness," the attendant said softly, "how was it?" "He saw through my relationship with Nuven from the beginning." Thales felt his body drenched in cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I adapted to the situation." He raised his head and looked at Waya. "What did Ralph say?" Waya hesitated and made a few gestures that he himself did not understand. "Very good. In that case, Marquis Shiles has stalled the third Archduke." Thales wiped the sweat from the back of his head and shook his head. "Give him this and this gesture. Let Putray pass the note. The next target is about to begin. Hopefully, Shiles' acting skills are good enough to not arouse Alcius' suspicion." A few minutes later, Thales straightened himself and stood in another corridor. He recalled the next person's personality. Then he made up his mind. Footsteps came from behind him. The next moment, Thales took a deep breath and turned around. Accompanied by Waya, he flashed the brightest smile at the person who was walking towards him from afar. "Your Honorable Highness. Who will be the next common elected king of Extet? The next second, the Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trent Ida, who had a bowl cut on his face, stood in front of Thales with a frown on his face. 3:50 in the morning. Heroic Spirit Palace, the meeting hall. Thales sat at the long table where King Nuvan sat in the same hall as yesterday. Looking at the empty stone hall, he felt a little creeped out. There was only one thing that could overshadow his fear of darkness and loneliness. That was apprehension and panic towards the unknown. Only the few braziers behind him continued to crackle and burn on their own. He placed his hands on the long table and sighed. Who will come? His conversation with the 5 archdukes finally ended in trepidation. Alcius of Prestige Orchid region was the first. It made him especially nervous and took a long time. He almost failed due to his relationship with Nuvan being exposed. Trent Ida of Reformation Tower seemed cunning and suspicious, but their conversation was much faster than the former's. Trent Ida quickly understood what Thales meant, and his gaze revealed deep suspicion. It was unclear whether it was directed at Nuvan or Thales. These 2 southern archdukes were not the most difficult. Archduke Letko of Defense City in the north was the third person. However, this old baldy was the most difficult to deal with. His seemingly senile and muddle-headed eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of shrewdness, but he scoffed at Thales' words until the very end. Thales put on a smile and spent a total of 20 minutes to complete their conversation. The conversation with Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers in the west was the fastest to end. The long-haired Archduke was taciturn. He nodded and shook his head more than he breathed, causing Thales to doubt the effectiveness of the conversation. Judging by his demeanor, Thales suspected that he did not care who became king. The last one was the young Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. The brown-haired young man, Concre Pofrit, was the friendliest. He was also the most shocked by Thales' words. Even when he left, he still looked dazed and in disbelief. Thales had to comfort him. It hasn't happened yet. It's just that. Thales squeezed the pocket watch that Putray had handed to him. The cold metallic touch made his heart tighten. Who could it be? Who could it be? Who is the mastermind who hired the disaster swords to murder Mariah and then assassinate me? Or, no one appears at all? If I really can't find the murderer. Thales laughed bitterly. I hope King Nuvan dies tonight. At this moment, thud, thud, footsteps came from outside the stone hall. Thales was shocked. He sat up straight. It was a series of heavy and rhythmic footsteps. Step by step, the person walked over on the stone bricks. As the footsteps slowly approached, a figure was projected into the stone hall. The person seemed to be especially tall. The person finally walked into the meeting hall. Under the light from the brazier, Thales saw the person's shoulder-length hair and his unusually serious expression. There was a picture of an ancient book embroidered on his robe. The second prince was stunned. This was the person he had least expected. The brazier was still burning fiercely. The man stopped in front of him. I'm here, he said faintly. Thales jumped down from his chair and frowned. He still remembered that this serious man had refused King Nuvan's order to kill the Prince of Constellation in a duel in this stone hall. The reason was that it would simply tarnish my honor. And now he was standing in front of him. Hello. The second Prince of Constellation paused for a moment. He looked at the tall, slender man and sighed in disappointment. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers of Extet. Chapter 145. In the alley of Armor District in Dragon Cloud City, the 3 old friends finally drew their swords and started fighting. Under the moonlight, Cohen covered his innocent nose in pain as he looked at the man and woman in front of him who started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He knew that in this special battle, there was no room for him to intervene. Miranda probably wouldn't allow him to intervene either. His nose was the proof. Fortunately, compared to before, Miranda's hands were now able to control their strength. Cohen turned his attention back to the battlefield and saw that Miranda was the first to swing her sword. The tip of her sword was aimed at Raphael's chest. Raphael's thin sword instantly appeared in his left hand. Using offense as defense, he slashed at Miranda's throat with a speed that was slightly faster than his opponent. However, it was as if Miranda had predicted her opponent's next move. The blade of her sword naturally changed direction, and as it spun, it slashed at Raphael's left hand. From afar, it looked as if Raphael had taken the initiative to extend his left hand to meet her blade. Cohen was amazed. This was Miranda's instinct after years of practicing Pegasus music. She actively listened to and even controlled the rhythm of the battle, manipulating her opponent's every move. Raphael frowned. He quickly drew his sword and was forced to retreat. He knew how terrifying his former lover was and tried to quickly break away from her rhythm. But Miranda's gaze was as cold as ice. She followed up with a timely slash. When Raphael retracted his right leg, she slashed at his left leg, which was his center of gravity, and interrupted his retreating and regrouping steps. Raphael was forced into a difficult situation. He was forced to stop retreating and face the sword. Just like before, Miranda seemed to have predicted Raphael's movements. She drew her forearm, and the wind howled. Cohen's pupils shrank as he watched the battle. In the 10 seconds, the swords of both parties did not touch, exchange, or clash. They only moved back and forth in the air, causing ripples in the air. But Cohen knew that this was an extremely dangerous battle. His teacher, Zadie Tafner, once told Cohen, who was not yet a police officer at that time, that this kind of silent and rapid battle was more often seen in battles between supreme-class fighters. The next moment, Cohen saw Miranda's blade instantly swing at Raphael's head at the most appropriate time, avoiding her opponent's block, dodge, and counterattack. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the sound of a sword tearing through the air could be heard. In that instant, Raphael's dark red eyes flashed with a different expression. His left arm trembled visibly. Then, the thin sword danced in the moonlight, leaving an afterimage. Ding! The blades of the two finally clashed for the first time, and the air vibrated with a sharp sound that tortured the ears. Cohen frowned and resisted the urge to cover his ears. Raphael gritted his teeth and quickly took 3 steps back. Miranda, on the other hand, stood in place and swayed. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Miranda expressionlessly flicked her wrist, and a few strands of hair floated down from her blade. Raphael panted slightly and touched the right side of his forehead. A bloody scar had already appeared on his temple. As expected, Cohen sighed. True enough, Miranda was still the strongest. Raphael rubbed off the blood on his hands. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and sighed. When it comes to sharp observation, seizing the timing and rhythm of battle, you're still as good as ever, Miranda. Cohen coughed and carefully observed Miranda's expression. So, Raphael, let's call it a day. It's been a long time. Miranda still did not know about Raphael's power of eradication. However, if they continued to fight the observant Miranda, they had to stop the fight. But at this moment, a voice that made the 2 men tremble came from the field. Raphael? Where's your sword of death? Cohen was slightly startled. Raphael lowered his head. Miranda's voice trembled slightly in disbelief. That power of eradication that replaces defense with offense and counterattacks in a desperate situation. For more than 10 years, you're the only one who has awakened the power of eradication. The power of eradication that can break the rhythm of Pegasus music. Why is it missing? Cohen closed his eyes in pain. T. She found out. Miranda suddenly raised her head. Under the moonlight, there was a hint of disbelief and panic on her cold expression. This is not the rhythm of Sword of Death. It's not even the rhythm of your swordsmanship. The swordswoman said slowly, although my hands, I can feel that cold temperature. It was hidden in your hands just now. It's another force? What is that? Raphael Lindbergh? Miranda's gaze was like 2 blades as she stared at the silent Raphael. Cohen slapped himself on the forehead in frustration. The three of them were silent for a few seconds until Raphael spoke in a gentle and relaxed manner. This is Prayer of the Dead. To be honest, it's not much different from Sword of Death. The young man in white sneered. His voice was still light. Fighting for a chance of survival in a hair's breadth. Seeking victory in a dangerous situation to the limit. The style is very similar. I thought you wouldn't be able to feel it with your hands. Just like how Touch of Greed is the Disaster Sword's version of Glory of the Stars. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. With a hint of anxiety, she asked keenly, is the so-called Prayer of the Dead also another version of Sword of Death? Her gaze was filled with indescribably complicated emotions. She fixed her gaze on Raphael. The Disaster Sword's ruthless power of eradication? Cohen was truly stunned. It seemed that Miranda had already gathered a lot of information about the Disaster Swords in a short period of time. As for himself, Cohen thought of the young man who ran away, and he immediately blushed. It seems that Klein has told you too much. Raphael narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. Even if it's an unrestricted inheritance from outside the tower, he's still a swordsman who is close to supreme class. Why would he talk so much? To their surprise, Miranda suddenly smiled. Cohen was stunned, while Raphael furrowed his brows. Is this why you hid it from me, Cohen? As she laughed, Miranda used her slightly hoarse voice to speak to Cohen without turning her head. The Tower of Eradication's successor, who is chosen once every 5 years, one of the candidates to inherit supreme class, Raphael Lindbergh. You actually sided with the Disaster Swords? Cohen shut his eyes tightly when he was questioned. Raphael remained silent. The police officer opened his mouth to speak, but he hesitated when the words reached his lips. He opened and closed his mouth. In the end, he still lowered his head and turned his words into a sigh. In the next second, Miranda's figure flashed, and her sword struck out once again. This time, her sword was not aimed at Raphael's vital points. Instead, it went straight for the blade in Raphael's left hand. Cohen revealed a puzzled expression. Attacking the enemy's weapon was not a normal battle strategy. But what surprised him even more was that Raphael, who had been smiling all this while, actually had a drastic change in expression because of this seemingly harmless strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two swords collided for the second time, but there was no follow-up. Miranda's sword retreated upon contact. Miranda stared straight at Raphael, as if she had forgotten everything around her. Raphael, on the other hand, looked at Miranda with a pale face, as if he had been struck in his most vital spot. Only Cohen scratched his head and looked at the scene in confusion. Strange. This strike didn't cause any damage? Why are the two of them reacting so strangely? Then, Miranda's voice drifted over. The reason for the disappearance of the sword cleansing's death. Is this? Arun's daughter's voice trembled unexpectedly at this moment. 3 years. 3 years. It's him? Is this the reason? Him? The young man in white, Raphael, stared blankly at Miranda. His expression was complicated. Mira, she still found out. This was the first time they met after 3 years. She found out. He lowered his eyes. In the next second, the swordswoman suddenly raised her head and shouted agitatedly, Raphael, you arrogant idiot! Raphael didn't say anything. He just looked at her calmly. Cohen stared in shock at Miranda, who seemed to have lost control of her emotions. This was, what's wrong? Wasn't she a strong and independent strong woman just a moment ago? How did she become a grief-stricken ex-girlfriend in the next moment? In the next moment, the swordswoman turned around and stabbed her sword into the wall beside her. Swoosh! Raphael let out a long sigh. With a gloomy expression, Miranda let go of her hand, letting the hilt tremble in the air. I curse him. Miranda turned her head and gritted her teeth. Her expression was sorrowful and indignant. She sneered angrily. He deserves it. He deserves it. the swordswoman roared. Raphael gently sheathed his sword. Don't be like this, Mira. The young man in white shook his head and said softly, It's not worth it. Cohen's mouth fell open. He was almost driven mad by the situation in front of him. What was going on between the two of them? After fighting for a while, they stopped, started crying and talking in riddles. Sword cleansing's death? Arrogant idiot? Deserved it? Not worth it? He was Cohen Caribbean, a level 2 police officer of the Western City Police Station of Eternal Star City, and also the captain of the City Defense Patrol Team. At that moment, his mind was a mess. I can't understand it at all. Cohen scratched his head in pain. As he approached the two of them, he interrupted. Can anyone explain to me what's going on? Miranda, even though Raphael has the disaster sword on him, you don't have to be so agitated. In the next moment, Miranda and Raphael raised their heads at the same time and shouted angrily, Shut up, Cohen. Miranda's face was full of anger. Not now, Cohen. Raphael's face was as cold as ice. Cohen, who was interrupted by the two of them at the same time, stopped in midair with his mouth half open. He stared at them innocently and at a loss. He raised his hands, smiled apologetically, and took a step back while nodding and bowing. All right, you guys talk. The police officer, who was completely unaware of the situation, silently criticized in his heart. People like me who aren't smart enough shouldn't participate. Damn couples. After Cohen's interruption, the three of them were silent for a while. Two of them were immersed in complicated and subtle emotions, while the third sighed in boredom. So, Miranda adjusted her emotions, lowered her head, and sneered. The sword cleansing's death can't come back, right? Just like you? Raphael understood what she meant. He sighed softly, and his gaze was complicated. The sword cleansing's death originated from the chaotic period of war during the era of multiple kings. The young man in white shook his head in a sentimental manner. A brave and loyal great knight was betrayed by the king he served, and his reputation was ruined. The great knight's son escaped from the siege. He washed the blood on his father's sword by the river and vowed to take revenge, Raphael said faintly. Many years later, he joined the enemy kingdom and became a knight. After many years of cruel battles where blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn everywhere, the new knight finally led the new king's army into the tyrant's castle and killed the enemy with his own hands. But this did not bring him satisfaction. The path of vengeance burned with only emptiness and sorrow. When he saw the fear and hatred in the eyes of a princess left behind by his enemy, the knight's heart softened, and he suddenly came to a realization. Raphael lowered his head with a gloomy look in his eyes and continued in a low voice, What's the point of this? Old vengeance was avenged. New hatred was born. The grudges between the kings were endless. Death and hatred were intertwined, and the tragedy never disappeared. The emptiness was bottomless. Miranda listened to Raphael's story quietly, while Cohen scratched his head in pain. He had had enough of these two. So, the knight carried the princess out of the castle that was covered in blood, corpses, hatred, and madness. The knight stood under the sun and wiped away the princess' tears of fear. There, the knight swore that he would end this chaotic world that bred hatred and death. From then on, his extraordinary power was called the sword cleansing's death. Raphael's story ended. Miranda stood where she was in silence. Ha! Cohen laughed dryly, wanting to push the progress of the mission. It sounds like a third-rate knight's novel. A tragic life, a noble birth, a powerful enemy, slowly becoming stronger, his legs turning to jelly at the sight of a woman, and then he swore to dominate this chaotic world. Shut up, Cohen. This time, a man and a woman interrupted Cohen. Surprisingly, both of them were of the same caliber and speed. Feeling wronged, Cohen shut up again. Look, Raphael turned to Miranda and said with an obscure smile, compared to a greater goal, these things are not worth caring about. Do you understand? Miranda looked at Raphael, her eyes full of hatred and sorrow. So, the Secret Intelligence Department? Raphael twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. The two stared at each other in silence. It seemed that only the other could understand each other. Until Miranda looked away with a pained expression. I wasn't joking just now. This concerns the future of the two kingdoms. Dragon Cloud City will not be peaceful tonight. Raphael straightened his clothes and raised his head to look at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance under the moonlight. He put on a smile again. Chapter 146. Cohen exhaled. He did not understand anything from just now until now. The police officer almost began to doubt himself. He made up his mind that no matter what the adulterous couple said, he would force them to stop this guessing game that always frustrated him and made him feel isolated, even though this situation often happened when he was in the Tower of Eradication. So, Cohen said angrily, "Do you want to tell us the truth? Disaster Sword? Secret Intelligence Department? And the reason why you're here?" Raphael looked at him, his gaze subtle. "Hey!" Cohen subconsciously patted his saber. "I don't mind joining forces with Miranda to deal with you." Raphael looked at Cohen's expression and suddenly smiled. "You know, Cohen," the young man in white resumed his usual optimistic tone, "I've always envied you. A simple world, simple thoughts, simple happiness. As beautiful as a night novel." Cohen was stunned. Simple? A night novel. Cohen immediately furrowed his brows. This guy really knows how to pick the right time to scold me. Miranda snickered. Raphael looked at Miranda's smile and his eyes moved. Then he smiled as well. A sense of familiarity surged in Cohen's heart. It seemed that when the three of them were still in the tower, they were like this too. "Remember, keep a low profile and hide." Raphael slowly turned around and whispered to them, "Find a good place to hide. Don't look for people like Goo anymore." In the next moment, Raphael's figure disappeared from the alley. "Hey!" Cohen's expression changed. He was about to chase after him, but Miranda grabbed his arm. "Cohen!" Miranda lowered her head and said faintly, "Don't chase after him." Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. "You let him go just like that?" The police officer raised his hand in the air indignantly. "It's the first time we've met in 3 years. Aren't you going to ask anything? Including about the disaster sword?" Miranda did not raise her head, nor did she look in the direction where Raphael disappeared. She said absent-mindedly, "There's no need to ask. After all, he still carries a mission from the Secret Intelligence Department." And Arun's daughter's voice became softer and softer. "I didn't let him go." Cohen looked at the swordswoman in confusion. Miranda sighed. "I can't beat him anymore." Cohen was stunned. He stared blankly at the swordswoman who had her head lowered. He stared at the first seat of the Tower of Eradication's 8 seats. Something was not right. Suddenly, Cohen noticed that Miranda's beautiful black hair should have been tied up in a ponytail. Unknowingly, they had already dispersed. Cohen suddenly thought of something and was shocked. He looked down and found Miranda's hair tie in the moonlight. The hair rope was broken. The cut was smooth, as if it had been cut by a sword. Cohen's expression changed. This was the first time Raphael and Miranda exchanged blows. Him? Cohen looked at Miranda in disbelief. Raphael? Held back just now? A battle between swordsmen was always unpredictable. It might be easy to kill a swordsman, but to show mercy to a swordsman, it meant that the swordsman must have superior swordsmanship and control over the situation. The key was, Cohen clearly remembered that although he ranked second in the overall assessment, Raphael was definitely one of the bottom 3 among the 8 seeds when it came to one-on-one duels. But now Miranda said nothing. Cohen panted with difficulty. He looked at the hair rope on the ground and realized that his old friend had indeed become a stranger. Miranda, Cohen, whose thoughts were in a mess, said with difficulty, "The story you told me at the end, about the knight and the princess, what does it mean?" Miranda was silent for a few seconds. Cohen. Miranda laughed bitterly. As the son of the Sword of the Twin Towers Caribbean family, your knowledge of history is terrible. Cohen's face turned red. All right, I can only accept it, but I'm really not familiar with the history of the era of kings. That's what historians are supposed to do, isn't it? That knight's name is Camelot Carluse, Miranda explained in a low voice. She looked at the ground and shook her head. And that princess, the daughter of his enemy, later became his wife. What a vulgar plot. Cohen frowned. Wait, Camelot, doesn't this name sound a little familiar? Miranda ignored him and continued with her story. After that, the knight fought for 20 years, quelled the terrible chaos of war, brought peace and stability, and built his ideal kingdom. Cohen's frown deepened. Quelled the terrible chaos of war, built his ideal kingdom. Because his achievements were so great that they were unprecedented, even the patriarch of the Bright God Church could not find a suitable coronation ceremony for him. Miranda chuckled and said faintly, So, the knight's wife personally weaved a ring of jasmine flowers and crowned him. His subordinates and people gave him an unprecedented title. Miranda finished her story calmly. Supreme Emperor. At that moment, Cohen's mouth opened as wide as it could possibly get. This is the story of the first emperor in history, Great Emperor Camelot, who conquered everywhere and built the ancient empire. Cohen's eyes were in a daze, and he kept scratching his head. All right, it seems like my knowledge of history is really poor. So, Raphael means? Cohen asked hesitantly. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Miranda turned her head and suddenly stretched out her hands and put them on Cohen's broad shoulders. She hugged the police officer. Then, she buried her face in his chest. Then, she pressed her entire body weight against Cohen. Cohen instantly froze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Cohen stared at Miranda in his arms in a daze. The next moment, when he came to his senses, he was immediately scared out of his wits. What's going on? Miranda, the fiendish Miranda, was actually in his arms? That's not right. That's not how the script is written. There's a Far Eastern proverb, a friend's wife is not allowed. If she comes to her senses, if Raphael finds out, I'm not, at this moment. I'm sorry. The swordswoman's voice was trembling and sobbing as it came from Cohen's arms. Cohen was instantly shocked. Sobbing? From now on, I'll treat you as a wall. Miranda's voice was a little muffled and distorted. I need to lean on you for a while. She looked like she was about to cry. Cohen lowered his head in disbelief and looked at Miranda. The swordswoman, who had always been strong and independent, was in this state. It was even more shocking to Cohen than if she threw herself into his arms and confessed her love to him. Cohen also noticed that Miranda's hands on his shoulders were trembling slightly as she leaned her face against his chest. Well, Miranda? Cohen, who was at a loss, could only awkwardly pat Miranda's back. It's okay. You're the first seed of the Tower of Eradication, the future Duchess of the Northern Territory, Lady Miranda Arund. No matter what happens, you can... Wait. Cohen was stunned. He remembered Miranda's sharp observation skills. Could it be... Miranda? Cohen was stunned. Did you discover something in the battle just now? That is why your conversation with Raphael started to become strange after the battle. Miranda shuddered again in his arms. Cohen confirmed his suspicions. It's Raphael, isn't it? You hit his sword, and then discovered something. Recalling Raphael's appearance, Cohen gritted his teeth and asked, Raphael, what happened to him? Miranda shivered again. Cohen looked at Miranda and felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I can't tell you, but it's terrible. As Miranda spoke in a hoarse voice, the swordswoman's head in Cohen's arms trembled slightly again. Raphael, something terrible happened. Terrible. Very terrible. Heroic Spirit Palace, Hall of Heroes. Tell me. In the firelight, the long-haired Archduke Kulgan Rockney frowned and looked at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. With his usual serious tone, He said, "If the Waltons really form an alliance with Lampard, what are your plans?" Thales opened his mouth slightly and said awkwardly, "Well, actually..." At this moment, a second set of footsteps came from outside the stone hall. The two people in the hall turned their gazes at the same time. As the shadow moved into the hall, a third person appeared in front of Thales and Archduke Rockne. Thales stared at the newcomer in a daze. Porphyus Trentida, the Archduke of Southern Extet and the Archduke of Reformation Tower, raised his head and looked at Archduke Rockne, then at Thales. "Oh my, oh my." Trentida met Rockne's gaze with a strange expression. "Your Highness, you didn't tell me that you invited someone else, and it's the glorious and proud Rockne, right? You're also interested in this kind of conspiracy?" Archduke Rockne frowned deeply as he pondered about something. Thales smiled awkwardly. "Please forgive me. These two people? Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk another set of footsteps came from outside the hall. Rockne and Trentida glanced at each other and looked at the newcomer. Following the old footsteps, the bald Archduke Letko of Defense City in the north walked slowly into the meeting hall with a cautious expression. Thales exhaled deeply. 3 people? 3 archdukes? The elderly Archduke Letko could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the 3 people in the hall. "It seems like it's quite lively here? It seems like someone is playing us like monkeys?" Trentida stared at Thales with a complicated expression. "This little prince of Constellation promised me that we would meet alone." "Brat," Archduke Rockne said slowly with a fierce expression. "You?" Thales' face twitched as he squeezed out a smile. "It's not what you think." "I knew there was a problem." An obviously displeased voice traveled into the ears of the 4 people in the hall. Thales, Rockne, Trentida, and Letko turned their heads in unison. The bearded Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, strode heavily into the meeting hall with a gloomy expression. Thales heaved a deep sigh. "For archdukes." Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, "It seems like all of you esteemed sirs. All of you are secretly overthrowing the Walton royal family." Very interested, the 4 archdukes looked at each other. Very soon they understood something. "I got it." Archduke Alcius glared at the stiffened Thales with a furious expression. "Brat, don't tell me that you said the same thing to every single one of them?" Thales' face was filled with rage. "I really admire you." The long-haired Archduke Rockne sighed and shook his head. "You managed to attract all of us here with just a few words." Thales took a deep breath and endured the Archduke's hostile gazes. "Why don't we wait a little longer? Wait until all 5 of us are here." Trentida said sarcastically. "Maybe that brat Pofrit is on his way here?" Just as Thales was about to give in to the Archduke's questioning, more and more footsteps were heard. The 4 archdukes frowned at the same time and looked around. Many people dressed in the uniforms of guards and servants filed into the meeting hall. Many of the braziers were lit. The stone hall was instantly as bright as day. A familiar, weathered voice rang. "I'm really touched." The old voice caused the 4 archdukes' expressions to change at the same time. The fierce and decisive Rabian Alcius, the cunning and cunning Porphyus Trentida, the unsmiling Kulgan Rockne, and the seemingly honest Rogers Letko. With just a little provocation, all 4 archdukes are suspecting and plotting against your king. I'm not dead yet, and you're already so anxious to target the throne of Extet? Flanked by 2 rows of white blade guards and Nicholas, Nuvan Walton VII stepped into his meeting hall with a dignified expression. The common-elected king of Extet came to the high seat at the long table below the Soul Slayer pike. He raised his head and cast his gaze at the 4 archdukes. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that the old king was actually very tall. Marquis Shiles and Putray also came to Thales' side from the crowd. The former wore his usual smile and nodded at him, while the latter pursed his lips and observed everything in the hall. The 4 archdukes looked at each other with different expressions, then at King Nuvan. "Damn you, brat. Archduke Alsius spat and glared at Thales fiercely. Conspiring with the king to fool us? What do we do now? Your Majesty? Rockne nonchalantly sat down on the long table. Are you going to punish us just because the four of us gathered in the meeting hall? Or? Trent Ida glanced at Thales maliciously, sending a chill down the latter's spine. The brat over there wants to accuse us of plotting against the throne? Our attendants and guards are all up there, Your Majesty. Archduke Lekko exhaled with a complicated expression. If they want to get rid of us, this is an unprecedented opportunity. *T. Thales sighed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have attracted a lot of hatred. Thales could only smile sheepishly and spread his hands. Actually, these are all King Neuvin's. At this moment, King Neuvin interrupted him. Porpheus is right. King Neuvin slowly exhaled. His aged but dignified voice echoed in the stone hall. There is only one thing we need to do. Under King Neuvin's sharp gaze, the four archdukes were simultaneously stunned. The old king spoke slowly in his old but powerful voice. Chapter 147. This was the first time Thales saw King Neuvin with a dark golden crown on his head. Dressed in a golden-red outfit that was both solemn and imposing, he walked down the stairs with his ministers surrounding him. He walked towards the long table in the middle of the meeting hall and sat on the common-elected king's seat of honor. In Thales' eyes, the nearly 70-year-old old man was no longer as gloomy and obscure as he was when he first met him. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented majesty and boldness, like a silent and terrifying lion in a pride of lions. Neuvin Walton VII stood tall and upright. He held onto the arm of the chair, his eyes shining brightly as he looked into the hall. Under the king's undisguised scrutiny and disdain, the four archdukes turned their heads or averted their gazes in an unnatural manner. Administrator Merk stood behind the king with a solemn expression. Dozens of elite white blade guards guarded every corner of the meeting hall, vigilantly pressing down on the hilts of their white swords. There were even more unfamiliar faces that Thales had never seen before. They were dressed in the attire of nobles and had different expressions on their faces as they stood on both sides of the king, exchanging glances openly. This was also the first time Thales saw King Neuvin's close vassals, the court of Dragoncloud City. Compared to the orderly and disciplined Constellation Palace, the Extension monarch and vassals exuded a fierce, boorish, dignified, and wild aura from deep within their bones in terms of their standing, posture, movements, and expressions. They appeared casual and crude, making anyone who saw this scene for the first time feel uneasy. It was as if they were standing among a group of dangerous carnivores that were ready to bite them at any time. Thales could not help but glance at Putre, who nodded slightly at him. Wait! In the meeting hall, the long-haired Archduke Rockne asked the question in his thunderous voice. What do you mean, Your Majesty? No one answered him. Hey, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Archduke Trent Ida said with a pale face as he glanced at the few close vassals standing beside King Neuvin. Some of them had grizzled hair, while others had gleaming eyes. I don't know what you're trying to do, but from Chief Administrator Sorb to Count Seiler, who is in charge of foreign affairs, and now, you're bringing half of the Imperial Conference to us? Are you going to discuss with us why the wine at the banquet earlier was so sour? He asked in a sarcastic and accusatory tone. Beside him, Archduke Alsius also looked at the king rudely. Thales watched the scene worriedly. How is this going to end? It seems that His Majesty's long tolerance has spoiled all of you. Listen up, Your Excellencies, Archdukes of Ekstedt. One of King Neuvin's vassals, who was more than 50 years old, replied rudely to the Archduke of Reformation Tower. The king you swore to be loyal to, the lord whom the Northlanders swore to follow with their lives, is ordering you. Wait! The old official's face was cold as he reprimanded him without giving him any face. Archduke Trent Ida and Archduke Alsius's faces immediately turned cold, while Archduke Lekko looked pensive. Only Archduke Rockne's expression did not change as he sat on the left side of the long table, just like the first time he met Thales. A few seconds later, Grand Duke Letko of Defense City let out a long sigh and slowly sat down. "You should at least tell us what this lousy trap is for, Your Majesty." Archduke Alcius also sat down in his seat and immediately said coldly, "Colluding with Constellation's brat to toy with the archdukes under him, I feel that my dignity has been greatly insulted." At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the hall. Knock, knock, knock. The four archdukes turned their heads in unison and looked at the main seat at the end of the long table. There, Nuven VII, who had a stern expression on his face, was slowly knocking on the table with his right hand. Knock, knock, knock. Thales narrowed his eyes. He noticed that King Nuven wore a peculiarly shaped ring on his right little finger. The center of the silver-white metal ring was inlaid with a black gemstone. The king was using that gemstone, seemingly absent-mindedly knocking on the table. "Dignity does not give you the right to question the king, Rabian," King Nuven said slowly. His gaze was fixed on the table, as if he was particularly interested in the part of the table he was knocking on. "There is only one thing you need to do, boys, just like what you did more than 10 years ago. Obey me." King Nuven slowly raised his head. There was a stern glint in his eyes that left no room for argument. He looked at the archdukes. "Just like a long time ago when your father obeyed my father and later on he obeyed me. At least at that time we lived in harmony. Do you understand?" The archdukes held their breaths in unison. A few seconds later, Archduke Letko sighed and was the first to speak. "According to what that child said, you used lies to test our loyalty, and we are far away from our own guards and attendants. This really makes me worry about my own safety." King Nuven suddenly raised his voice, causing Letko to be speechless. "If I really want to take your lives regardless of the consequences, Old Baldy, do you think that you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive, or even Dragon Cloud City, with just those useless soldiers by your side and that supreme-class axeman behind you? Do you think you can walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace alive? This is not your defense city." The archdukes frowned at the same time. "At least tell us, what are you waiting for?" Rachni pushed aside his long hair and snorted coldly. "Your Excellencies, His Majesty the King has already shown great kindness. Please do not be impatient." However, if you have some understanding of each other's identities and duties. On King Nuven's left, another minister with a pondering expression replied with a smile and a profound meaning. "Find your own positions and sit tight." No one said anything else. The hall fell into a moment of silence. There was also an unknown wait. A few minutes passed. In the end, Thales, who could not sit still any longer, rolled his eyes in embarrassment and glanced around. He attracted the attention of the bearded archduke. "After this matter is over, brat." Alcius cast his gaze on Thales with a fierce expression. In an instant, the other archdukes also looked at him. "I will dig out your heart as the price for challenging our dignity." Rachni, Letko, and Trentida also cast him different gazes. There was vigilance, contemplation, and suspicion. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. "Damn it! I thought this would be easy. Find out the mastermind. King Nuven will wave his hand and fire 10,000 arrows at once. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, and a tooth for a tooth. But for now, at least based on Alcius' performance, the side effects and sequelae are huge. Save your energy, Your Excellency." Thales heard himself say listlessly, "Don't always talk about things you can't do." He did not want to argue anymore. Alcius clenched his teeth. But just as he was about to speak, a newcomer joined the meeting hall. Following the sound of messy footsteps, a brown-haired young man wearing a heavy robe embroidered with a blood-red horseshoe walked into the crowded meeting hall. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, the young Concret Pofrit, stood in front of the crowd, accompanied by his entourage. Thales took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, "Very good." Seeing Pofrit's arrival, Archduke Trentida's eyes brightened. He looked around at the people in the hall and smiled brightly. Only Archduke Rachni furrowed his brows tightly, while Archduke Letko revealed a surprised expression. Now that we're all here, the 5 archdukes invited by your majesty are gathered here under the watchful eyes of the White Blade Guards. The Archduke of Reformation Tower raised his eyebrows. Here comes the question. What exactly do you want to do? Are you going to use the laughable crime of conspiring to get rid of us all, or? Trentida's voice came to an abrupt halt. The rest of the words were choked in his throat, like a crossbow arrow that snapped its bowstring when the trigger was pulled. The Archduke of Reformation Tower stared blankly at Pofrit and his entourage, who were walking towards them. They did not look well, their figures were in a sorry state, and their hands were empty. A warrior beside Archduke Pofrit even held his shoulder with a pale face. Blood seeped out from between his fingers. Around them was a circle of white blade guards with unsheathed sabers. Their blades gleamed coldly as they stared at them. The Star Killer Nicholas was the last to walk in with a chilling aura around him. He bowed to the king. Trentida came to a realization. Pofrit and his entourage were escorted in by the White Blade Guards after they were disarmed. Archduke Pofrit himself stood expressionlessly. His body was still cold, and snow dripped from his brown hair. Is that enough? The young Archduke's gaze was sullen. He raised his head and looked around at the people in the hall. A noble Archduke should not be treated like a criminal in the king's palace and castle. What are you trying to do by forcing me to come to the meeting hall by force? This is a challenge to our ancient Northland tradition, and a disregard for Rikuru's joint ruling pledge. King Nuven narrowed his eyes. The 4 archdukes had different expressions. Thales raised his eyebrows at an angle that no one could see. Tonight is finally coming to an end. Is this what you wanted us to wait for, your majesty? You used all kinds of means to gather the 5 of us here. Archduke Letko looked at the disheveled Archduke Pofrit and said flatly in a helpless tone, "Now, can you tell us the ins and outs of all this?" Alcia said angrily, "Don't tell me that we really have to wait for Lampard to come with us, just like that brat said." Trentida chuckled in a low voice. Under everyone's gaze, the old king of Ekstedt paused for 3 seconds before he slowly opened his mouth. Very well. King Nuven clasped his hands. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was sharp. But what he said next made almost everyone reveal a surprised expression. "Little Thales, my clever guest." King Nuven slowly turned to the side and looked at the Prince of Constellation beside him. Thales, who was ready to watch a good show, was completely stunned. "What, little Thales? Do I know you that well? Come, tell my loyal archdukes why they are here." As King Nuven's voice fell, his eyes flashed. "Tell them the so-called truth." Everyone's gazes were filled with hesitation, surprise, gloominess, and other different emotions. In that instant, they all turned to the second Prince of Constellation. Thales froze on the spot for a moment. Damn it. He reacted quickly and put on an ugly smile. He raised his hands and spread them out horizontally. "I don't want to get involved in Ekstedt's internal strife, your honorable majesty," Thales said with a smile. "You can settle the internal affairs on your own. This is—" But he could not finish his sentence. "You are already involved, Thales." Nuven's deep and aged voice was accompanied by the king's profound gaze. He interrupted him. "You have been involved for a long time, unable to extricate yourself, future king of Constellation. And you promised to complete this task for me. It is your promise, isn't it?" Thales gritted his teeth. The Archduke's gazes on him slowly turned from doubtful to solemn. Thales gulped and furrowed his brows. Nuven, this damned old man. Is he trying to show the Archdukes that the heir of Constellation is on his side? Thales' frown deepened. King Nuven's gaze became sharper. "Go on. What are you waiting for, little prince?" Alcius continued to glare at him fiercely. "After you tricked us all with your ridiculous words, to be honest, I thought Lampard would come with us." Thales ignored him. Finally, after Putre reminded him in a low voice, he exhaled in resignation. "All right." Thales took a step forward as he met the gazes of almost everyone in the hall. My apologies, your excellencies. Thales braced himself and said under the hostile gazes of the 5 archdukes. Most of what I said to you tonight was a lie. Only one thing is true. Prince Moriah was assassinated in Constellation. Thales sighed. One of the masterminds behind the scenes is among you. The moment he finished speaking, the 5 archdukes frowned simultaneously. The close vassals beside the king began to whisper to each other. The second prince ignored the noise that began to increase in the hall. And King Nuvan asked me to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard to murder Prince Moriah. Thales said expressionlessly. Hey, I knew it. The bald Archduke Letko sighed. He didn't invite us here just to deal with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Trent Ida turned his head and shook his head disapprovingly. The mastermind who conspired with Lampard? I get it. But this is not an easy task. Thales turned to the 5 archdukes and nodded. Almost all of you are suspects. The 5 archdukes turned their heads away unnaturally to avoid Thales and King Nuvan's gaze. The facts have proven that all of you are indeed restless. Thales chuckled and continued. To be honest, I really didn't expect that my words would attract all 4 of you here. I thought it would be 1 or 2 at most. My loyal archdukes, the co-rulers of Extet, King Nuvan said slowly. It seems that all of you have great ambitions. The hall was instantly filled with whispers again. Alcius and Letko's expressions became extremely awkward. Rockney still had a cold expression. Trent Ida clicked his tongue and giggled, and the young Pofrit's expression was still gloomy. King Nuvan quietly watched everything in the hall with his hands clasped together. So, it's almost impossible to find the mastermind from you lot by following the rules. Thales sighed. I can only find another way out. I give up on starting from the suspects and start from the truth of the matter, from how the murderer would react after knowing the truth. Thales nodded at Putray and smiled. Since we can't retreat, why not go forward with all our might? I see, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers said sternly. Everything you said was false. There was no secret meeting between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, nor was there any collaboration between the Waltons and Lampard, was there? Thales shook his head. Of course not, I made it all up. His Majesty will not form an alliance with an enemy who killed his bloodkin. At the long table, King Nuvan's gaze flickered strangely. I understand, Archduke Letko said with a lisp. The key lies in Lampard, right? Because the so-called mastermind who murdered Moriah is secretly collaborating with Lampard? Humph. Alcius snorted coldly. What a lousy scheme. To convince us and the mastermind at the same time that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating? To make him think that Lampard will betray the identity of the mastermind to His Majesty? The trap is so straightforward. Archduke Trent Ida leaned back and giggled. Will anyone really fall for it? Thales stared at the 3 of them. His gaze moved back and forth for a few seconds, until the second prince chuckled. No. Thales' expression became solemn and he shook his head firmly. It's not that simple. Don't forget what I told you. Perhaps the innocent archdukes will believe me when I said things like, Lampard is not the murderer. But the kingdom's secret intelligence department has designated him as the murderer. Thales continued with a serious expression. But only the mastermind will definitely not believe this. As Lampard's accomplice, only he knows that Lampard is indeed one of the murderers. Lampard cannot be cleared of the suspicion of murdering the prince, so it is impossible for Lampard to collaborate with His Majesty. Hence, it is impossible for him to betray His Majesty. Only Black Hand himself knows. Thales turned around and looked around to observe the effect of his words. The so-called alliance between the Waltons and Lampard that I mentioned was simply an exaggeration to scare people. It is impossible for Lampard to seek an alliance with His Majesty. Then what exactly did you mean by what you said last night? The bald Archduke Letko's eyes shone brightly. You said a lot about His Majesty abandoning hatred and choosing benefits. But if you cannot convince the murderer that Lampard and His Majesty are collaborating, I did not intend to let him believe this. I only wanted to tell him, Thales said flatly. His Majesty suspects that Lampard is not the murderer and is still trying to contact him. At the head of the long table, King Nuven revealed a faint sneer. Moreover, from the moment Nicholas went to fetch me, it is very likely that both parties have been contacting each other for a long time. Archduke Alcius said impatiently. You just said that Lampard is the murderer. He does not dare and will not collaborate with His Majesty. You cannot dig out the name of the mastermind from Lampard. I am not finished. King Nuven's investigation also discovered a key point. Thales interrupted him coldly, causing Alcius to be stunned. The mastermind also did something else. He also participated in the murder of me and the Prince of Constellation. The whispers in the meeting hall instantly stopped. During the game between him and Lampard at Broken Dragon Fortress, he bribed a group called Disaster Sword and used Lampard's Mystic Gun unit to assassinate me. He tried to frame Lampard with this. Thales sucked in a deep breath and enunciated each word clearly. This is what I want him to know. I want the mastermind to know that King Nuven already knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also the person who framed Lampard. Behind Thales, Putre sighed. Beside him, Marquis Shiles had a smile on his face. So, at the end of the day, I only wanted to tell you two things after talking so much nonsense to all of you tonight. Thales shrugged. 1. His Majesty is contacting Lampard. 2. His Majesty knows that the mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah is also plotting against Lampard. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Thales nodded slowly. In that case, whether His Majesty can reach an agreement with Lampard is no longer important. The important thing is, when His Majesty contacts Lampard, in order to confirm the truth behind Mariah's murder, will he inform Lampard of this matter? The archdukes were instantly shocked. They had already figured out the cause and effect of the matter. And this is possible. After all, according to what I said, King Nuven has already contacted Black Sand region through Nicholas a few days ago. The mastermind not only murdered His Majesty's son, but also betrayed Lampard. In the face of such a possibility, he will definitely feel uneasy. Will His Majesty, in order to gain Lampard's trust, tell him that the person who framed Lampard is also the person who murdered Mariah? And Lampard happens to be the person who knows the truth behind Prince Mariah's murder and the identity of the mastermind. So, the key does not lie with His Majesty, but with Lampard himself. Thales looked at everyone's reaction and sighed deeply. If the answer is no, then he is lucky. But will this luck last forever? Will the next communication between the two parties bring up this matter? If the answer is yes, then Archduke Chapman Lampard will know that his longtime collaborator planted a mole in Black Sand region's army and framed him in Broken Dragon Fortress. This is a betrayal. At that time, if I were Lampard, the first thing I would do would be to immediately inform His Majesty of the identity of the culprit. Thales' eyes shone with an affirmative light as he said resolutely. Thales' eyes shone with certainty as he said resolutely. With the help of the Dragon Spear family, this collaborator who dared to betray, and frame him will pay the heaviest price in Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, King Nuven suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly in his seat. His laughter grew louder. However, the others in the meeting hall did not say a word. They just quietly watched the king laugh. Then, King Nuven stopped laughing and looked at one of the 5 archdukes. Continue. King Nuven's gaze was extremely sharp. He looked at the silent archduke and his aged voice was filled with murderous intent. We are all looking forward to him. Thales turned his head and nodded at the old king. He exhaled through his nose and raised his head. Once this happens, the identity of the mastermind and the things he has done will be exposed in front of Lampard and His Majesty. Once he thinks that his identity and crimes could be leaked by Archduke Lampard to King Nuven through correspondence at any time. Once he thinks that the chances of him being exposed increase with every minute he stays in Dragon Cloud City. Once he thinks that King Nuven has nowhere to vent his anger for revenge. Thales walked to the center of the hall and let out a long sigh. He looked at the Archduke who was different from the others and said slowly, "How can you sit still Eat well and sleep soundly? How can you possibly sit still, eat well, and sleep soundly? How can you not rush back to your own territory as soon as possible and defend yourself behind the high walls? The 5 archdukes had different expressions. However, 4 of them knew what was going on and cast their gazes at the archduke who had been different since he arrived. Is that so? Thales said slowly. Thales spoke slowly. He turned his gaze and looked at that person. The person who was gentle, fair, and warm-hearted when they first met in the meeting hall. But tonight, he did not say a word and responded with silence. The youngest archduke whose clothes were embroidered with bloody horseshoes. His Majesty, Lampard, and I have a common enemy. The mastermind who murdered Prince Mariah, my enemy who tried to assassinate me, Lampard's collaborator and traitor. Thales flashed a friendly smile. Can you tell me why, at 4 o'clock in the morning, when the sky is not bright, when the banquet is in full swing, when the palace and the city gate are opened for the first time, when I bring up such shocking news and suggestion and expect you to come and meet me, you couldn't even make it in time to bid farewell? You were about to leave heroic Spirit Palace in a hurry, get on a carriage, drive to the city gates, and leave Dragon Cloud City without a care for anything else? Thales shook his head and recited his name with mixed feelings. The Honorable Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, Concret Pofret? At this point, the hall was already silent. Then, the prominent brown-haired young man, who was covered in cold air and snow, slowly raised his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.